just 6 battleships from the base, and the two sides were just 40 nautical miles apart. Set to engage in an hour. Paul Morton said in a deep voice. General Kempf has already informed me that he has no hope of winning. The Eastern Continent has dispatched 4 battleships, 2 of which are new models. Everyone turned to Brian, clearly indicating that the president needed to make a decision in the shortest possible time. Where's Elihu? The Secretary of State is about 2 hours away from arriving at Jinshan, and the Eastern Continent ambassador is accompanying him. They didn't even wait for the ambassador to arrive before approaching our waters? Brian simply couldn't understand what the emperor was thinking. Logically, they should have waited for their Secretary of State and the Eastern Continent ambassador to arrive. Could they all sit down together and discuss this properly to reach a conclusion? At worst, they could both take a step back, and everyone would be fine. But now it seems that the Eastern Continent has no intention of negotiating at all. Mr. President, a staff member walked in and said loudly, the consul from the Eastern Continent stationed at Venice Avenue Park has just notified us. The Eastern Continent will arrange the evacuation of over 10,000 of their citizens at 3 p.m. this afternoon. Any obstruction will be seen as an act of war against the Eastern Continent. The staff member swallowed hard and said, they are already starting to pack their things. And our people dare not stop them. Bad news kept coming in, and no one expected that this situation would escalate to the point of war. The Eastern Continent's peaceful handling of matters in law may had led Brian to believe that they would not dare to confront him. After all, one is an agricultural nation and the other an industrial one. Now it seems the Eastern Continent remains as tough as ever. Brian said nothing. He was also contemplating how to handle this matter. It was simply a choice between fighting or retreating. If they chose to fight, their own generals had already stated that there was no chance of victory. But if they retreated, he would likely face impeachment before even completing a year as president. The situation regarding the Eastern Continent's actions in law may had already caused significant dissatisfaction within the Lighthouse Nation, with many calling for a tough stance against the Eastern Continent. How do you all see it? Brian kicked the ball back into everyone's court. What should we do? You are the president too. After all, it all comes down to that piece of legislation. Interior Minister Garfield said, the Eastern Continent has repeatedly requested us to repeal this legislation, but as everyone knows, it has not been repealed. As for why, everyone understood. It was merely for votes and to win over those in the southern states. Now it would be too late, even if we repealed it. Since the Eastern Continent has mobilized its fleet, even if we back down, it will not change the fact that they will reach our territory. Gentlemen, should we let the Eastern Continent come in and take these people without firing a shot? Or should we resist and face a glorious defeat? The Minister of the Navy said, if we do nothing, I believe the public will storm our Navy Department. He had another point that he did not say, but everyone knew that regardless of winning or losing, the Navy could use this as an excuse to build warships. The Minister of the Army, Howard, immediately retorted, we all know the power of the new battleships. Isn't that just sending soldiers to their deaths? Everyone remained silent. The Navy Minister was right, and public opinion in the Lighthouse Nation did not allow them to do nothing. Once the opponent is aware, everyone is likely to be nailed to the pillar of shame. Paul Morton, go tell General Lewis Kempf that we must uphold the dignity of our lighthouse. If it's not necessary, we are not allowed to fire first. Contact the Secretary of State and inform him that we are willing to negotiate on the issue of abolishing the anti-immigration proposal, provided that the Eastern Fleet must withdraw. We do not accept threats. Brian's actions made everyone nod in agreement. The president's moves aligned with their expectations. He neither showed weakness to the east nor was overly aggressive. We could lose 1 or 2 naval vessels, but we cannot allow the East's artillery to fall on our territory. Otherwise, we will be written into history. Brian did not want to become a negative example for the president. Perhaps years later, when the lighthouse grows stronger, his dark history would always be remembered. On the surface of the Golden Mountain Sea, the Eastern Fleet and the Lighthouse Fleet finally met. The two sides were separated by a distance of 20 kilometers, with the Lighthouse Fleet holding its position in front of the Eastern Fleet. Behind them was the Golden Mountain Strait, and if they retreated, the people of the Lighthouse would likely witness the disgrace of their navy. For this reason, Sun Fu had already decided to engage in this naval battle. At 10:30 a.m., the Lighthouse Fleet began inquiring about the intentions of the Eastern Fleet. Although a battle was imminent, Sun Fu still informed the Lighthouse commander that he was on a mission to evacuate citizens and requested the Lighthouse Fleet to make way. Evacuate. Lewis Kempf was tempted to ask this Eastern commander if he thought the 8 battleships in his fleet did not exist, entering their port directly in front of the Navy without any prior notification. At this moment, Lewis Kempf also received orders from the presidential office. Although he was reluctant, he had no choice. If he backed down, this general would likely reach the end of his career. As the Lighthouse Fleet continued to signal, indicating that this was Lighthouse waters and demanding the Eastern Fleet to withdraw immediately, Sun Fu's response was straightforward. My fleet is on a mission. Any obstruction will be regarded as an attack. Tension mounted on the surface of the sea. Chapter 304. Goodbye to instant kill at 10:40 a.m. In the Golden Gate Strait, both fleets removed their gun covers, with dozens of naval guns pointed at each other. When the Eastern Navy repeated its flag signals for the third time and the Lighthouse Navy had not departed, the Rainbow-class light cruiser began to accelerate its withdrawal. This action caused the Lighthouse Navy commander, Lewis Kempf, to widen his eyes. He knew what was about to happen. Engage. With Lewis Kempf's order, the Lighthouse battleships finally realized that the Eastern Navy was not joking. At 10:45 a.m., two new battleships from the east began to accelerate, with two Tian-Gang-class ships providing cover. At this point, the Beidou-class's wireless fire control had already locked on, just waiting for the order to fire. All ships prepare, 18,000 meters ahead, Lighthouse Fleet, fire at will. With the artillery commander's order, the 20 main guns of the two Beidou-class battleships roared in unison towards the Lighthouse Fleet. Since the battle began, Zhang Shun showed no mercy. The first target he focused on was the Virginia-class battleship, which had only been in service for a few months. This battleship, with a full load of 15,000 tons, finally caught up with the mainstream battleship tonnage in the world. However, its technology still lagged behind. For instance, this class of battleship has a maximum speed of a meager under 19 knots. While battleships are not typically known for their speed, such sluggishness is puzzling for the shipyards involved. This speed is equivalent to about 35 kilometers per hour. Additionally, its range is significantly inferior, with only 800 nautical miles compared to the main vessels of other regions, which boast ranges of at least over 10,000 nautical miles. The Virginia class can only assert dominance in coastal waters. Moreover, as major naval powers around the world began to develop new class battleships, the Virginia class found itself outdated right after its launch. When the Rainbow-class light cruiser retreated, Lewis Kempf realized that the eastern region was not to be trifled with. Faced with new class battleships, Lewis Kempf could only try to buy time and maneuver, relying on numbers to encircle the enemy. Just as the Virginia class completed its full-speed maneuvers, the first round of salvos arrived. Boom! A massive explosion erupted from the USS Rhode Island, with flames shooting into the sky. Before anyone could react, another shell struck the battleship. As the primary target was the battleship, Sun Fu had specially brought along the new generation of armor-piercing shells. The unique hard alloy warhead from the eastern region, combined with a delayed fuse and a sharp conical tip, concentrated the force on a single point upon impact. The main armor belt of the battleship, which was only 203 millimeters thick at its strongest point, could not withstand the new armor-piercing shells from the eastern region. Two consecutive shells directly hit the midsection armor belt of the USS Rhode Island, and the tremendous kinetic energy penetrated straight through to the central bottom of the hull. With a violent explosion, the keel of the USS Rhode Island was twisted amid flames and blasts, causing the power system to explode as well. The keel is the primary supportive structure of a warship. Once it is damaged, the ship struggles to bear its own weight and the impact of waves. Through Sun Fu's telescope, he observed that the USS Rhode Island could barely hold out for 5 minutes before the hull began to fracture into two parts and slid into the sea. It was a swift victory. No one expected the first round of salvos to yield such significant results, considering that this battleship was worth several tens of millions. It sank to the ocean floor without any resistance. Indeed, the new class battleships were overwhelming against these older vessels. Lewis Kempf watched the sinking USS Rhode Island with a chill running down his spine. He finally understood why certain nations were willing to pay a hefty price to acquire new battleship technology from the eastern region. This was not naval warfare. This was slaughter. This was the most advanced battleship from the Lighthouse, and it sank in the cold depths of the Pacific Ocean in just a few minutes. One could only say that the USS Rhode Island was incredibly unfortunate, as it was in the front position and appeared to be the largest. The two sides have been in a standoff for over 10 minutes, and the fire control data had long been calculated based on the speed and direction of the fleet. In any case, the Navy of Dongzhou has achieved a good start. The sinking of the Rhode Island has made the ships of the fleet realize that today's situation cannot be easily resolved. Faced with the pressure from the new battleships, Lewis Kempf ordered two battleships to engage the two Tian-Gang-class ships, not necessarily to sink them, but to hold them at bay. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 battleships began to turn, their bows facing the Beidou class. The fleet could not utilize its speed to gain a T-position. And with fewer naval guns than Dongzhou, their range was also not as far. Lewis Kempf had to adopt a bow-on approach against the enemy, using a dual-barrel main gun mounted at the bow of the battleship to engage. Although simultaneous fire was not possible, the corresponding target area was reduced, significantly decreasing the probability of being hit. Additionally, the ships of the fleet had increased their speed, making it even harder to be struck. Lewis Kempf was no longer thinking about driving away the Dongzhou fleet. His only concern was to lead his soldiers back safely. The booming sounds of cannon fire shattered the noise of Jinjingshan. It had been over 10 days since the earthquake, and the area was still in ruins. Soldiers were visible everywhere on the streets, with some helping residents clear the debris, while others were armed. Jinjingshan was the largest city on the entire western coast of the fleet, and the current Los Angeles could not compare. This place concentrated more than a third of the investments in the West. The Bryan cabinet announced to the outside world that the death toll did not exceed 500, attempting to minimize the perceived damage from the earthquake. Ultimately, they feared that investors would withdraw their investments from Jinjingshan. These soldiers were there to prevent journalists from reporting indiscriminately. Any news workers arriving here faced supervision from the fleet. Moreover, over 10,000 Chinese temporarily residing in a park were guarded by more than 1,000 soldiers. Of course, these soldiers were mainly there for protection, and Dongzhou's strong reaction made the fleet realize that if chaos similar to before were to arise, it would be a disgrace on a global scale. At this moment, the police chief of Jinjingshan was discussing with the Dongzhou consul, Yu Xiangyang, about the government providing supplies to prevent them from evacuating for the time being. An hour ago, Yu Xiangyang had already instructed the Dongzhou nationals to prepare their belongings, as the Dongzhou Navy would come to pick them up in the afternoon to return to their homeland. This news instantly brought tears of excitement to those in a foreign land. As the saying goes, a bird returns to its homeland, and a fox dies. It must return to its burrow. Did these people really like it here? How could that be? Even 100 years later, there would still be racial discrimination. Let alone now. Before Dongzhou was established, their status was even lower than that of others, and even now, they still lacked the qualifications to become citizens of the fleet, which meant they were not protected by the government. This is why such adverse situations arose. Furthermore, they had no means to return to Dongzhou. The cost of crossing the Pacific Ocean was not low these days. Chapter 305. 2 injured, 1 heavily wounded. The biggest headache for the Prime Minister's office, led by Ouyang Geng, is the population issue. Even though the birth rate in Dongzhou has approached 7.5 million in the 5th year of the decree, it is still deemed insufficient by the Prime Minister's office. It is important to note that the land area of Dongzhou has now reached 18 million square kilometers. With a massive population of 500 million spread across such a vast territory, it can be said that the area is sparsely populated. Dongzhou needs a large population to fill various regions, and previously, Ouyang Geng had submitted a proposal to transport Dongzhou people from around the world back home through official means. This brings to mind the chaotic history of over 50 years, coupled with internal and external troubles, which has led countless people to seek a livelihood abroad. Aside from the Southeast Asia region, many were sold as contract laborers to other places. They engaged in hard physical labor, such as building railways and mining for gold. With the rising international status of Dongzhou, Ouyang Geng believes these individuals should return to their homeland. Of course, this is not mandatory. If they have established families and careers abroad, that is their choice. The number of these people exceeds nearly 10 million, and more importantly, they possess various skills. The recent incident involving the lighthouse persecution has provided Dongzhou with an excuse. Since they have enacted this discriminatory law, they must bear the consequences. When the sound of cannon fire reached the city, everyone looked around in confusion, thinking there had been another earthquake. However, those who recognized the sound turned pale. It was the sound of naval artillery. Where is this? This is the largest city on the western coast of the lighthouse. Although it has experienced earthquakes, it is still the lighthouse. The Navy consistently ranks among the top 5 in the world. Who would dare to provoke them? It can't be that the Navy is just firing for fun, but the intensity of the fire does not seem normal. Similarly, upon hearing the sound, Yu Xiangyang stood up and nodded to a few people nearby, their faces filled with hope, as if they could hardly believe it. Let us go home. With Yu Xiangyang leading the way, more and more Chinese people stood up, seemingly aware of what was happening. Each person's face bore an expression of relief and a longing to return home. Consul Yu, what is going on? The police chief hurried over to inquire, as his task was to ensure that this group did not encounter further issues. Chief Henry, we are going back. Back? To where? Back to my homeland, Yu Xiangyang replied. The persecution against our Dongzhou people has already begun, coupled with what we have seen and heard during this time. The Prime Minister's office has decided to send transport ships to bring those who have suffered abroad back home. What? These people are leaving? Chief Henry's first reaction was disbelief. He had received no prior notice. But when he recalled the cannon fire, it seemed he realized something, and he trembled as he asked, is the Dongzhou Navy fleet coming? Yu Xiangyang nodded. Although the director was constrained by orders, he had indeed helped everyone a lot in the past few days. Director, if I were you, I would report to your superior right now, and do not try to obstruct us. The will of the Emperor of the Eastern Empire cannot be changed by your country. Yu Xiangyang was among the first group of overseas students trained by the Eastern Empire, sent here to gain experience. He was well aware of the strength of the Eastern Navy. Director Henry glanced at Yu Xiangyang, who hurriedly left. The port was still over 20 kilometers away, and by the time he arrived, the Navy's ships would likely have reached their destination. On the sea, as the Rhode Island sank, the lighthouse fleet began to counterattack. However, just considering the distance, their rapid maneuvering to target the nearly 30-knot Beidou-class vessels was beyond the capability of old fire control systems. Watching the shells that seemed to drift aimlessly, Sun Fu did not approach. The 18-kilometer range was beyond the firing range of the lighthouse warships, but also the most precise distance for their fire control. However, these warships were like loaches, showing no intention of engaging in naval combat. Suddenly, 2 battleships appeared, chasing and firing at 5 battleships, leaving everyone unsure of whose territory it was. At 11:15, after 20 minutes of confrontation, the Eastern Navy achieved another victory. The main-class battleship Ohio was hit at the stern, with thick smoke rising from the ship. 5 minutes later, everyone saw the battleship spinning aimlessly on the water. The rudder had been hit, otherwise, it wouldn't have lost control. Clearly, an immobile warship was just a sitting target. When the ship's guns fired again, it signaled the end for this battleship. Louis Kempf watched the Ohio, which could not be saved, knowing that if this continued, the remaining battleships would likely meet the same fate. He had no choice but to order the fleet to retreat towards the Golden Mountain Strait. From the beginning of the naval battle, Louis Kempf had intentionally steered towards the coastline. If they had the advantage, that was one thing. If they were at a disadvantage, they could rely on coastal artillery for defense. It was now clear that they were at an absolute disadvantage. The coastal defense batteries at Golden Mountain had long detected the 2 fleets engaged in battle. Initially, they thought their navy, with a 2-to-1 advantage, could win. But when the first battleship was taken out in an instant, they abandoned that thought. Now, they were only thinking about how to get their fleet back quickly. The 2 fleets encountered each other 50 kilometers away in the strait, and after more than an hour of fighting and retreating, they were now less than 25 kilometers from the batteries. Just 5 more kilometers, and they would reach the optimal firing range for the batteries. No matter how strong the Eastern Fleet was, they wouldn't dare to confront the batteries head-on. 10 minutes later, when the few surviving battleships reached the maximum firing range of the coastal artillery, Louis Kempf finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Jinmen battery had arrived. The pressure from the Eastern Navy was simply too great. But just as he was about to relax, another loud explosion rang out. Who was the unfortunate one that got hit? The Wisconsin, a ship from the Illinois class, had its rear severely damaged while trailing behind. Fortunately, it faced the enemy, and despite the raging fire, it managed to hold its ground. Boom, boom, boom. The coastal artillery of the lighthouse opened fire, with dozens of coastal defense cannons targeting the Eastern Fleet over 20 kilometers away. Sun Fu sighed. They were so close to achieving a third victory. Faced with the coastal artillery, Sun Fu decisively ordered a halt to the attack. In an instant, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. The lighthouse still had 5 semi-battleships, temporarily safe under the protection of the artillery. The Eastern Fleet consisted of 4 battleships, which also retreated beyond the artillery's firing range. The once thunderous sounds of cannon fire suddenly quieted the sea. Only the Wisconsin, which was still burning and emitting thick smoke, reminded everyone that this was not an illusion. In just over half an hour of naval combat, the Eastern Navy had sunk 2 battleships of the lighthouse and severely damaged 1. They were now trapped at their doorstep, experiencing what had previously happened in Columbia. The cycle of cause and effect. Chapter 306. Bowing again when Wang Jingting, the Eastern ambassador, and Elihu, the Secretary of State of the lighthouse, arrived at Golden Mountain, they were met with a shocking sight. Over 10,000 Eastern citizens were surrounded by thousands of soldiers. Wang glanced at Elihu, clearly questioning whether they intended to detain all these people. However, after learning the details of the situation, Elihu looked back at Wang, seemingly implying that the Eastern side had declared war without notice. Director Henry, standing by, was at a loss and felt it was time for him to retire early. Ambassador Wang, I believe you should provide an explanation regarding the naval battle that just occurred offshore, Elihu stated. He understood that once the naval battle broke out, it was impossible for the 2 countries to sit down and negotiate. Neither President Bryan nor he could compromise with the Eastern side after such naval losses. Your Excellency Elihu, I trust our Prime Minister has made our position very clear in the announcement. Wang responded, indifferent to the lighthouse's perspective. This was the age of empires, where might was respected. A 72-hour ultimatum. No one could defy the will of the Eastern Empire. Currently, your soldiers are blocking our return, and with all due respect, the coastal artillery at Golden Mountain cannot stop the Eastern Fleet's cannons. How Lord Bryan chooses to respond is no concern of ours. But he cannot use the citizens of the Eastern Empire as bargaining chips. Everyone plays politics, and we all understand the calculations at play. It's fine to appease the southern states, but using Eastern citizens as targets is beyond what the lighthouse can handle. At 3 p.m., your country must either open the passage for these people to leave or negotiate with the Imperial fleet that remains at the strait's entrance. Your Excellency Elihu, you have 3 hours to make a decision. Having torn the facade, Wang spoke directly and bluntly. Meanwhile, The news of the naval battle at Golden Mountain Strait reached the presidential office of the lighthouse. Brian's face darkened dangerously. He hadn't expected the eastern side to be bold enough to take action. Now it was his turn to face the consequences. The Navy has been severely damaged. If it weren't for the coastal defenses, it's likely that the main fleet on the west coast would have sunk. Minister Paul Morton, when can we start building our new battleships? The lighthouse has acquired the technology for the new battleship from the eastern region, and Fong Mingzhou is providing the technical blueprints. As for assembling these parts into a new battleship, given the current capabilities of the lighthouse, it will take at least 1 to 2 years. Unlike other nations where construction can begin after just a couple of months of testing. The Naval Department is still in the evaluation phase and expects to present the construction plan for our first generation of new battleships next year. Paul Morton replied helplessly. He is more anxious than anyone else. Without experiencing a severe setback, one cannot truly understand the power of the new battleship. They observed the naval battle between the eastern region and another nation back then, and while they acknowledged the strength of the new battleship, that was the end of it. But now that they have truly faced it, they realize that some lessons can only be learned the hard way. Can our coastal defenses withstand the fleet from the eastern region? Paul Morton wanted to confidently say yes. But thinking of the new battleships with a range of over 20 kilometers left him speechless. This is just what the eastern region has shown. Who knows what else they might be hiding? Brian, observing the silent naval minister, already knew the answer. Everyone, the international community, is watching us. The eastern region's aggressive stance is quite unusual. Brian addressed the cabinet members, whether it was the previous standoff at a bay or the disturbances stirred by another nation. The eastern region deployed battleships, yet no conflict arose. Why now, with just a few individuals from the eastern region facing persecution, is the emperor making such a big deal? A naval defeat is minor. The hidden agenda of the eastern region is what truly matters. As a seasoned politician who has run for election 3 times, Brian quickly grasped the key point. Compared to the previous 2 instances, these individuals are insignificant. In the face of national interests, whether it's dozens or tens of thousands, sacrifices can be made. Does the eastern region want to suppress us? Suppress? They are so far away, and they are still an agricultural nation. Aside from their navy, what do they have to suppress us? Let us not forget that the emperor sold the battleship blueprints worldwide, and we also received a copy. If suppression were the goal, why would he sell us the blueprints? Does he want fewer enemies? Isn't he afraid that we might use our strong industrial base to build several new battleships? That's impossible. The emperor isn't that foolish. For a moment, several cabinet members began to ponder. The president is right. The eastern region's aggressive actions are indeed unusual. Although the emperor of the eastern region is known as a war fanatic, each war ultimately brings him benefits. Is there anything particularly significant about these more than 10,000 individuals from the eastern region? That's unlikely. If there were, they wouldn't be at the bottom of society. Now is not the time to consider these matters, but how to face the fleet from the eastern region in 2 hours. Interior Minister Garfield redirected everyone's thoughts. The reconstruction in Jinshan is still pending, and this earthquake has caused us significant losses. Even some artillery positions have suffered damage. Our immediate priority is not war, but rebuilding. Moreover, I must remind everyone that our stock market is currently very fragile. The Minister of Finance stated that our stock market is declining, and some capital has begun to flee. We must put a stop to this behavior. If news of a naval defeat spreads, it may lead to further declines. I believe no one wants a repeat of what happened 10 years ago. 10 years ago, everyone was alarmed. The Rothschild family almost gained control of our currency. Rebuilding requires substantial funding, and with our current losses, we cannot afford to continue the war. As the Minister of Finance, he is not concerned about military might. His focus is solely on the economy. During the gold standard era, the national economy was so fragile, and the money supply strictly depended on gold reserves. Even if the economy grows, without a corresponding increase in gold, credit money becomes insufficient, leading to deflation. This is why money is valuable now. In recent years, gold mining worldwide has slowed, increasing the urgency for countries to acquire gold. In the past 10 days, over 50 tons of gold have been exchanged from our banks. In times of chaos, gold is invaluable. The public is not foolish. Everyone knows gold retains its value. As long as one has gold, they can exchange it for currency in any country. I hope the president will authorize restrictions on gold exchanges for the next 3 months. The Minister of Finance stated that if our war with the eastern region continues, those capital flows will likely choose to escape. Everyone, the eastern region has modern battleships. Why should we fight them in their area of expertise? We are the world's leading industrial nation. Send a telegram to Elihu to prepare for negotiations. Even if Brian is reluctant, he will have to accept this bitter reality. At this moment, he deeply feels that a strong economy does not equate to strong military power. Chapter 307. The squid in action in Big Apple City, the economic center of our nation, the bustling exchange, and Wall Street create countless wealthy individuals. The real control of the nation lies with these financial groups. Despite Bryan and previous presidents doing their utmost to combat them, unfortunately, they have continued to grow stronger. At this moment, in Morgan Tower, J.P. Morgan stands on the top floor, watching the bustling traffic outside. Recently, his days have not been easy. Damn Fairbanks and damn Bryan. These two presidents have been targeting him, costing him over $100 million in profits over the years. Now, his opportunity has arrived. The events and law may have shown the world that our nation is strong on the surface, but weak inside, like a child holding gold on the street. We have powerful industries, but have not fully utilized them. And even our backyard, Lame, seems unstable now. The failure in the battle for currency control 10 years ago still haunts J.P. Morgan. In his view, he did not lose to the foolish government, but to Burgess, the mining tycoon. However, the good fortune of the government has come to an end. The Rothschild family, still reeling from their previous failure, is eager to make a comeback. The allure of the central bank and monetary power of the world's leading industrial nation is irresistible to anyone. Over the past few years, bankers and oligarchs have become convinced of the benefits brought by the privatization of central banks. The central banks of strong nations like John Bull, Gallus, and Hans Katz are now operated by these business elites. The state has not suffered any adverse effects. On the contrary, it has grown stronger. The Boer War cost John Bull dearly, with over 300 million spent in pounds alone. If it weren't for the financial acumen of these elites, the government might have faced bankruptcy. Although the government still controls its central bank and can intervene administratively, in the eyes of these bankers, the central banks have become tools for profit. When policies are formulated, it is these elites who assist and guide, creating an information gap that even the least savvy would profit from. All of this has greatly intrigued the elites on Wall Street. They are aware that they do not wish to completely control the economic power of the government. However, if a joint stock central bank is established, even a small stake would allow them to gain foresight. The problem is that the local political forces are highly wary of these European bankers. Historically, the first and second banks were abolished by the government because, while they appeared to be central banks, they had secretly become cash cows for major bankers. But now an opportunity has arisen. Since the end of the Lame incident, they have begun to plan a new round of an artificial economic crisis. One could say it is unfortunate for the government, or perhaps thank the support from the East. The war with the bear has led to a rise in raw material prices, causing many businesses to go bankrupt, and even after the war, prices remain high. This has made survival difficult for many enterprises. Following this, the canal incident forced the government to spend $1.5 billion to acquire shares from Mr. Burgess. While everyone understands the significance of the canal opening for the government, that is a matter for 7 or 8 years down the line. With the Lame incident and the severing of ties with Chile, the government has been vigorously developing its navy. The conference in Lame showcased a united front. The treasury has been drained of substantial funds, and the construction of the canal has resulted in another significant outflow of money. As a result, the treasury had no choice but to issue 100 tons of gold in the form of credit currency into the market. However, it is clear to discerning individuals that the government's control over Lame has become increasingly difficult. A straightforward example is when over 30 trusts collectively moved south to make profits. As soon as the Lame incident occurred, 10 of those trusts immediately sold off their assets and returned. Capital is ravenous and will certainly seek to recoup losses after the setbacks in Lame. However, this president showed no mercy towards the trust, and for a time, no one dared to take the lead. Therefore, everyone united to come up with a good plan, intending to artificially create an economic crisis using public opinion and panic. People are always fearful when it comes to economic crises. Those naive citizens will rush to exchange their hard-earned cash for gold to avoid risks. Of course, this alone is not enough. Public exchanges cannot induce panic in the finance ministry. In recent years, the government has maintained a strong performance in foreign trade, accumulating a significant amount of gold. Thus, an additional weighty factor was necessary: the trust companies. This emerging entity, which has only been around for a few decades, has become the darling of capital. Compared to traditional banks, it not only offers deposit and withdrawal services and credit services, but also underwrites corporate bonds and stocks, issues municipal bonds, and provides stock custody services. The flourishing economy owes much to these trust institutions. However, the government is very cautious about banks. While there is virtually no oversight of these trust companies, they attract a large amount of social capital with interest rates higher than those of banks. Naturally, they are not benevolent. The high interest they offer means they must earn from elsewhere. The profit comes from the stock and bond markets. In simple terms, the money from ordinary citizens is collected and lent to businesses in urgent need of funds, such as emerging industries like railways and mining. They help middle-class and above families invest in stocks, bonds, and real estate, with annual returns reaching 10 to 15. These trust companies hold massive amounts of capital. And once they act in unison, the ensuing run on the banks will far exceed what the finance ministry can handle. Even if the government wants to stabilize the market, it is impossible. These people are well aware of the government's gold reserves. Originally, the bankers and financiers intended to implement this plan next year, but now, Pont Ginmo smiled, as the naval battle at Golden Mountain provided them with an excellent opportunity. Who would have thought that the eastern continent would go to such lengths to sink 2 battleships and severely damage another? Now, while the president tries to suppress this news, he does not realize that the more he conceals it, the greater the explosion will be. A large amount of capital has been diverted from the canal. The market faces pressure from the eastern continent, and the losses from the earthquake require significant funds for urban reconstruction. The naval defeat will also compel the government to develop its navy. Everything seems to be unfolding according to a well-designed script, gradually consuming the liquidity of this enormous economic power. This time, he does not believe that Burgess can produce hundreds of tons of gold to bail out the government. Moreover, this mining tycoon and the Rothschild family are cut from the same cloth. No one can resist the temptation to control the central bank. A bank run is just one part of it. The government has already suffered a loss once. Therefore, this time, Pont Ginmo has placed his bets on the clearinghouse. Chapter 308. The mantis stalks the cicada. For more than a decade, the economy has been developing rapidly. While the reasons include the Second Industrial Revolution, the unique status of the mentioned location also plays a significant role. This has led to the situation where, although the city is a global financial hub, another city has become the most open economic center. Here, any type of stock can be sold. Currently, this location faces an awkward issue of not having a central bank. Of course, it cannot be said that there isn't one, as the nation has existed for a couple of hundred years, and with so many leaders. The importance of a central bank is well understood. However, once a central bank is established, it would not take long before it is gradually eroded, with various entities using legal and compliant means to control it. If it remains unestablished, the situation will continue as it is now. The significance of a central bank is irreplaceable, especially when it comes to national settlements. National settlement refers to a specific institution acting as a communication bridge between commercial banks, non-bank financial institutions, trust centers, and other private funds. Simply put, if I withdraw $100, my account should reflect a deduction of that amount. But what if there is an error in the deduction? This is where a fair and impartial institution is needed to facilitate the settlement and connect data among all parties. Without a central bank, who will handle such settlements? The answer lies with certain private consortiums and settlement institutions. It may seem unbelievable that a nation's settlements are not handled by official channels, but that is the reality. One of the consortiums is capitalizing on this idea, utilizing the panic caused by a naval defeat to instigate a run on the banks. Additionally, if unexpected issues arise at the settlement centers, it could lead to a complete halt in trading for everyone. In such a panic, unless the nation wishes to face ruin, it will require substantial cash flow for circulation. After a month or two, when the settlement centers are back to normal, everything will return to normal without any losses incurred, simply by dragging the situation out for a month or two, leading to a collapse of the government without conflict. Of course, the Treasury has ample gold and cash flow to curb market panic. In response, the consortium has started reaching out to major financial families and banking leaders. Today, the consortium is smiling, as newspapers across the nation will report on the naval defeat. On April 30th, a piece of news shocked the entire nation. A fleet was dispatched to address the incident involving the persecution of certain individuals in a region. A naval battle occurred in the strait, during which the Western Fleet suffered the destruction of 2 battleships and severe damage to another. Under the threat of war, the government ultimately agreed to repatriate over 10,000 individuals from the affected region and issued a public apology. This was not a rumor, but was reported by a well-known financial newspaper. Upon hearing this news, countless people surrounded the presidential office, inquiring about its authenticity. The leader did not expect that the trusts he had dealt with would unite against him. However, faced with undeniable evidence, the nation could only acknowledge that a conflict had indeed occurred, with brave soldiers successfully repelling the foreign fleet. Although 2 battleships were lost, the safety of the lighthouse has been successfully preserved. It was stated that the Naval Department will present a construction plan for new battleships by the end of this year. The government is fully capable and confident in safeguarding the national security of the lighthouse. Did that Brian say so? Fong Mingzhou smiled and asked Fong Wu. Yes, Your Majesty. The current sentiment towards us in the lighthouse is not very good. Although they say one thing, Fong Wu showed no surprise, instead smiling. Strong figures are not always liked by others. Currently, our fleet has sent over 10,000 people onto transport ships and dispatched a battleship for escort. 2 new battleships remain stationed on the western coast of the lighthouse. Tell them that there's no need to open fire, but they should show themselves from time to time to keep the lighthouse on edge. Your Majesty, according to our intelligence, The lighthouse has suffered significant military losses and is now trying to recover economically. That Brian has already imposed high tariffs on industrial products imported from us in the Eastern continent by their financial department. Additionally, Brian has explicitly rejected Ambassador Wang's suggestion to cancel the anti-Chinese legislation. Fang Mingzhou was not surprised. The lighthouse misjudged the situation this time and suffered greatly. If they continue to hesitate, Brian is likely to be impeached. He can only choose a hardline stance. Knowing that the Eastern continent cannot fully engage in war with the lighthouse now, even logistics alone could overwhelm the Eastern continent. Anyway, the Navy has already lost. And if the Eastern continent has the capability, they should bring the battleships ashore. By taking a hardline approach, Brian might still win considerable public support. After all, he is the president, not a warrior. Losing cannot be blamed on him, but compromising with the Eastern continent would incur backlash. These people do not care about the country. They care more about their own future. Losing is acceptable, but their political future cannot be jeopardized. Has that money been transferred? It has been transferred through Mr. Burgess's banking system and has already arrived at the lighthouse. Previously, Fang Mingzhou earned 1.3 billion blue coins, and after allocating funds for the military and various departments, there was a surplus of 550 million. Originally, this money was to be transferred to the Prime Minister's Office for Public Investment and Construction in the Eastern continent. However, Fang Mingzhou's plan requires substantial funding, so it has been temporarily withheld. By the way, this money is either in blue coins or gold. Regardless of whether it's the sale of battleship technology or auctions, in this era, large-scale international transactions are settled in gold in the national currency. This means that to do business with the Eastern continent, one must either present blue coins or gold. Although pounds can also serve as a global currency to some extent, people still prefer gold. This money has been exchanged for 200 tons of gold and $330 million, stored in the vault of Burgess Tower. Are the Pont Genmo people ready? They are ready. That Morgan contacted over a dozen prominent families yesterday, who control more than half of the financial sector in the lighthouse. If we hadn't intervened, he would surely have succeeded. Morgan's strategy is truly clever. If it weren't for my knowledge of this history, combined with Fang Mingzhou's coinciding thoughts with Morgan, it might just be as history has shown, indirectly facilitating the emergence of that giant entity. They intend to leverage panic and disrupt the data of the clearing center. And Fang Mingzhou thinks the same way. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The father of the lighthouse is only one person, and that is Burgess. Not Morgan. Tell Burgess that after this, he can comfortably be a banker for a few years, and when we need him, it will be his time to become the father of the nation. Chapter 309. The crisis has arrived. Fang Mingzhou's plan is for Burgess to reap the rewards. Currently, lighthouse finance is in the hands of the Pontgen Morgan family, followed by Burgess and the John Leaf Consortium. It is not yet Lighthouse's shining moment. Before S1, Lighthouse will experience a true surge. For the sake of war, the two major groups are scrambling to purchase supplies, and by the end, the gold held will approach 7,000 tons. Some data indicate 6,727 tons. With such a massive wealth, how could Fang Mingzhou not be tempted? Therefore, using this man-made crisis, he plans to establish a new entity to transfer this gold from Lighthouse's treasury to the new entity. The ownership of the gold remains with Lighthouse's treasury, while the specific execution of storage, safekeeping, and trading operations will belong to the new entity. When the war breaks out and the European continent is in disarray, they can launch a landing operation and seize it. Thus, this plan is quite simple. To further promote the plan in the hands of the Pontgen Morgan family, you want to initiate a bank run? I have gold. Do you want to paralyze the clearinghouse and create circulation issues? I could just blow up your clearinghouse too. It's known that the three largest clearinghouses of Lighthouse are in the hands of Morgan, John Leaf, and Burgess. The Big Apple has the largest settlement center of Lighthouse, the Morgan Building. In an era without computers, countless banks submitted data here for clearing every day, and this building's vault contained enormous amounts of cash as well, facilitating settlements among various financial institutions. If something goes wrong here, half of Lighthouse's clearing data will be affected, and other smaller banks will be too scared to open. Once users come to deposit or withdraw, the data won't match up in a short time. Of course, Fang Mingzhou cannot blow up this building, nor can he turn that cash into paper. As long as the stored user data is destroyed, recovering it will take months, if not half a year. Naturally, this data must have backups, but backups are one thing. Sorting through massive amounts of data to restore it will take time. Meanwhile, Burgess has a large amount of gold and cash, and if the Lighthouse government does not want the fake crisis to turn into a real one, they can only let Burgess step in first and repay him later once the clearing is done. Burgess can then join forces with those bankers, using the insecurity of Lighthouse finance as a reason to establish the new entity. Collaborating with Morgan is certainly an option, and so is working with Burgess. These people only care about making money, regardless of who it is. The current issue is how to dispose of these user data. This is a significant building, not just any random structure. Even a fool knows that such data must be strictly protected. Take the example of a certain building with its secure rooms. Without hundreds of pounds of explosives, it's impossible to shake it. Bringing in hundreds of pounds of explosives to this building would be a grave mistake. At that point, everyone would know it was a deliberate act, and the authorities would certainly investigate. An explosion isn't an option. Fire is the only way to go. This certain Emperor isn't worried, as the Research Institute has developed incendiary devices that could achieve this effect. However, executing this plan would indirectly help the authorities solidify their monetary power. Historically, the treasury of this entity has been a rubber stamp, which is why many investors are keen to engage with it. It was precisely due to this incident that years later, under pressure, the authorities were forced to enact a reserve law, transferring currency issuance rights to a non-governmental organization. If this intervention hadn't occurred, the monetary power would still be in the hands of the government. When conflicts arise, the government would then be able to control domestic industrial production more effectively, potentially allowing a glimpse decades ahead into the industrial might of this leading power. Just thinking about how this entity accounted for half of global industrial manufacturing during a certain period, even allies would have to go all out. Although the individual in question doesn't understand economics, the gold must remain under control. If the financial institution succeeds, the difficulty of dismantling this entity would increase significantly. The plan is simple. As long as the intervention remains undisclosed, at the right moment, the gold can be seized. No matter how powerful this entity is, without money, it can do nothing. Moreover, resources should be mobilized to erase the user settlement data. Additionally, create the illusion that the intervention is following the financial institution's lead. Only by standing high can one fall hard. Within 2 days, news of the naval battle spread across the globe, shocking everyone with the ferocity of the approach, issuing an ultimatum and launching an attack with no room for negotiation. 2 battleships are not significant for this entity, especially since they are older models, but the implications are different. Countries that had delayed introducing new battleship construction plans began to increase their investments in modern battleships. The capability of 2 new battleships to overpower 8 older ones and even sink 2 is enticing. In no time, nations like Gallia, Italia, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire began to push through naval budgets. The entity felt the impact the most. The combination of earthquakes and naval battle losses ignited speculation among investors. The stock market entered a downward spiral. Meanwhile, the government announced plans to invest in reconstruction, which would require at least $400 million in funds. With the destruction of vital infrastructure, aside from the residents, the hardest hit would be the insurance companies, which would need to cover substantial claims. A significant flow of funds moved from the developed East Coast to the West Coast. With the previous canal incident and the recent event involving the neighboring country, the financial reserves of the lighthouse have significantly decreased, leading to a surge in market interest rates. Companies and speculators are facing difficulties in financing, prompting trust companies to raise interest rates for user deposits. In an attempt to earn high interest, the citizens of the lighthouse are reducing their consumption expenditures, further constricting the market. This series of events may seem insignificant on their own, but together they form a standard set of preconditions for an economic crisis. On May 23rd, the well-known Nick Burke Trust Company in the lighthouse took the lead by speculating user funds in copper mining stocks. This was initially a normal practice of investing user funds. However, on May 25th, Burgess Mining suddenly announced the discovery of a massive copper mine in the Atacama Desert region of northern Chile, with reserves exceeding 500 million tons. Instantly, international copper prices plummeted, causing the Nick Burke Trust Company's assets to shrink by more than half. When this news broke, this top 5 trust company in the lighthouse found itself in the spotlight. Countless users queued overnight to withdraw their funds, prioritizing their principal over interest. It is well known that when users lose trust in banks, no amount of reserves can withstand the pressure, especially after the Nick Burke's disastrous investment. While the bankruptcy of a trust company might not be significant, another piece of news emerged. In the 5th year of the current administration, the lighthouse's trade deficit reached $3.9 billion, prompting an immediate market reaction. The lighthouse had become a risk for assets, leading numerous institutions to sell stocks and bonds and withdraw funds. Chapter 310, Stock Sell-Off. A bank run occurred in the Big Apple City, with the stock market having dropped by a third, showing no signs of stopping. Since Brian took office, apart from the initial months, there has not been a single piece of good news. In just a few days, since the naval battle in the Golden Gate Strait, it seemed as if the economy of the lighthouse had gone off the rails. Why was this happening? Brian roared in the presidential office, addressing not only cabinet members, but also many economic experts from the lighthouse. Everyone fell silent, seemingly puzzled. We only lost 2 battleships, not 2 states. Why is our stock market crashing like a flood? Your Excellency, it is all due to the investment failure of the Nick Berg Trust Company, said an economist adjusting his glasses. It is well known that during chaotic times, we seek stability even more. The group nodded in agreement. Our economic growth rate has begun to slow, especially due to last year's excessive railway expansion, and both the coal and steel industries are facing overcapacity issues. Ultimately, it circles back to last year's incident with the neighboring country, where several nations united to deal a significant blow to the lighthouse's industrial exports. The Nick Berg Trust Company is now facing a massive bank run, having already lost $30 million in just 2 days, and bankruptcy is imminent. Using user funds for speculation, losing the principal, and being bankrupted under pressure, it's only a matter of time. The current panic has begun to spread, with a large number of depositors rushing to other trust companies and banks to withdraw their funds. The economist spread his hands and said helplessly, in the coming days, this run on the banks will extend throughout the region. It goes without saying what will happen next. Trust companies will have their savings withdrawn and will be unable to repay, as their funds are all invested in the stock market. The stock market has already lost a third of its value, and they haven't done anything. Assets have shrunk by a third. With the market crashing, those companies will also start to go bankrupt on a large scale, further intensifying the panic. Unless the government can take strong measures to stabilize the market now. Brian asked solemnly, what methods do we have to stabilize the market? We can either buy stocks from these companies to boost the market and restore investor confidence, or we can allocate significant funds to establish a market stabilization agency. This agency would provide loans to distressed trust companies and banks to stem the tide of withdrawals. Alternatively, we could simply close the market and prohibit trading. These measures are increasingly radical, but in this situation, if we don't act aggressively, we might as well brace for an economic crisis. Are you suggesting that our government should bail out private companies that are on the brink of bankruptcy due to reckless speculation? Brian, a staunch advocate of free market principles, believed that these companies, whether railroads or coal mines, were entirely responsible for their own unchecked expansion. Now they want others to clean up their mess. If we truly stabilize the market, those involved will become even more reckless, thinking that someone will always cover for them. We can't use taxpayer money to rescue these greedy individuals. Brian's words undoubtedly conveyed to everyone that the government would not intervene in the market, at least not for now. He felt confident saying this, as the current withdrawals were from trust companies and smaller banks. The region's treasury still has 200 tons of gold and over 100 million in currency. It would take 300 to 400 million to cause significant damage in the short term. Your Excellency, we just received news that a major financial consortium has begun to sell off stocks on a large scale. What? Everyone's expression turned grim. Brian had been considering discussing with these bankers about pooling together some funds to acquire stocks in the market to mitigate the crisis. Not much would be needed, just 100 million would suffice. With so many bankers, each contributing a few million could easily reach that amount. This was also why Brian was reluctant to stabilize the market. As long as it didn't affect the entire country, it would be a good lesson for the speculators. But now, not only was the consortium not buying stocks, but they were also selling off large quantities. Who is this consortium? They are the economic beacon of the region. Once they lead the sell-off, the stock market may never recover. What is the amount being sold? Brian asked hopefully. It is reported that it has already exceeded 200 million. This trust crisis triggered by a specific trust company has swept across the entire region. Such news should have been tightly controlled, but for some reason, it has become public knowledge. The result is that the stock market is paying the price. Due to the previous attempts by a certain trust company to take a big gamble, they attracted a large amount of deposits from savers with interest rates 5 times higher than the market value. Furthermore, they borrowed over 100 million in loans from smaller banks. All these funds were used for speculating on the stocks of a certain copper company, which ended up being negatively impacted by Burgess mining, causing the stock to fall by a third. Not only did the speculators fail to succeed, but they also lost their principal. As a result of this chain reaction, the financial situation for the region became disastrous. Following a newspaper report yesterday, panic spread like a virus, leading to a significant number of depositors rushing to withdraw their funds in the afternoon. Banks typically do not keep large amounts of cash on hand, and without preparation, the cash quickly ran out. Many depositors mistakenly believed that these banks were out of money, and as word spread, the panic intensified. Indeed, some smaller banks were genuinely out of funds, such as those lending to the trust company's affiliated banks. To protect their reputations, major banks demanded that trust companies repay loans immediately. Banks are not foolish. Their interest rates are only 2 to 3, while they could sell to trust companies at a minimum of 5 to 10. However, customer retention was more important. They prioritized getting the money back to deal with the depositors. Under pressure from the banks, trust companies had no choice but to borrow money from the stock market or seek loans from other large depositors. This led to a massive sell-off of stocks. As is well known, when everyone sells stocks, prices plummet. With the stock market in free fall, stockholders panicked further, as many of them were also depositors. Seeing the stocks drop so significantly, they rushed to the banks to withdraw their money. If the banks collapsed, they would lose everything. Banks do not compensate for losses, leading to increasingly long lines for withdrawals. It truly became a perfect closed loop. This was the outcome that a certain influential figure wanted. If the trust company was an accident, the subsequent bank run was orchestrated by him. After all, he was the largest banker in the region, and without his influence, the situation would not have escalated so quickly. Chapter 311. The burning clearinghouse in a major city. Morton shrank his neck against the cold weather of May as he picked up his briefcase and got out of the car. With a decent job, Morton could afford a car, a new model from a well-known manufacturer that was the envy of his neighbors. However, compared to the luxury model parked nearby, he vowed to buy one by the end of the year. The overpriced luxury brand, priced at a minimum of $666, felt like robbery compared to the 100 car from a domestic manufacturer. Yet, the more expensive it was, the better the sales seemed to be, compared to the domestic model. The luxury car not only had superior speed and stability, but also boasted genuine leather seats and a retractable roof for rainy days, providing an enjoyable driving experience. Moreover, it was a symbol of status. Without such a car, one would hesitate to claim they were wealthy. Morton walked towards the building ahead, where the largest clearing center and a prominent bank were located. In his line of sight, a long queue appeared, and it was getting longer. These were people waiting overnight to withdraw money. To Morton, these people were unnecessary, although the stock market had recently dropped, leading to the collapse of several small banks. This was a different matter. This was the bank invested in by Mr. Morgan, and as an employee here, Morton had heard that there was an immense amount of wealth at the very bottom of the building. Morton, did you hear? Yesterday, Mr. Morgan sold a large amount of stocks, and the market has dropped another 10 today, a colleague said as they walked by. Why did Mr. Morgan sell stocks? Morton was startled. A large portion of his wealth was tied up in shares of that bank. If the stocks fell, he wouldn't even have money for gas, let alone buy a new car. Don't worry, the drop is in other stocks. Our Morgan stocks have remained strong. A smile appeared on Morton's face just as he was about to enter the building. However, he saw a group of individuals coming out. This was Mr. Morgan's esteemed enterprise. How could there be such individuals? Oh, there was a problem with the building's plumbing recently, and it seems the supervisor, Tabitha, got drenched. One of them chuckled at the thought of the plump supervisor. Back in the office, seeing his colleagues busy, Morton settled into his seat. Thanks to the recent economic turmoil, the workload at the clearinghouse had increased exponentially, and that was just from a couple of days ago. The clearing had a delayed effect. By the day after tomorrow, there might not even be time for a coffee break. Constant phone calls and data were being consolidated here, handling half of the clearing data for the region. Any small error in the numbers could result in losses amounting to thousands. Everyone was alert because that troublesome supervisor, Tabitha, had appeared in the office. This supervisor, known for her sharp eyes, gathered stacks of preliminarily calculated data, which would undergo a second round of accounting before becoming numbers on bank books. As she pushed the clearing data towards a well-guarded room where various settlement data were stored, the door closed, and the data was completely shrouded in darkness. But no one noticed that the bottom of the cart was faintly emitting white smoke. White phosphorus can ignite spontaneously when exposed to air, and while it needed to be controlled to avoid detection, the cart, which was commonplace, went unchecked. This is what they call darkness under the lamp. Half an hour later, as the crowds waiting downstairs stared in shock at the thick smoke billowing from the building, they were left speechless. What was happening? Could even the prominent bank not be spared? Inside the building, smoke was already rolling, and the paper data was meeting the white phosphorus like a long-awaited rain. People rushed out of the building in a panic, with some even attempting to go back in to extinguish the flames. However, the once protective gates that safeguarded the data had now become obstacles. The sounds of running, shouting, and the roaring fire made the building the center of attention in an instant. Half an hour later, the flames grew larger, with more hidden white phosphorus igniting. The fire not only affected the clearing center, but also spread to the upper floors. In the reception room were the leaders, including the president's office. And facing them was Secretary of State Elihu, who had just rushed back from the West Coast. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you all understand the purpose of today's gathering. Elihu stated directly. The economic crisis had already begun to spread, and if they could not resolve the issues, it would impact the entire region. Mr. Secretary, with all due respect, this is merely the market correcting itself. We should not interfere, Pont Ginmo replied calmly, aware that the initiative was in his hands. If they waited another 2 or 3 days, when the storm swept through, they could simply announce that there were issues with the clearing system. Pont Ginmo glanced at Burgess, who currently held a significant portion of control over the region. The plan from 10 years prior had ultimately benefited him, and he had made peace with certain influential figures. Pont Ginmo had severed ties with these figures, and, although they were both part of the same circle, he did not want to be under their control. He aimed to seize control over the monetary authority of the region, as only then could he hope to compete with these influential figures. Mr. Pont Genmo, I would like to know why your company sold off a large number of stocks in railroads, coal, and other companies yesterday? Elihu asked angrily. These bankers from Wall Street were not only failing to assist the government in stabilizing the stock market, but were also engaging in massive sell-offs. Otherwise, the crisis could have been mitigated by the Treasury. Mr. Secretary, I've already stated that this is just business. These sectors have seen very slow growth and low profit margins over the past 2 years. I had no choice but to sell them. Otherwise, my company would go bankrupt. Pont Genmo replied. Everyone in the region could go bankrupt, but not you, Morgan, Elihu retorted, unable to blame him. As Morgan had pointed out, there was no law preventing businessmen from selling stocks. However, it was clear that there was a plan at play. These greedy individuals were still coveting the monetary authority of the region. Years ago, a certain president had thwarted their plans, and now they were making a comeback. Could the region withstand this challenge? Elihu glanced at Burgess, who, despite being in the mining sector, had established himself as the third largest bank in the region. Not to mention his knack for speculation. Chapter 312. The battle for monetary defense begins. Burgess looked at the people before him, understanding that Secretary Elihu had gathered them for this crisis. Although he did not know why the significant figures were stepping in to save the region once again, he nodded in agreement. Your Excellency Elihu, the recent stock market decline and panic, in my opinion, are entirely unwarranted. Elihu nodded, as he naturally understood why this crisis had suddenly erupted. Ultimately, it was last year's events that affected us, leading to a significant outflow of our gold reserves. Burgess managed to extract $1.5 billion from the financial sector, along with other expenses related to the canal and ongoing construction projects. At least $200 million has flowed out, which was not part of our plan. Additionally, various countries in Europa are tightening funds due to the Emperor's military ship sales, with new battleships being put on the agenda and investments being pulled back. Of course, we also have the current situation with Morgan and John Leffy, who were once rivals but have now joined forces. The recent earthquake and the conflict in the eastern region have caused the public to lose confidence in us. In truth, our country is not lacking in funds, is it? This is common knowledge, but the general populace is unaware. Even if Brian were standing before them, they likely wouldn't believe him. As long as we release a certain level of liquidity, this crisis will naturally resolve itself. This situation is different from a decade ago, when the financial sector was just taking shape and faced the peak period of the Rothschild family, which didn't end well. Now, the scale of the financial sector ensures that our gold reserves won't be depleted in the short term. This is a man-made deflation. From our perspective, as long as the government can provide around $700 million in currency, it could restore public confidence. Morgan was taken aback. The figures mentioned by this mining tycoon were close to what he had imagined. Moreover, Morgan knew that the financial sector could only provide $200 million in credit currency, and by selling stocks, he could inflate that number to $800 million. The quicker the action is taken, the less credit currency will be issued. And once a run on the financial sector begins, it would take at least $1 billion to resolve the situation. Elihu nodded, recognizing that this was Brian's initial thought. The financial sector could still scrape together that amount. That's why Brian was reluctant to intervene in the market. He wanted to teach these people a lesson. However, Morgan's actions undermined the government's plans, making it impossible for the financial sector to come up with the $800 million gap in a short time. Of course, as long as stability is maintained, within a year, this crisis will naturally dissipate. The root cause lies in the lack of a unified central bank in the financial sector. Burgess glanced at Elihu and said helplessly, President Cleveland had hoped that his successor McKinley would establish a central bank in the later years. Unfortunately, it was never realized. This is also a self-inflicted wound for the financial sector. Had they taken advantage of that crisis 10 years ago to establish a central bank, although they would have lost some control, today's situation could have been avoided. After McKinley took office, he became wary of the Squid and even Burgess, leading to the central bank not being fully established for a long time. Subsequently, he was assassinated, and his successor Fairbanks, lacking in capability and merely a vice president who got lucky, naturally did not focus on this issue. Now, this boomerang has once again struck the financial sector. After this, Brian will surely know what to do. As long as there is no central bank and only a finance ministry, it is still impossible to curb the economic crisis brought about by the liberalism of the Lighthouse. President Brian has decided to establish a central bank in the next 2 to 3 years. This is to guide the Lighthouse in issuing currency, regulating the money supply, and formulating monetary policy to maintain financial stability. Now that the benefits of a central bank are understood, Burgess thought to himself with disdain. If it had been established earlier, allowing him to get involved, the Emperor Fong would probably not have troubled you again. The Lighthouse is currently the only developed country without a central bank, making it a prime example of the era of free banking. Elihu is sitting here because the financial stability of the lighthouse is surprisingly not reliant on the state, but rather on the goodwill of these trusts or Wall Street capitalists. Now, the lighthouse is in a situation where private bankers are stepping in to rescue the market during a financial crisis. A process that seems irrational, yet has created the industrial miracle of the lighthouse. I personally believe that a national financial committee should be established to create a nationwide payment and clearing system, acting as a lender of last resort to prevent systemic financial risks. Although Burgess does not know where the Emperor Fong found his financial talents, this theoretical framework is indeed very appealing. This committee should provide a flexible money supply so that both shortages and surpluses can be addressed through absorption and lending. Elihu listened carefully. He initially thought this miner was skilled, but did not expect his understanding of finance to be so profound. Meanwhile, Morgan and John Leaf opened their eyes wide, realizing that this theoretical framework is even more effective than their proposed alternatives to the lighthouse's currency authority. If Fong Mingzhou were present, he would surely laugh at them. This is precisely the original function of the Federal Reserve. They are merely using a system they conceived to counteract them. The establishment of the Federal Reserve is not coincidental but inevitable. This crisis, like history, has shown the vulnerabilities of national finance to the lighthouse and its people. These capitalists and trusts do not care about this. Wherever there is profit, they will flock. And once everyone enters the market, it will lead to surplus. The Federal Reserve balances this process. Deflation indicates falling prices, weak demand, and economic recession. So I will print money to increase the money supply, lower interest rates, and buy bonds. Inflation indicates rising prices, currency devaluation, and an overheated economy. So I will withdraw currency, curb inflation, raise interest rates, and sell bonds. The more Elihu listened, the more excited he became. This method is simply excellent. As long as the lighthouse government controls gold reserves and establishes such a financial committee under its wing, it can resist economic crises to some extent. As for complete resistance, even Elihu does not believe that this can disappear. It can only be delayed or losses reduced. Mr. Burgess, your idea is very good. I wonder if you have time recently. I need you to have a good discussion with those economists. Elihu wishes he could establish this so-called financial committee right now. Your Excellency, the urgent task at hand is to resolve this crisis. Even if you don't want to, I, Burgess, will persuade you. There's no need to rush. Elihu glanced at the two people beside him and said in a somewhat subdued voice, "Are you two willing to join us in mitigating this crisis?" The room fell silent. Your Excellency, I am merely a businessman. I am powerless in the face of such a crisis. It was clear that Morgan had declined Elihu's offer. Burgess beside them remained composed, knowing that the Emperor's people had already secured their gains. Chapter 313, The Hidden Threat at the Presidential Residence. Negotiations concerning the future of the lighthouse continued. Elihu was somewhat surprised by Morgan's refusal. He hadn't expected this group of trusts to still prioritize money over their lives after being targeted by two administrations. The lighthouse was no longer just a rubber stamp. Both economic and military power were firmly in the hands of the government. Mr. Morgan, you should understand that this crisis will eventually pass. Elihu's statement could be interpreted as a threat. However, since Morgan dared to take such actions, he naturally understood the consequences. In his view, the lighthouse had changed. They had once helped it achieve its position as an industrial leader. Now, the government, which had benefited from the bounty, seemed intent on dismantling it into smaller companies under their control. If that was the case, then let this cabinet see who truly holds the reins of the lighthouse. Morgan was not alone. He was backed by numerous trusts. Otherwise, no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't have been able to create such chaos in the lighthouse in just a few days. The banks and trust companies controlled by these trusts had sold off over $500 million worth of stocks in less than 3 days. The market value of all stocks had now halved, with countless people queuing overnight to withdraw their money. If this couldn't shake the lighthouse's economy, then surely no one could threaten it. This was exactly what these trusts wanted, to make the citizens of the lighthouse feel the pain, to show them the despair of looking across the sea at those nations. They aimed to establish a central bank and then privatize it. Otherwise, an economic crisis could take away their hard-earned wealth at any moment. Of course, the stock market's decline would lead to significant losses for them. But as long as the lighthouse capitulated, they would be ready to invest large sums of money to buy back the stocks. With this back and forth, they could still make a profit, but the government would have to pay a bloody price. Your Excellency Elihu, I believe the government should step in. Otherwise, after today, the stock market may very well close. If these declines cannot be halted, the lighthouse will have no choice but to artificially close the stock market, halt trading, and freeze the exchanges. Otherwise, countless quality assets will become worthless. However, the panic resulting from a market closure will only exacerbate the situation. Unless the lighthouse can come up with cash amounting to roughly double the value of the stocks they sold off. Furthermore, Morgan glanced at Elihu. noting that the military gap of the lighthouse had become glaringly obvious. The once proud citizens of the lighthouse woke up to find that 2 new battleships could render their navy powerless. Under the double blow of economic and military pressures, President Bryan would have no choice but to compromise. Burgess watched the 2 men beside him, occasionally glancing at his watch. At this point, the people from the Emperor should have taken action. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door, and before anyone could respond, the door was pushed open. Several figures swiftly entered, disregarding the guards behind them. What was happening? It was important to know who was in this room. What significant event could lead these individuals to barge in without regard for the consequences? Mr. Morgan, the car is ready. You need to return to the big city immediately. The anxious voice of the assistant came through. Our clearing center is on fire, and the flames are out of control. The entire building is burning. Crash. Morgan, who had just been holding a cup of coffee, turned pale. He understood the implications of a fire at the clearing center. Impossible, impossible. After a brief moment of shock, Morgan quickly regained his composure and looked at Secretary Elihu. Could it be that the government had taken action? At that moment, Elihu also wore a shocked expression, wondering who could have done such a thing. The largest clearing center was ablaze, and all transactions had to be suspended, giving the government precious time. Of course, trading could still occur, but only if one was willing to risk losing all transaction data. Lord Elihu, I think the government should show some resolve now. Burgess suddenly stood up and said, President Bryan should persuade Congress to issue a special gold bond to exchange for enough cash to rescue the market. Yes. How did I not think of that? This is the best opportunity, Elihu replied. No matter how long it took to recover the clearing data, even a single day would provide room for maneuver. The question now was whether Burgess had that much money. We were talking about not just 1 or 200 million, but at least 5 or 600 million. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into Elihu's mind. Could this incident be orchestrated by Burgess? Elihu knew that Morgan and Jean Lefebvre, standing nearby, could also put the pieces together. They stared at Burgess in shock, as if they were meeting him for the first time. A cold sweat broke out in their minds. If Burgess truly allied with the government, he could indeed control this crisis. A year ago, he had made 700 to 800 million by auctioning off kangaroo minerals. That amount was exactly what was needed to rescue the market in this crisis. Was it all just a coincidence? Morgan didn't have time to say anything. He needed to return to the big city as quickly as possible to take charge. His assistant had already informed him that although the data from the clearing center had been completely destroyed in the fire, the 200 million in cash in the underground vault was intact. That was his principle for buying back stocks. As the car moved, Morgan's only thought was to quickly get the cash to repurchase stocks, or else once this individual with ample funds entered the market to acquire those stocks, his losses would exceed 100 million. Mr. Morgan, I didn't dare to mention it in front of the secretary earlier, but this morning there was a massive influx of funds acquiring the stocks we sold. At this moment, only Elihu and Mr. Burgess remained in the office. Mr. Burgess, regarding your proposal to establish a national financial committee, I believe the president is very interested. However, the prerequisite is that we must get through this crisis first. Elihu finally understood that these factions would not unite on their own. Each had their own demands. Moreover, compared to those greedy bankers, Mr. Burgess, with his mining background, is much more pragmatic. Although he seeks profit, it is always within the rules set by the lighthouse. Not to mention, he has helped the country so many times. The National Financial Committee certainly needs someone like Mr. Burgess to lead. I believe the president will surely keep Mr. Burgess satisfied. The lighthouse needs to change. If it doesn't, how can anyone endure an economic crisis every few years? Chapter 314. The fourth rescue of the lighthouse. At this moment in the presidential office, the president was discussing with a group of economists how to rescue the market. Yes, the president, who previously opposed market intervention, now regretted not having billions at his disposal. He never imagined that his term would be so challenging, with all the bad events targeting him. Compared to his predecessor, President Fairbanks, it was like the sky had fallen at the start of his term. Fairbanks seemingly had an easy term, enjoying favorable conditions, and even achieving the opening of a canal before finishing his term. And what about him? The canal crisis in the first half of last year, the Lame incident in the second half, and now the earthquake and maritime conflict with the eastern region have all cast a shadow over his administration. Now, with this economic crisis, the economic growth rate of the lighthouse is likely to stagnate or even experience negative growth. The lack of confidence is vividly reflected in the stock market, where everyone is selling off their stocks, hoping to survive this economic winter. All eyes are on the presidential office, hoping he can help the country out of this predicament. How much funding do we need to halt this crisis? During this time, the president has invited these economists to the presidential office to obtain the most authoritative analysis at any moment. You were the one who insisted on not intervening before. Now you want to? It's too late. At least $800 million is needed, and it must be quick. Otherwise, with everyone selling off, even $1.8 billion would be useless. How much funding can we mobilize? The president looked at his finance minister. No more than $200 million. Finance Minister Court Liu was also helpless. At the beginning of the crisis, this amount could have saved the market. There was a fourfold shortfall. And the president finally understood the immense pressure that President Cleveland had endured back then. He was in a much better position now. At least the lighthouse wouldn't face destruction. A trust institution and a major fire had completely pushed the crisis nationwide. When the news spread that the clearing data of the Morgan building had been completely destroyed, the stock market plummeted again. The destruction of the clearing data meant that transactions could not be reconciled, and the core banking operations of deposits and withdrawals had come to a standstill. It is speculated that restoring this data will require a significant investment of human and material resources for manual reconciliation and data reconstruction. At least 2 to 3 months will be needed, and this is just for one financial group to clear its lost data. Within a week, the economic crisis has expanded into the industrial sector, with many small and medium-sized factory owners beginning to show signs of disrupted cash flow. Some companies have even shut down, awaiting further developments. Particularly, clients of a certain bank are now keeping their passbooks tightly guarded, as losing them would mean losing their wealth. The bank has also lost its previous arrogance. In recent days, countless business tycoons and trust magnates are hoping that the government can intervene to stabilize the market, as their company stocks have plummeted to alarming levels. Your Excellency, with all due respect, even if we attempt to stabilize the market now, it may not go smoothly. We lack our own settlement system, stated an economist. With the data loss at the bank, only a couple of other banks remain operational. The absence of a central bank has significant drawbacks. The government wants to intervene, but finds it hard to allocate funds. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all experts in the economic field. I would like to know the feasibility of establishing a national financial committee. A week ago, a representative returned with the bank's refusal and a proposal from another financial leader who is willing to collaborate with the government to stabilize the market. Provided there are guarantees for the recovery of funds, the government must issue corresponding gold bonds. Brian understands this. After all, spending actual money and repaying in gold is reasonable. However, the financial leader also demands the establishment of a financial committee to supervise the repayment of these funds and to express dissatisfaction with current fiscal policies. It is puzzling why past presidents have been so keen on opposing centralization. Since the founding of the country, the tradition of opposing central banking has persisted. These presidents seem to worry that concentrated power would lead to a financial oligarchy controlling the central bank, advocating for decentralized management. Yet, this has not changed much. The financial elites on the East Coast still control the national economy. Brian is aware of the shortcomings of the financial system, which relies on these private entities for market stabilization. If it weren't for the bank's self-interest, simply injecting $200 million into the market at the onset of the crisis could have been a straightforward downer. As a president elected by those from the agricultural Midwest and small businesses, Brian believes that if this continues, the financial oligarchs will grow to a point where even the government cannot control them. Thus, he is actually intrigued by the financial committee proposed. His economists recognize this issue as well. After all, the committee itself is a viable solution, provided the government can maintain control, or else it could lead to disaster. But who can say for certain that the financial leader has ulterior motives, or that he can indeed control this committee? Unprecedented events cannot just be fabricated. After listening to the explanations from these individuals, Brian understood the reasoning behind it. In his view, as long as the Treasury holds gold, this so-called financial committee is merely a tool. If faced with issues like today's again, as long as the government has enough gold, it can directly utilize the committee to issue emergency currency. There is no shortage of currency in the market, and the market will naturally correct itself. At Dongzhou Garden, Fang Mingzhou was also reviewing the intelligence from the lighthouse and felt a sense of relief. The origins of the massive entity known as Milianku had finally emerged. And regarding Brian's confidence, Fang Mingzhou could only say that these individuals are currently tools. However, given the greed of these bankers and the squid, at most in a decade or two, this so-called financial committee will gradually replace the treasury of the lighthouse, thus controlling the economy of the nation. Mr. Burgess has already invested over $600 million in the stock market, and the run on the lighthouse has begun to ease. Fang Wu knew that His Majesty had succeeded again. Mr. Burgess not only has control, but has also become the president of this financial committee. Furthermore, during this speculation, he acquired many shares at low prices. In a few months, as the run on the bank eases, these stocks will bring His Majesty profits of over $100 million. The shipbuilding funds for the Dongzhou Navy will be easily recovered with just a small action from His Majesty. The greatest sorrow for the lighthouse is that it has caught His Majesty's attention. Fang Mingzhou had no particular feelings about this. Such an advantage of foresight was practically a bug. What he was worried about was another matter, the Morocco crisis. Chapter 315. The Morocco crisis. Some say that a conflict between old and new powers is unavoidable. Fang Mingzhou agrees. But when did the two major factions completely tear apart? Most likely, many believe that the events in Morocco foreshadow the onset of this conflict. Naturally, Feng Mingzhou is keeping a close watch on this situation. Your Majesty, based on intelligence, during our visit to the European continent last year, John Bull and Gallic Rooster signed a memorandum of understanding. This included the division of colonial influence in Africa between the two nations. There is a reason why Gallic Rooster is referred to as the Supreme Emperor of North Africa in later generations. One can see it by looking at the current map of colonies. Basically, all of West and North Africa are colonies of Gallic Rooster, which is why it has become a strong nation second only to John Bull. These vast colonies bring immense wealth to Gallic Rooster each year. To put it bluntly, Gallic Rooster today is akin to the World Bank in later times. If you're short on cash, it's definitely the place to go, as long as you can pay it back. The two nations reached an agreement regarding Morocco, with John Bull recognizing it as the sphere of influence of Gallic Rooster, which was the biggest point of contention between the two nations. Morocco may not be large, but it is a very important strategic point. This location is one of the world's 5 major maritime choke points, and it is well known that it is a crucial area that must be fiercely defended. Additionally, this place serves as the northwestern gateway to Africa and a continental springboard, being only 14 kilometers away from the nearest point to the European continent, making it closer to the core of Europe than other areas. Aside from its strategic position, Morocco's phosphate reserves account for 1/3 of the world's total, which is a core raw material for the fertilizer industry. To put it simply, whoever controls this area can ensure agricultural abundance, and the importance of food security is self-evident. Logically, this area shouldn't have much to do with a certain colonial power, as it started its colonial endeavors late and was allocated territories that were often disregarded by other nations. Such a prime location would seem unlikely to fall into their hands. However, the current leadership has a different perspective. If this area were taken over, it would not only threaten maritime dominance, but also affect the security of vital sea routes. It could even weaken the influence of another significant power in the region, creating a wedge in their colonial empire and posing a serious challenge to their geopolitical interests. Previously, a memorandum of understanding between the two powers excluded the aforementioned nation, which caused considerable dissatisfaction. While the Eastern Empire was focused on curbing another country's influence in a certain region, the leadership was also active. Last year, they visited the Moroccan city of Tangier, claiming to uphold Morocco's independence and asserting that all countries should be treated equally here. This was clearly a provocation to the other two nations. As expected, they quickly expressed their protests, believing this was an attempt by the colonial power to mimic the Eastern Empire's actions. Since last year, the three nations have been engaged in a tug-of-war over this area, with tensions continuously escalating. The other significant power would not sit idly by. Upon realizing the colonial power's intentions to interfere, it directly sought to control Morocco's sultan and proposed a reform plan. Essentially, this meant taking over Morocco's financial, military, and police affairs, effectively turning it into a protectorate. The leadership, seeing this defiance and opposition, was understandably displeased, especially after recently enhancing its naval capabilities. They demanded an international conference, invoking an agreement signed over 2 decades ago, which stated that all foreign nationals and their rights in Morocco should be treated equally. They sought to rally other nations to counterbalance the influence of the other significant power. This move further convinced the latter that the leadership was well prepared. Currently, conflicts between the two sides continue, with the support of one nation leading to a hardline stance from the other. 3 months ago, the colonial power threatened war and mobilized its forces. At that time, the regional leader was preoccupied with a naval battle on the west coast and did not pay much attention to this situation, knowing that conflict was not imminent. However, the other two nations were unaware that the mobilization had immediately escalated international tensions. The other significant power also showed its resolve, increasing troops along the borders 2 months ago. At the same time, the British expressed support for the demands of the French, and even the Russian leader was no exception. How could the Russian leader remain silent? After all, the French are a major financial backer, and without their loans, the Russian leader would be in deep trouble. Currently, only the Austro-Hungarian Empire has clearly expressed support for the German faction, while Italy has chosen to support the French. Feng Mingzhou sometimes really wants to tell the Russian leader to hold off on the S1 for now. Swallowing Italy would definitely not be a problem. Perhaps the British and the French would even wholeheartedly agree, and absorbing Italy would give the Russian leader decades to digest. What a situation. Italy is supposed to be part of the alliance, yet now they are running off to support the Entente. Shouldn't such a traitor be taught a lesson first? Does this mean the situation is now unfavorable for the Germans? Yes, currently both sides are at a stalemate, unwilling to back down. The German Prime Minister Bernhard has already reached out to us, hoping we can stand by their side. Due to the Moroccan issue, countries have unanimously decided to hold a meeting in Algeciras in 2 months to determine Morocco's fate. Is Morocco still an independent country? Yes, Your Majesty. The current Sultan is Abdulaziz, but he is somewhat inexperienced and has imposed many new taxes to address fiscal control. There is significant dissent against him at home, with many people resisting his rule. Fang Mingzhou nodded. The Eastern Empire would certainly send representatives, but they would likely be there just to fill numbers and not make decisions. If it were Asian affairs, the Eastern Empire could call the shots, but this is the European continent. Let us send the German ambassador. He doesn't need to take a side. Just casting a vote of abstention will suffice. The Germans must learn a lesson from failure. Only then will they abandon their fantasies. Fang Mingzhou knows that this is just the first crisis, and there will be a second Moroccan crisis, which will push the Russian leader to decide to engage in a glorious war. He even knows the outcome. The Germans will end up with nothing. In the end, during this discussion, all countries, except for the Germans and Austro-Hungarians, recognize the French colonial claim over Morocco. This diplomatic failure has deepened the animosity the Germans feel towards the British and the French. The Russian leader has completely abandoned diplomacy and is now charging ahead recklessly, declaring that there will be no more concessions. It is estimated that in a few months, we will witness a real naval arms race. Chapter 316. The beginning of the competition. Portsmouth Harbor is currently bustling with people, with countless British citizens gathering at their largest naval shipbuilding base. The annual shipbuilding output here accounts for over 70% of the British fleet. Today, not only the British Prime Minister, but even King Edward has made an appearance. All for this steel giant in the dock, the HMS Dreadnought. The British have waited too long for this day. So long that they almost forgot they are the world's leading naval power. Since the emergence of the new battleship during the naval battle between the Eastern continent and the Bear Nation, everyone has witnessed its power. In just 1 minute, it directly destroyed one of the Bear Nation's battleships, declaring the world has entered the era of new battleships. From that day on, the global leader seemed to face a series of misfortunes. Meanwhile, the once backward Far East seized the opportunity and, over the course of a year, became an undeniable force on the world stage. Watching the Eastern continent expand step by step while being unable to counter with naval power left a bitter taste. This feeling of being out of imperial control was quite unpleasant. But now, everything is about to return to the right track. At the dock, 4 Dreadnought-class battleships were adorned with colorful flags, with countless naval soldiers standing straight on the ships. When Edward VII appeared, everyone applauded. The Prime Minister also appeared beside him. This leader, who took over from his predecessor over a year ago, has faced significant challenges. The previous leader struggled with conflicts from the beginning of his term and failed to protect trade and tariff reforms. Coupled with a series of diplomatic and military setbacks in recent years, he resigned last year, leading to the formation of a new cabinet. The biggest change in this cabinet is that all its members are from the Liberal and Labour parties, marking the complete loss of power by the Conservative Party, which had been in power for decades. The current Prime Minister emphasizes personal freedom, limited government, and free trade, opposing excessive economic intervention. He advocates maintaining the global free trade system to consolidate leadership. Yes, free trade, which had disappeared for over a decade, is making a comeback. To put it bluntly, anyone from the future could now purchase battleships from the global leader, provided they still value such old-fashioned vessels. Furthermore, he made a decision that contradicted tradition, transforming the Boer from a colony into a member of the Federation. This means that the deaths of hundreds of thousands of soldiers from years ago were in vain, as the enemy became one of their own. What's even more peculiar is his support for the autonomy of Ireland, which aligns with the Liberal Party's stance on independence. Previous leaders had aimed to unify the Federation members to strengthen international influence and military power, but this new leader, after just over 6 months in office, announced that the Dominions would have autonomy. The idea of a unified empire? Not necessary. This violates the rights of the Dominions, which should be maintained through free trade and cultural ties. This is akin to someone suggesting that certain provinces should be independent. It would not be tolerated lightly. This has made others cautious, as both the Eastern continent and the global leader operate under constitutional frameworks. If, decades later, a similar party with questionable judgment were to gain the power to form a government, would all the hard-earned dominance be undermined by this individual? It seems one cannot follow the example of a certain queen and allow such chaotic elements to easily take charge. Indeed, it is necessary to add a clause that the emperor can dissolve the government, which must be enshrined in the constitution. Freedom must not be taken too far. However, today is indeed a day worth celebrating for a certain nation. The launch of 4 battleships signifies the emergence of the second country in the world to possess modern battleships. Although they still require sea trials and will not join the Navy for at least another year, it does not hinder the fact that this nation has already gained the upper hand over its rival. Moreover, the Parliament has approved the construction of 3 additional battleships of a certain class. Meanwhile, the rival's 4 ships are still under construction. When the official received the final results of the conference in a certain city, A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as arrogant as ever. Your Majesty, the request from the rival for international co-management of Morocco has been rejected. Out of 14 nations, 10 voted in favor of a certain nation taking over Morocco, while we and another country abstained, with the Austro-Hungarian Empire supporting the rival. This clearly shows the diplomatic isolation of the rival in Europe. The official side, noting that if only the rival had not imposed its will on diplomacy, it would not be in such a helpless situation now. However, this is also a good thing. Animosity between the two major groups leads to stronger actions. In August of the 6th year of the reign, half a month after the conference in that city concluded, the rival suddenly announced the acceleration of the construction of its battleships, adding 4 more of another class. This declaration ignited outrage across Europe. Before the nation could respond, others quickly took action. First, a certain nation that suffered heavy losses from a conflict in the East announced the construction of 2 new battleships after stabilizing its domestic economic crisis. Due to insufficient technical reserves, this battleship class even enlarged the hull of a previous design to 20,000 tons, equipped with 4 dual-mounted 305mm guns. Yet it had a meager speed of only 19 knots and a reduced range of 4,000 nautical miles. Nevertheless, it is still a new battleship. After reconciling with the nation, the rival's navy ceased hostilities, allowing it to focus its efforts on the rival. Historically, a previous class of battleship was expected to transform into a modern one. The rival still possesses shipbuilding technology, but financial issues have delayed the launch of its new battleship. The crisis in Morocco prompted the rival to summon reserves, gathering a large number of older battleships in the North Sea. This made the rival realize that if it were not for the deployment of the large fleet from the other nation, it would not be able to withstand the rival's navy. Perhaps that leader would really dare to directly sail a warship to occupy a certain North African country. This has left the local military feeling uneasy about their naval strength, and the idea of a green water navy has been completely abandoned. The nation urgently passed a naval bill to construct 4 new battleships of a certain class. Chapter 317. Countries follow suit. The leader and his ally gained nothing from the crisis in that North African country and became a laughingstock for their overconfidence. This was intolerable for the proud leader. In his view, the army was already strong enough to face off against the local military without fear, and even gain the upper hand. Even the bears on the other side, after the last war with the Eastern continent, had shown their true weakness. Moreover, with a little cost, the Eastern continent could tie down the bears. The army was not worried, but the navy was. After all, the world naval power was right at their doorstep. The leader fully unleashed his ambitions, wanting to compete with the naval power and the local military. Coupled with the rapid economic development of his nation in recent years, which greatly increased national finances, the leader felt more confident. Originally, the new battleships were on the same starting line, but now his nation had fallen behind. Therefore, while the naval power planned to build 7 new battleships, he directly ordered 8. This move provoked the local military. Once the local military made its move, other countries with grievances against it could not sit idly by, wondering if the new battleships were meant to target them or their rival. The 2 major powers, the naval power and the local military, responded aggressively, collectively constructing 74 new battleships. Naturally, the 2 major powers in the alliance had to follow suit. Following the aforementioned countries, another power could no longer remain idle. After acquiring new battleship technology from the Eastern continent, it announced plans to build 4 battleships of a certain renowned class, also 4 in number. Previously, when a certain envoy visited this power to strengthen its capabilities, a series of enhancements were undertaken. After the Eastern continent and the local military signed an officer exchange training agreement, this power also signed a similar agreement, but instead of an exchange, the envoy aimed to have both land and naval forces assist in training. It should be noted that during the last conflict, this power had mobilized over 2 million soldiers, but could not even defeat the bears. Not only did it fail to help its ally restrain the bears, but it also forced the ally to send troops for protection, earning it the reputation of being a burden in the alliance. While it was impossible to elevate this power to the same level as the ally, under the envoy's request, the most important 500,000 local troops had to come close to the level of the rival's elite forces. As for the remaining disorganized troops, they would serve as cannon fodder. If they learned well, it was possible that after the conflict, the ruling family might still become a royal family. Regarding the navy of this power, the envoy proposed a strategy of being few but elite. Therefore, in the transaction, although only 10 million currency units were involved, the envoy essentially sold the blueprints of a certain class of ships to this power. In addition to advanced technologies beyond this era in terms of power and armor, this class of joint forces is stronger than any in history. With a displacement of 21,600 tons and a full load of 23,015 tons. The Austro-Hungarians also acquired technology for hardened steel from a certain manufacturer, allowing this class of battleship to effectively compete with the battleships of a certain rival nation. A nation with a long-standing rivalry with this competitor and territorial disputes with the Austro-Hungarians, Italy, could not sit idly by either. The Dante class appeared 4 years earlier. Do not underestimate Italy. Their naval strength is quite formidable. The Dante class employs a unique triple turret technology, which even the Beidou class did not utilize. With 4 triple turrets of 305mm 46 caliber main guns, they can unleash 12 305mm naval guns simultaneously from one side. Their firepower exceeds that of the Beidou class. Although Italy's triple turret technology is not as mature as that of the East, unable to resolve the issue of muzzle blast interference. Nevertheless, this design significantly increases the firepower density of this class of battleship. However, due to budget constraints, only 2 units of this class were built. Seeing this, the Bear Nation realized that even countries outside the top 5 powers, like Italy, were beginning to construct new battleships. Among the 5 powers, only they had neither new battleships nor even old ones still under construction. Due to previous stances taken during the Moroccan issue, they firmly aligned with certain nations, leading to a sense of security regarding the large population of the Bear Nation. They were viewed as allies. Under the guidance of certain leaders, there was a high-profile announcement to construct 4 new battleships of the Gongat class, essentially modifying the rival nation's battleship design slightly. With 8 countries announcing the construction of new battleships, the world was ushered into a new era of battleships. With everyone proclaiming that the age of great ships and cannons had arrived, 2 major military blocs, along with the East and another nation, began building battleships. Shipyards worldwide capable of constructing new battleships echoed with the sounds of riveting through the night. The sound of riveting had begun, and no one dared to relax. Falling behind would mean being left behind, and history has shown the consequences of that. All 8 countries, without exception, had to grit their teeth and keep up. History had changed, and the new battleships from a certain nation had ignited this naval arms race ahead of schedule. It is important to note that battleships are not cheap. Each one costs millions of currency units. In the gold standard era, money is not printed infinitely, and everyone is feeling the financial strain. To raise military funds, major powers began to exploit their colonies, leading to an intensification of nationalist movements. Everyone took a deep breath. The changes over the past few months had kept everyone on edge. The Moroccan crisis at the beginning of the year, the economic crisis following the earthquake in another nation, had finally stabilized. The expansion of the Navy by another power had completely sparked a frenzy in world naval affairs. Everyone knew this was just the beginning. In a competition, one cannot build just one class of ship. Currently, 3 countries are leading the naval race: the East, a certain nation, and the manufacturer from a specific region. Because only these 3 nations have begun constructing the new type of battleships at the second level. Other countries are likely to wait another 2 to 3 years. In fact, they are already falling behind. The only possible contender is the Lighthouse, which lacks technology despite having funds. After being beaten by the Eastern naval forces, those in the legislature are aware that the Lighthouse Navy is far behind the current world standards. Fang Mingzhou does not doubt the shipbuilding speed of the Lighthouse. The 2 South Carolina-class battleships are merely trial projects. Once completed, it is feared that the Lighthouse will start producing new battleships in large quantities, just like the other 2 nations. If it weren't for Fang Mingzhou managing to gather a considerable amount of money over the past few years, he might have been suppressed by these countries. Your Majesty, the 100 million blue coins we earned from the Lighthouse stock market have already been transferred back to the homeland through Mr. Burgess's banking system. This is the extra profit Fang Mingzhou made from the remaining unallocated funds after selling technology previously. Unfortunately, it was only a short month. Otherwise, it would certainly have been more. This money has been allocated to Ms. Chiu's research funding. The remaining 550 million blue coins have been transferred to the Prime Minister's Office for Domestic Construction. Chapter 318. The end of the 6th year of Zhao Ming. The 6th year of Zhao Ming was destined to be a year of turmoil. Europa, the Far East, La Mei, the Lighthouse, and even regions like Feizhou were surrounded by various conflicts. Overnight, everyone's tempers flared. The first batch of 100 individuals, referred to as Squid, has secretly arrived in the eastern region, followed by another 400. It must be said that these Squid have indeed invested heavily. The identities of these individuals are extremely complex. Even with the intelligence capabilities of Emperor Fang, it is impossible to fully grasp them. They come from all over the world. And if they had not come voluntarily, the intelligence department would not have even known they were Squid. Moreover, they had all studied the language of the eastern region before their arrival. Although their fluency is lacking, basic communication is still possible. These 500 individuals will join the 2 major military academies in the eastern region. And both the general staff and the intelligence department are keeping a close watch on them. The Squid are also aware that the eastern region is currently their only willing supporter. With the current strength of the eastern region, Supporting these squid in nation building would mean a significant step towards their ideal. Of course, the cost is not light. The first year alone saw 100 million blue coins and gold sent secretly to the Prime Minister's office. In subsequent years, no less than 50 tons annually. Likewise, thousands of squid nationals or scientists, senior scholars, and researchers under their control have come to the eastern region under the guise of research or study. These individuals will never leave in their lifetime. Fang Mingzhou also knows that they may not even be the true essence of the squid. However, it is sufficient, as the eastern region's education is very much in need of personnel. Building universities is easy, but finding teachers is quite challenging. Their arrival fills the significant gap in the shortage of university faculty in the eastern region. As for scientists, apart from a few prominent figures like Einstein specifically requested by Fang Mingzhou, others have also been absorbed by the Military Research Institute. They too will never leave. These individuals are merely bargaining chips. The individual in question has just recently gotten married, and the theory of light quantum has only just been proposed and not yet validated. Fang Mingzhou directly handed him over to a certain multinational automotive company, believing that there would surely be a common language among geniuses. Of course, Fang Mingzhou also declined the proposal from a prominent banking family regarding assistance in establishing a comprehensive economic framework for the eastern region, as well as offers from various economic figures. It's not that Fang Mingzhou lacks money. On the contrary, he wishes he could seize all the gold in the world. However, the economy of the eastern region remains closed, with Fang, the Emperor of the East, utilizing his immense power to restrict the market. The Prime Minister's office is also following a planned approach to develop the economy, in contrast to the free economies of nations like the Lighthouse or Europa. Fang Mingzhou will not consider such options until the military strength of the eastern region commands global respect and the number of mischios reaches double digits. The national industry in the eastern region has only developed for a few years, with most engaged in light industries, particularly textiles, where the clothing needs of 60 million people represent a massive market. These national industries are quite weak. If they were to allow foreign enterprises in, they would likely find themselves unable to repay debts within a year. To develop these industries, Fang Mingzhou has not intervened in the light industry, which yields quick results and profits. Instead, he has invested in heavy industry, which requires a long time to see returns and involves significant investment, all to accelerate their development. A permanently closed market is impossible. What Fang Mingzhou and the Prime Minister's office need to do now is utilize the vast market of the eastern region to nurture growth. They want these industries to compete within the region, allowing for natural selection, so that when they are strong enough to understand the treachery outside, the market can be opened. By then, the eastern region will have become a dominant power, and if competition fails, they can resolve issues through force. Refusing these economic figures does not mean that Fang, the Emperor, rejects money. The first batch of low-interest government bonds worth 500 million blue currency in the eastern region is being issued in various countries in Europa, with these foreign enterprises responsible for underwriting them. Burgess has purchased a considerable amount, viewing it as his duty as the Minister of Finance. However, outsiders see this mining tycoon, who has just risen to the head of the Lighthouse Financial Committee, now setting his sights on the eastern region. The funds are flowing back to the Prime Minister's office through various channels, injecting strong momentum into the country's development. For Fang Mingzhou, having a backup plan to deal with these foreign enterprises is crucial. At least for now, the benefits they bring to the eastern region are unparalleled. To this end, he has specifically instructed the two intelligence heads, Fang Wu and Fang Lu, to enhance monitoring of notable foreign enterprises both in the eastern region and worldwide. The happiest among them is undoubtedly Prime Minister Ouyang Geng, who has secured over 1 billion blue currency in significant funding this year. With money, construction is inevitable. Major projects that require substantial time and effort are being proposed one after another. Railways, roads, heavy industry, and water conservancy are all rapidly advancing under the immense funding. Ouyang Geng has even expanded the construction corps from 500,000 to 1 million. Over the past year, more than 3 million locals have arrived in the eastern region, and the infrastructure development is progressing at a remarkable pace. Urbanization has begun to emerge, but Fang Mingzhou does not see it as a necessary process. In his view, with the largest land area in the world, the development of the eastern continent should adhere more closely to the laws of natural growth. Urbanization has its benefits, but it also brings significant drawbacks. If it comes at the cost of hollowed-out rural areas, abandoned houses, and extreme competition in various industries, Fang Mingzhou would prefer his people to live in the way they enjoy. He is well aware of the benefits brought by large-scale infrastructure. The future of the eastern continent is following this path. The Prime Minister's office has boldly allocated 500 million blue coins for infrastructure development over the next 4 years, stimulating the growth of upstream and downstream industries such as steel, cement, and construction machinery. This also reduces economic operating costs and enhances production efficiency. The truth that to get rich, one must first build roads is undeniable. With such a vast territory, it will take decades to complete construction. The Prime Minister's office is now starting to build the first tramway, and Fang Mingzhou has recruited several true master builders to begin planning the imperial capital. The largest palace complex in the world is part of Emperor Fang's legacy, along with the grandest royal garden. Compared to future generations, the current palace complex is even more magnificent and imposing, standing tall in the eastern capital without having experienced any calamities. There is no sign of industry here. Fang Mingzhou does not want industrial pollution in this beautiful city. Recently, he appointed the Minister of Water Resources. With Sun Pingtao, one of the first group of officials who followed Fang Mingzhou and studied abroad, taking on the role. Over 3 million square kilometers of land in the northwest of the eastern continent face the risk of soil erosion. As Fang Dongxiao cheerfully carries his backpack to school, the 6th year of the reign is coming to an end. Chapter 319. Minister of Water Resources. The heavy snow falls silently, covering the entire land with a layer of white veil. The first snow of the 7th year of the reign finds Fang Mingzhou on a train heading north. The world outside is entirely white. He feels like singing Qin Yuan Chun, snow, but he thinks he lacks the charm for such an endeavor. Perhaps after finishing the S1, he might have the qualification. The outside wind howls, but the temperature inside the train remains at 20 degrees. This is a specially modified train, which could also be described as a monster clad in thick armor. The armored train was initially modified during the war with the neighboring country, and the army found it very effective, ordering 5 more after the war. With the eastern continent undertaking large-scale domestic construction, Fang Mingzhou is taking this opportunity to inspect the regions. Most cabinet ministers are accompanying him, equipped with radios to stay connected at all times if needed. Fang Mingzhou is chatting with Ouyang Geng about party matters. The events in the neighboring country serve as a warning to him. Human desires are endless, and the human heart is the most difficult to grasp. Currently, Fang Mingzhou's prestige is sufficient to suppress the cabinet, but decades or a century from now, his descendants might find themselves in a situation similar to that of some countries today, where the royal family becomes a mere rubber stamp. It's not a big deal. After all, once the people's awareness awakens, this is inevitable. Fang Mingzhou is worried about the party struggles. The emperor who hanged himself in the Coal Mountains serves as a warning to all successors. Currently, the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party in the region are in constant conflict in both houses of parliament. Ouyang Geng shook his head. The system of this country was once the object of admiration for those of them who studied abroad. But now they realize that no system is perfect, and every nation has its own circumstances. Prime Minister, this is not merely an argument, but rather a theoretical disagreement. The Conservative Party wants a strong and integrated federal empire. The current Liberal Prime Minister, Bannerman, has completely overturned the policies of the Conservative Party from the past decade, loosening control over the various dominions. In just a few years, even if they are ousted, it will be impossible for the country to maintain its current federal cohesion. Yen Fu, nearby, chuckled, thinking that the country is just overreaching. In the Far East, strengthening central authority has been a relentless pursuit of successive dynasties. Although the eastern region adopts a large provincial system, the empire is divided into 13 provinces and 4 provinces outside the homeland. The provincial governors act like regional officials, but the real work is done by the local governments. These individuals are appointed by the royal family and the prime minister's office, and with 2 independent oversight systems in place, while corruption cannot be entirely eradicated. As long as Fang Mingzhou maintains a zero-tolerance policy, those below will know what to do. It is well known that the country struggles to manage its subordinates. Just look at its current colonies and dominions. Few of them will remain friendly after several decades. They've recognized a new leader, and of course, there are reasons behind the backdoor dealings. Fang Mingzhou is also discussing with Ouyang Geng the introduction of an anti-secession law for the eastern region, which will legally define the ownership of the current homeland and directly govern territories. With legal backing, any attempt at independence would be futile unless the people of the eastern region were completely wiped out. Otherwise, any rebellion would face suppression. Additionally, mobilization laws need to be prioritized. Pingtai, what are you writing? Ouyang Geng asked curiously, looking at the newly appointed Minister of Water Resources, who is relatively young. If memory serves, he is just over 30. Only the monarch would dare to employ someone so young. At this moment, Sun Pingtai was scribbling away, surrounded by stacks of documents. Fang Mingzhou smiled. This ordinary-looking, average-height minister was someone he had chosen after much consideration. He was among the first to accompany Fang Mingzhou to the harsh camps in Canada and was part of the first batch to receive education there, later excelling and continuing his studies in the region. Unlike most who focused on architecture, industry, and military subjects, Sun Pingtai specialized in agriculture and forestry. There is currently no concept of environmental protection, even though Fang Mingzhou has begun to strengthen oversight in this area. Not to mention slash-and-burn practices, at the very least. They have little to do with nature conservation, and soil erosion in the northwest has become very severe. Fang Mingzhou does not want to end up with sand in his mouth later on. Your Majesty, Prime Minister. I am currently compiling data on soil erosion across the eastern continent over the past 50 years. Sun Pingtao lifted his head, noticing everyone's gaze upon him, and spoke with a heavy tone. During this time, I have reviewed historical records and found the situation to be quite grim. Oh, since everyone has time, please share your thoughts, Fang Mingzhou encouraged, wanting the cabinet members to understand the importance of environmental protection. Ouyang Geng seemed to sense Fang Mingzhou's intention, but he remained silent, as he agreed with the need to strengthen soil and water conservation. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Sun Pingtao realized his opportunity had come. Coming from humble beginnings, he would not have followed Fang Mingzhou to a distant land if he hadn't been desperate. His greatest wish was for everyone to have enough to eat. In recent years, the grain production in the eastern continent has reached new heights, sufficient for the empire's 50 million citizens. However, the distribution of food is extremely uneven, and his hometown has become barren. Your Majesty, esteemed members, let us take my hometown, the Guanlong province, as an example. I have reviewed the records from various historical water conservancy and astronomical institutions during the Qin and Han dynasties. The Guangzhou region was fertile and a core area of the dynasty, but the prosperity of the two Han dynasties also led to a population boom. Land was extensively cultivated, and the Yellow River began to transform into a disaster zone during that time. During the southern and northern dynasties, the population declined significantly, allowing the land to recover. From the peak of the Tang dynasty onwards, this land was overfarmed, and forests were nearly eradicated. The forest coverage dropped from 53 during the Qin and Han to 61 in the previous dynasty. It became known that this river became a persistent headache for successive dynasties, with its shifting course bringing countless disasters. By the time of the previous dynasty, the population exceeded 400 million, and now Guangzhou lacks greenery. Your Majesty, we cannot continue down this path. Otherwise, our descendants will face vast expanses of barren land. Sun Pingtao placed the papers down and solemnly knelt before Fang Mingzhou. Everyone fell silent, finally understanding why the emperor appointed a minister of water resources, which conflicted with the role of the minister of agriculture. When the data was laid out, they realized how much disaster this land had endured. Stand up, Pingtao. You are doing well. You understand my expectations of you, Fang Mingzhou said, helping Sun Pingtao to his feet before addressing the crowd. Food is crucial, but we cannot sacrifice our future. The empire has been blessed with good weather and abundant harvests these past 2 years. Our nation is vast, and our population is large, but nature is unpredictable. We must prepare for the worst. Chapter 320. Armored tanks. It has only been 7 or 8 years, and Fang Mingzhou is still uncertain if it will come early. As this war reached its conclusion, it was not a lack of weapons or tanks and planes for killing, but a shortage of food that halted the progress of S1. The true reason S1 could not continue was that everyone was unable to fill their stomachs. The war devastated agriculture, with many young adults sent to the battlefield, and millions of soldiers from both sides engaged in combat without producing anything. Farming? What could one farm? What was planted today? Tomorrow, the enemy's artillery will be bombarding you. It is well known that Han's lost because external support was cut off, and the much-anticipated fleet achieved nothing. Ultimately, it was sandwiched between multiple fronts and met its demise. You mentioned that there's still the neighboring region of Austro-Hungary? Unfortunately, it's quite ineffective. If they had been a bit more aggressive, at least it could have ended decently. Therefore, from the very beginning, Fang Mingzhou aimed not only to develop industry, but also to focus on agriculture. Many times, food is more valuable than weapons. Pingtao's remarks are not wrong. This land should be managed properly. In recent years, the population here has been less than 10 million. Why is that? It's not because they can't survive. Why was it that during the Qin and Han dynasties, there were vast fertile lands? Yet it turned into a landscape of ravines in our time? Everyone needs to eat, and food must be self-sufficient at all times. Now is the perfect opportunity. As land in the eastern provinces and parts of the Siberian provinces is being cultivated intensively, we should take good care of our domestic areas. I will allocate 100 million currency units to the Ministry of Water Resources, and within the next 5 years, there must be visible green traces here. Fang Mingzhou opened with a commitment of 100 million currency units. In recent years, the northwest region has also been transitioning from forests to farmland, but unfortunately, it is still insufficient. The Water Resources Minister I appointed is responsible for this. Sun Pingtao was so excited upon hearing about such a large allocation that he was momentarily speechless. The Prime Minister's office must also increase food reserves and food processing. We have just begun to live without hunger. Many places in the world are facing food shortages, and one day, food prices will be higher than those of ammunition. The Eastern Empire currently possesses the largest cultivated area in the world, complemented by tractors, fertilizers, and the expansion of electricity. Agriculture will significantly reduce labor demands, allowing more people to enter industry. The greatest pursuit of this land is to ensure everyone is well fed. Agriculture is prioritized above all else. Your Majesty, in recent years, our agricultural development has been excellent. Last year, we created an additional 10 million acres of farmland, and our total cultivated area has now exceeded 2 billion acres. This is not an era a century from now when yields could reach over 1,000 pounds per acre. Nor is it a time when water management facilities are developed or when fertilizers are abundant. We are still practicing crop rotation. The 2 billion acres are just enough to sustain the current population of the Eastern Empire. If it weren't for the provinces of Funan and Java, we might not even have enough food. Additionally, the livestock sector has also developed well. Last year, we produced 50 million cattle and sheep, and the pork output exceeded 800 million pounds. Each person still struggles to meet even 1 kilogram per year. We need to work harder. Almost all primary and secondary schools now provide a cup of milk daily. Agriculture Minister Zhang Fengmao stated that this would be considered a prosperous era in any time period. The average life expectancy of the empire's citizens has reached 53 years, as noted by Health Minister He Tingliang. Everything is moving in a positive direction. Fang Mingzhou's visit this time is not a whim. It is to inspect the various investments in the second four-year plan. Along the way, Fang Mingzhou has also discovered that the current development in the Eastern Empire is quite unbalanced. Where there are railways, there are factories, and where there are factories, development flourishes, hinting at some urbanization. On the contrary, they still face the earth with their backs to the sky, even though they have acquired their own land. It is merely enough for basic sustenance. If it were in the hands of a certain individual, it would likely be glorified. However, Fang Mingzhou, having witnessed the prosperity of later generations, naturally would not be satisfied with this. The land is desolate. But there is one advantage. There are not many people to disturb them. The group got off the train and traveled by vehicle to a heavily guarded area. Although they were unclear about why His Majesty had brought them here, they only realized it upon seeing several armored vehicles in the center of the site. This was the largest testing ground for the Imperial Army, showcasing various military weapons, from bullets to artillery, and of course, various armored vehicles. Fang Mingzhou's dream of armor. The success of the Dumb Cat armored vehicle had the army feeling as if they had struck gold, leading them to delve deeper into armored technology. Fang Mingzhou had also provided some tank armor data from the Great War to the Military Research Institute. The reason for not providing more advanced information was simply that it could not be produced, if it weren't for the data he provided. The current perception of armored vehicles would still be at the stage of thinking they were just big metal shells carrying a few people. How's it going? Any progress? Upon Fang Mingzhou's arrival, Yang Yuntian, who was in charge of the security here, immediately approached him. This individual had been brought in as a tester after successfully using the Dumb Cat armored vehicles to eliminate enemies, and he was responsible for the security of the 1st Armored Division from the Eastern Continent. Along with him were some young researchers from the Military Research Institute. Reporting to Your Majesty, we have currently produced 2 experimental models of tanks, and testing is underway. As he spoke, a smoke-emitting armored vehicle approached. In front of it were various obstacles, such as barbed wire, trenches, and even mud pits. The tank sped along, effortlessly crushing the barbed wire into the ground. And even after testing twice, it charged over the trench. With a loud crash, the massive metal vehicle plunged into a muddy puddle and suddenly stopped. Has it stalled? After a while, black smoke began to billow from the back of the tank, and countless splashes of mud flew up, yet it remained stuck in the mud pit. Yang Yuntian immediately felt frustrated. It had just charged through, so why did it encounter problems as soon as His Majesty arrived? Fang Mingzhou, however, did not mind. This tank looked far better than the one that first appeared in the S1 model. It was only the beginning of their research. It wouldn't be so easy to perfect it. Yang Yuntian looked at the tank stuck in the mud and introduced, "This is the number 2 tank. With a total weight of 98 tons, a length of 4.78 meters, a width of 2.31 meters, and a height of 2.23 meters. It features a tracked base, powered by a 100 horsepower 4-cylinder engine, with 20 mm armor at the front and 15 mm on the lower front sides and rear. The weaponry includes a 37 mm rapid-fire gun, and there are 2 heavy machine guns on the front top, with a crew of 5. This was a steel monster completely wrapped in armor, quite different from the tanks of later generations. Ugly, very ugly, was Fang Mingzhou's first impression. Despite having provided the technology data of the T-26, the gap was still so vast. At the very least, the rounded exterior needs to be produced. This square tank is truly unconventional. However, despite its unattractiveness, once it hits the battlefield, aside from artillery, it's quite difficult to deal with using standard infantry weapons. Chapter 321, Firearm Family. Light weapons and armor are the key development directions for the Eastern Continent Army's future. Tanks need to be developed step by step. The chassis, springs, suspension, artillery, and even the engine all require extensive testing. In addition to the Type 2 tank, there is also the Type 1 armored vehicle, mainly modified from the clumsy Cat armored vehicle. The combat weight is 54 tons, with a length of 4.02 meters, a width of 2.06 meters, and a height of 1.72 meters. The main armament consists of two 7.62mm heavy machine guns, and a 20mm automatic cannon will be added later. With armor thickness of 20mm, Yang Yintian introduced smoothly, stating that the Type 1 armored vehicle is already quite mature, while the Type 2 tank still has some issues. There's no rush. These are all preliminary tests. More testing is beneficial. At least there won't be major wars in the next 5 years. Fang Mingzhou said to everyone. We must seize this peaceful time. With the army at its largest, updates to weapons and equipment must be cautious. With the army easily exceeding 1 million, a single rifle magnified 1 million times could pose a significant problem if there's a flaw. Your Majesty, the Research Institute has already begun constructing the Type 3 and Type 4 tanks. Yang Yintian brought another piece of good news. Here, in addition to tanks, there are also other weapons for the army, including various experimental rifles, light machine guns, and heavy machine guns. Of course, there are also artillery pieces of various calibers and other individual weapons. Fang Mingzhou is particularly focused on rifles. The Eastern Continent is still using bolt-action rifles designed a decade ago, based on the Chinese model. Even now, they remain very stable. But their firepower can no longer meet current needs. In a 5-round magazine mode, they cannot provide suppression against large enemy clusters. As for submachine guns, their terrifying ammunition consumption means they can only be issued in small numbers. Therefore, the requirements for reliability, adaptability to various environments, and relatively simple manufacturing processes have left Fang Mingzhou quite troubled. After much consideration, he ultimately decided on the Republic's most classic family of semi-automatic rifles, the Type 56 series. The advantages of this semi-automatic rifle go without saying. It is a classic among classics. Semi-automatics inherently outclass bolt-action rifles, which can achieve 10 to 15 shots per minute even for seasoned veterans. A semi-automatic, on the other hand, can achieve a minimum of 30 to 40 shots. When Yang Yintian handed a rifle to Fang Mingzhou, he couldn't help but start shooting at the target. A minute later, several cabinet members couldn't resist either. After all, what man doesn't love guns? After emptying a few magazines, Fang Mingzhou nodded. Although the tank cannot be resolved for now, the semi-automatic rifle is definitely reliable. Additionally, this semi-automatic rifle is easier to control in terms of trajectory and can be equipped with scopes, allowing it to temporarily serve as a sniper rifle. The universal parts for our previous bolt-action rifles can achieve 1/3 compatibility and utilize 7.62mm rifle cartridges. Fang Mingzhou is even more familiar with this weapon than anyone else. He first handled it as a rookie and is thoroughly acquainted with it. The current industrial capacity in the region can fully support the production of a series of 5 or 6 rifle families, including semi-automatics, submachine guns, and light machine guns. Looking at these familiar firearms, which appeared more than 50 years before their time, Fang Mingzhou felt as if he had traveled through time. After completing the tests, a small batch will be manufactured first. There's no rush for mass production. Transitioning 3 to 4 years in advance will still keep the equipment effective. Next, everyone toured the artillery, known as the king of land warfare. Besides various types of mortars, the army has also classified artillery. Light artillery mainly consists of 37mm automatic guns, 75mm light guns, and field guns, with the former modified from naval anti-aircraft guns, while the latter is the famous MiS-75. Medium artillery includes the 88mm dual-purpose gun, renowned as the tank killer, and the 105mm howitzer. The former has a range of 5 to 10 kilometers and is mainly equipped at the battalion level, while the latter exceeds a range of 10 kilometers and is primarily equipped at the brigade level. As for divisional artillery, the minimum caliber is 150mm heavy artillery, along with a 203mm howitzer, although their weight exceeds 10 tons, requiring vehicle towing and specific road conditions. These artillery pieces are currently under testing at the training ground, where the focus is on their destructive capability and ability to operate alongside the military. Due to the presence of mortars, the army is not in urgent need of medium-caliber artillery. However, Fang Mingzhou knows that when the S1 begins, the simultaneous firing of thousands of artillery pieces will be a minor feat. It's better to waste some shells than to risk soldiers' lives. Located in the northern part of the Lingbei province, near the vast grasslands, the area is sparsely populated and is equipped with both Army and Air Force assets. The Air Force here is quite unique, while other countries are still trying to keep wooden frames in the air for longer. This region has already started transitioning from fighter jets to other areas. The most eye-catching is a reconnaissance aircraft, primarily made from lightweight wood sourced from a specific region. This peculiar wood has a density 1/6 that of regular wood while possessing strength comparable to metal, and it is also easy to process. Fang Mingzhou discovered this from some materials, thinking that trying wouldn't hurt. Unexpectedly, the Air Force built a unique reconnaissance plane. As for metal aircraft, that's still a step away. They haven't fully explored the potential of wood yet. As for when they can carry hundreds of kilograms of torpedoes for horizontal bombing, Fang Mingzhou can only say it needs practice. This aircraft is referred to as the Mosquito reconnaissance plane, capable of continuous flight for 10 hours and searching targets within a 500-kilometer radius. However, the naval version suffers from structural damage due to saltwater exposure within a year. The Minister of Air Force, Zhou Liwei, said with a hint of helplessness that the Navy had also taken an interest in this reconnaissance model. Whether it's light cruisers or destroyers, there are dedicated spaces for seaplanes to be used for reconnaissance and enemy detection. We'll produce a batch for the Navy first. After all, wood is cheap, and we can always replace the airframe later. Early aircraft engines are worth much more than wooden bodies. Moreover, we have started experimenting with multi-cylinder combinations, which can significantly increase engine horsepower. We have completed the development of a single-row 7-cylinder engine, achieving a power output of 147 horsepower. There are many types of piston engines, primarily star, inline, and opposed configurations, while jet engines will take at least a few more years to develop. Of course, the most traditional and optimal solution is the star engine, where the cylinders are arranged radially, resembling stars. Currently, major countries are still struggling with inline engines. Once they install machine guns, they might even be able to engage in routine bombing themselves. Knowledge is power. Chapter 322. Battlecruiser in the absence of reliable aircraft. A patrol took Fang Mingzhou nearly half a year. By the time he returned, it was already midsummer. Originally, Fang Mingzhou planned to return in October, but all the cabinet ministers from the Prime Minister's office had already returned. As the saying goes, plans cannot keep up with changes. A piece of news forced Fang Mingzhou to return to the Imperial Center ahead of schedule. Has the news been confirmed? Fang Mingzhou asked seriously at the Institute of Military Research. It has been confirmed. We received secret intelligence a month ago, and we expended significant effort to obtain complete information, resulting in the sacrifice of one intelligence officer, Fang Wu replied. It's important to know how difficult it is for intelligence personnel to enter such crucial positions. Each one is extremely valuable. Following the highest martyr treatment, we will also issue a Medal of Valor to his family in the name of the Prime Minister's office. During its founding, Dongzhou established its own honor system, which includes 3 types of medals, gold, silver, and bronze, awarded to individuals who have made contributions to the nation. The Dongzhou royal family has its own set of medals for justice, courage, and valor, which are distributed by the royal family. The highest medal for justice has yet to be awarded. Thank you, Your Majesty. Fang Wu's expression improved significantly as he spoke to everyone. Since the end of last year, countries have begun to unveil their new battleship construction plans. The leading naval power has not been able to completely suppress the Han's cat. Everyone looked at Emperor Fang. If it weren't for His Majesty selling battleship technology everywhere, the leading naval power wouldn't be in such a predicament. The once mighty ruler of the 7 seas is not only failing to suppress Dongzhou, but is also struggling to keep the Han's cat in check. That naval minister from the leading power, Fisher, has been urging their parliament to allocate funds to continue constructing warships. But the last 2 years have not been easy for them. Since last year, our intelligence personnel have discovered that this naval minister is designing a new type of warship. At that time, it just happened to be the day when 3 ships of the Bologna class completed their design, and it was impossible for the relevant party to build a battleship again in a short period. Thus, it was speculated to be a type of cruiser. Until earlier this year, when we inadvertently learned that the full load displacement of this class of warships exceeds 20,000 tons. Everyone took it seriously. 20,000 tons is basically the standard displacement for a modern battleship. Is the relevant party really so financially robust? They just secured funding for 3 Bellona-class ships and are now doubling down. The voice of Fang Wu continued. We managed to control a senior executive from the Armstrong shipyard and took some ship documentation. Everyone received the photos, and in the black and white images, there indeed was a massive vessel. Moreover, the construction speed was very fast. They had already begun building the superstructure, which means that if all goes well, it might be completed by the end of this year. Additionally, we found similar enclosed dry docks at Clyde and Fred shipyards. Based on our speculation, there should be 3 ships of this class. It seems the relevant party is learning from us. Fang Wu paused for a moment before realizing that His Majesty was referring to the new battleship construction at Dongzhou, which was also done in a completely enclosed dry dock. It only appeared before the world when the naval conflict with a neighboring power broke out. Could it be that the relevant party is indeed going to increase production due to their own stimulation? The key question is why they are being so secretive. Shouldn't they showcase it openly to those naval competitors? Are there detailed parameters? Yes. Fong Wu quickly replied, according to our intelligence and photos. This warship is approximately 170 meters long, about 23 meters wide, with a slender hull. We learned from their supporting factories that at the end of last year, 30 water tube boilers and 4 sets of steam turbine units were sent to the Armstrong shipyard. The Invincible class had already completed its power construction, and we suspect this is for this class of warships. Additionally, 4 twin-mounted 305mm naval guns were sent to the shipyard. The displacement is estimated to be around 17,000 to just over 20,000 tons, and based on these power systems, the speed of this class of warships should be no less than 24 knots. Fong Wu kept speaking. Battlecruisers. Fong Mingzhou suddenly understood what these 3 warships were. They were actually the first generation of battlecruisers. What? Everyone's gaze turned to Fong Mingzhou. What does His Majesty mean? What is a battlecruiser? Fong Mingzhou glanced at the crowd and said solemnly, "This is indeed a new type of battleship." Unexpectedly, that Fisher is truly a naval fighter. Even under the pressure of Dong Zhou on the Invincible class and the quantity suppression by Hans, he still hopes to overtake. Finally, he unveiled an epic-making warship, the battlecruiser. Oh, this name hasn't appeared yet. The internal term for it in the relevant party should be New Armored Cruiser. Knowing what type of warship it was, Fong Mingzhou immediately felt relieved. He wasn't afraid of the relevant party building ships. He was afraid they would produce something unknown. This is indeed a new type of warship, but it is not a battleship. Your Majesty, not a battleship? Then where are the 8 305mm naval guns installed? Sun Fu asked in confusion. 305mm, it can be considered a battleship at any time. To be precise, it is a warship that boasts the firepower of a battleship but has the speed of a cruiser. Unexpectedly, a certain nation still produced this so-called thin skin with a big filling warship. Everyone knows the 3 essential elements of a warship: firepower, armor, and speed. Fong Mingzhou smiled and said, "The power system of this nation is not just a level behind ours. The destruction of their power laboratory back then has not fully recovered to this day, with firepower and speed in place. What do you think is the flaw of this warship?" "Armor." Sun Fu immediately replied, "Armor." From the photos, this warship has a displacement of just over 17,000 tons. But its length is more than 10 meters longer than that of a battleship. If it were a battleship, the displacement would have to be at least over 20,000 tons, and fully loaded, it would probably exceed our Beidou class. So they sacrificed armor for firepower and speed. After Sun Fu finished speaking, everyone realized that currently only the eastern region can meet the 3 essential elements of this warship. Other countries that can meet too is already impressive. Your Majesty, what is the purpose of this nation building such a warship? This was another puzzling question for everyone. What for? Of course, it is for their vast colonies. Fong Mingzhou laughed. This nation still loves to get stuck on trivial matters. As the world's naval superpower, with over 30 million square kilometers of overseas colonies, this nation's strength lies in these colonies, but its weakness is also here. The rise of the Hans Cat Navy has left this nation in a difficult position. In the event of conflict between the 2 countries, although the current Hans Cat fleet cannot compete with this nation's home fleet, it can still destroy its colonies. Your Majesty, you mean this is a warship used to protect and disrupt maritime traffic, and for reconnaissance? Isn't that a bit wasteful? Chapter 323. The weakness of the battlecruiser. Knowing the target allows for targeted strategies. It must be said that Fisher's talent cannot be overshadowed. In the absence of the ability to suppress battleships, he finally presented his theory that speed is the best defense, leading to the creation of the battlecruiser. Actually, at this point in time, Fisher's idea was not wrong. In this nation's navy, this type of warship is referred to as a new type of armored cruiser. There is no relation to battleships in the wording. In Fisher's view, this class of warship was specifically designed to suppress any warship other than battleships. With the speed of a cruiser and the firepower of a battleship, it reflects the saying, you can beat what you can catch. And you can't catch what you can beat. Unfortunately, he should not have installed the same main gun as the 305mm battleship. If he had simply installed the 280mm, the naval commanders of this nation would not have treated it as a battleship. Is our Tianding class already under construction? Fong Mingzhou was quite curious. If this nation knew that their own Tianding class heavy cruiser was being built, they would probably be overjoyed. After all, theoretically speaking, the Invincible class could completely outperform the Destiny class. There is still a gap between 305mm and 203mm, even if the Destiny class is faster. For ships of the Destiny class had their keels laid at 2 major shipyards before the year ended. Your Majesty, we. Looking at Sun Fu's expression, Fong Mingzhou knew that his naval minister was also drawn into this naval competition, commonly referred to as getting carried away, when John Bull launched an Invincible class battlecruiser. Sun Fu thought about developing a warship to counter it. Given the fragile nature of battlecruisers, which are even more vulnerable than college students, what is the point of building such a thing? The emergence of the Beidou class has already made John Bull uncomfortable. This time, it's a good opportunity to show off again. It's estimated that when the Invincible class is launched, newspapers around the world will report on it. Speaking of which, compared to John Bull, the number of Hans Kat's battlecruisers is significantly lacking. This one T2, a gap must be filled. All data on this class of warship should be communicated to Hans Kat, letting them know that if they don't catch up, their so-called anti-communication tactics will be waiting to be hunted down. The opponents of battlecruisers are undoubtedly the high seas fleet of Hans Kat, led by Wei Air and Tirpitz. After all, John Bull and Gall have reached a memorandum of understanding. Moreover, Tirpitz has publicly stated multiple times that he wants to strike against John Bull's overseas colonies, clearly targeting anti-communication. Battlecruisers are designed to counter anti-communication. No one is extravagant enough to use battleships for that purpose. At most, they are armored cruisers. However, the caliber of armored cruisers is generally around 200 millimeters, and at most 280 millimeters. When faced with a 305 millimeters battlecruiser, they are doomed. Your Majesty, after the Morocco incident, Hans Kat has completely given up on fantasies and is now wholeheartedly wanting to compete with John Bull. A few new cruisers can hardly intimidate Wei Air. Sun Fu's words made Fang Mingzhou laugh. Sun Fu's thoughts were still stuck on cruisers. Just think about it. If you were the naval commander of John Bull and had a fleet of fast warships armed with 305 millimeters guns in front of you, how would you use them? Would you send them to engage light cruisers? Or just have them patrol the colonies? Fang Mingzhou's question got everyone thinking. Those present were either naval leaders or warship designers, all industry insiders. They initially thought that their sabotage of John Bull's power laboratory would make the battlecruisers disappear. Unexpectedly, they still managed to deploy with 22 steam boilers, for more than in history, likely reducing their range by over 1,000 kilometers. Could it be that the commander of John Bull intends to use it as a battleship? Sun Fu hesitated to say, and upon hearing this, everyone seemed to realize that it was indeed a strong possibility. After all, it is a 305 millimeters caliber. The armor of this class of warship is at most 280 millimeters thick. Other areas are around 170 millimeters, with some plates only 75 millimeters thick. Fang Mingzhou elaborated, leading everyone to suspect whether there are spies from Dongzhou in John Bull's naval department. If it were to join the battleship line, it would likely spell disaster. The battleship has become the strongest warship of this era, not only because of its firepower, but also due to its durability. Sinking a battleship of the same class is no simple task. The navy of a certain country is an exception, as the equipment gap is too large. Those nations helping them build warships typically provide models that are inferior to their own. For instance, in a duel between the Invincible class and the Beidou class, the Beidou class would definitely have the upper hand, but sinking it would require extraordinary luck, like damaging the rudder or propeller to incapacitate it, or perhaps the goddess of fortune smiling upon them and allowing them to strike the critical area repeatedly. Otherwise, given the shipbuilding technology of both sides, a battleship can withstand several non-critical hits without significant issues. As for battlecruisers, a single hit can be devastating. Glancing blows can cause damage, and a direct hit can be fatal. Now that the Invincible class battlecruiser is out, the new warships from Fang Mingzhou can also be revealed. Revive, my love. Oops, wrong words. I meant, revive, fast battleship. With this statement, everyone perked up. Your Majesty, are you going to build more ships? It's already done. The Military Research Institute has produced 2 prototype cannons, and they performed exceptionally well on the experimental vessel. Their destructive capability is between 1.5 to 2 times that of the current 305 millimeters guns, and the barrel can handle 450 rounds without losing accuracy, Chen Zhaoyou excitedly said. As a warship designer, watching his creation sink enemies and sail the seas is the greatest pride. Since the challenge has been issued, we must keep up. Or else what if Hans the Cat backs down? Everyone laughed, knowing that the intention was to push Hans forward. If you can't handle it, let me take over. This blatant contempt would be intolerable for Hans. Otherwise, he would no longer be Hans, but a coward. It's no wonder Sun Fu wants to hold a competition. After all, last year, the Emperor stirred the waters by packaging and selling off a massive fleet of pre-dreadnought battleships, 14 battleships, 13 armored cruisers, and over 30 various light cruisers and destroyers. With such tonnage, anyone who acquired them could potentially rank among the top 5 navies in the world. Of course, a certain country certainly couldn't absorb that many warships, but let us not forget about the nations in Europe. First up is a certain country that, with the new battleships ordered from the East, has once again spent money to buy another battleship and armored cruiser. They also packaged over 5 light cruisers and several destroyers, totaling 10 million blue coins. These were all available immediately and at a 30% discount. Otherwise, just one new battleship wouldn't be enough to impress anyone. At last, this certain country finally managed to assemble a modernized fleet. And it's said that their favorite pastime now is to send their warships to the Black Sea to provoke a certain country. Chapter 324, Fast Battleship. Last year, the East spent the whole year acting as a second-hand dealer, packaging and selling off large numbers of outdated warships. They sold to anyone who paid, even to rivals. And the Navy profited greatly from this. Not only can the subsequent construction of 4 Beidou-class and 4 Tianjin-class heavy cruisers be completed, but there is also a surplus, which makes Sun Fu restless and eager to continue shipbuilding. Currently, among the old-fashioned warships, 5 Tiangong-class, for battleships, and 3 cruisers have been sold. We still have 5 Tiangong-class and 12 cruisers left. Despite the grand sales efforts, which even stirred up global situations, the inventory has not been cleared. It's no wonder that these outdated vessels have become target ships. There are simply too many of them, and maintaining them incurs costs, making it easier to dispose of them with a single shot. As for why there are no modifications, firstly, the costs are too high, and secondly, after about 10 years, the hull strength has already begun to decline. Even with modifications, they would only last another 10 years, making the investment to return ratio unviable. Lowering the price is necessary. Once new battleships appear, these vessels will be worthless, which is better than selling them as scrap metal. The Tiangong class is still decent and can be placed in the second fleet to deter the locals in the Southeast Asia region. As for the cruisers, they are truly outdated, with no need for modifications. Priced at 2 million blue coins each, they are all being pushed to the international market. Selling them at 400,000 is already a bargain. To put this in perspective, a D-Shah class ship initially cost £2 million, equivalent to 6 million blue coins. If not, they could be sold to countries in Europe. Regardless of any animosities, it's still business. Why not ask Habana or Henan if they are interested? There's room for negotiation. In order to sell these outdated vessels, Fang Mingzhou was willing to overlook many things. As the colonial overlord wasn't his own, purchasing them to combat pirates and protect trade routes would absolutely be more than sufficient. Sun Fu nodded, agreeing that this was the only way forward. Otherwise, keeping these warships would incur annual maintenance costs. With orders for 4 new battleships and the sale of old ones, the Navy now has over 50 million blue coins in designated funds. There is also a sum of money that Fang Mingzhou hasn't mentioned, which is for the intelligence agency. Initially, Fang Mingzhou provided the magical substance to the intelligence department mainly due to its addictive nature, which could break a person's spirit and body. Over the past decade, he has not intervened. Until recently, Fang Wu approached him, indicating that the intelligence agency had a fund of 100 million blue coins. This genuinely shocked Emperor Fang, as it equated to the cost of 8 new battleships. This money came from the sales of the magical substance and the intelligence agency's covert operations. The funding for both the intelligence and security agencies is managed by the royal family. However, while the security agency, led by Fang Lu, spends money, Fang Wu's intelligence agency is actually making a profit. Fang Mingzhou even suspected they might have been illegally selling oil. This money cannot be made public, and now this magical substance has become part of a black industrial chain. Fang Wu even told him that their monthly income from this alone exceeds several million blue coins, which is under the premise of the intelligence agency's aggressive expansion. It must be said that at some point, income from such gray areas becomes exorbitant profit. When Dongzhou established its nation, it announced a strict anti-drug policy, which has been an ironclad rule. Over the years, tens of thousands of people have lost their lives due to this issue. While it may not be completely eradicated now, it has largely become irrelevant to ordinary people. Furthermore, Dongzhou has developed morphine and declared that opium will no longer be used for medical purposes, effectively cutting off the spread of these harmful substances in the market. Ouyang Geng has also discussed the issue of the so-called immortal powder with Fang Mingzhou, as it is indeed a menace. The Foreign Intelligence Department has now extended its reach to various countries, having moved beyond the construction phase to a period of stabilization, which also means that the immortal powder is gradually being banned. An additional income of 150 million blue coins is sufficient for Dongzhou to proceed with the next phase of capital ship construction. With the emergence of battle cruisers and the dawn of super battleships, the Navy is set for a new round of fleet updates. Zhao Ao and Diwajuo, have you completed the designs I requested? Everyone looked at the two, feeling a jolt. His Majesty was clearly well prepared. Your Majesty, do you know? You are like a deity. How did you know that this new type of armored cruiser would be subpar? 2 years ago, when you proposed this plan, I thought it was alarmist. Now Diwajuo, the foreign designer, looked at Fang Mingzhou with admiration and excitedly said, the ships from that region are all trash. Laughing, Diwajuo gestured animatedly. The warships we design will definitely outperform them. Chun Zhao Ao nodded, and under the gaze of everyone, he produced a large blueprint, which clearly depicted a warship's layout. Although the tonnage was unknown, The massive structure indicated that it was larger than the Beta class. Indeed, His Majesty still loves the Navy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a perfect battleship designed based on His Majesty's concepts proposed 2 years ago. 2 years ago, just after the Beta class had won its naval battle, His Majesty began working on the next generation of capital ships. Also, what does a perfect battleship mean? It is well known that the performance of a warship is determined by 3 key factors, regardless of whether it's our Beta class or any other new battleship from various countries. Each has its strengths, and while our Beta class is formidable, it cannot yet be deemed perfect. It wasn't until we broke through the 356mm naval gun and new boiler technology that the emergence of a truly perfect battleship became possible. Currently, the power systems of various countries still use a combination of boilers and reciprocating steam engines, which can push a 20,000-ton battleship to 20 knots. And that is already the limit. Dongzhou had already begun equipping steam turbines before the Beta class, utilizing steam turbines to directly drive the propellers, allowing the Beta class to easily reach speeds above 25 knots, with a maximum speed of 27 knots. We have now surpassed high-pressure heavy oil boiler and heavy oil water tube boiler technologies, combined with transmission-type steam turbines, enabling a 30,000-ton warship to achieve speeds exceeding 27 knots. 30,000 tons? 27 knots? Is this speed even possible? Everyone, being professionals, naturally understood how terrifying this power combination is. In simple terms, if the so-called new type of armored cruiser from John Bull were placed in the eastern continent, it could achieve a high speed of 32 knots. That's a full 7 knots faster, which is not something that can be caught up with in just a year or two, without breakthrough technologies. There's no hope of catching up. There's also something that everyone dares not think about. Will this class of warship exceed the 30,000-ton threshold? The world's first class of battleships broke the 10,000-ton barrier, and the next class broke the 20,000-ton barrier. Now it's time for our own to break the 30,000-ton barrier. John Bull, can you do it? What happened to being the naval powerhouse? Chapter 325, Mountain-class battleship. Thanks to the reader for the generous support that allowed for this update. The battlecruiser is a unique product of a special era, and Fang Mingzhou has never intended to build it. It's too extreme. If used well, it's a sharp blade. If not, it's a burden. With advantages in power and armor, Fang Mingzhou presented a plan for a historical fast battleship. Although it's impossible to push a 50,000-ton battleship to 25 knots, 30,000 tons is already sufficient, at least for the S-1 combat. If John Bull's Invincible-class battlecruiser encounters the Eastern Continent's fast battleship, it wouldn't stand a chance to win or escape. The outcome is obvious. When the Beta class was being imitated worldwide, Fang Mingzhou had already instructed the Military Research Institute to start working on the Eastern Continent's first generation of fast battleships. The design work for this class of battleships has been completed. Chen Zhao hung up the blueprints and began the introduction. As a fast battleship, we must ensure its power system. Currently, we plan to use 14 heavy oil boilers and 4 turbine steam engines in a combined power setup. It will adopt a 4-shaft. For propeller propulsion mode, the main engine output can reach 82,000 shaft horsepower. The standard displacement is 30,150 tons, and the full load displacement is 34,060 tons. The length is 192 meters, with 286 meters, and maximum draft 9.5 meters. After Chen Zhao finished speaking, everyone exchanged glances. They really broke the 30,000-ton barrier. Has the shipbuilding technology of the Eastern Continent reached this level? Since the Military Research Institute is usually guarded by the Central Guard Division and directly overseen by Fang Mingzhou, with funding provided by the royal family, everyone knows that the Military Research Institute is formidable, but how formidable is still uncertain. The 4th batch of Beta-class battleships have just been completed and are still undergoing sea trials, and the first batch of 8 heavy cruisers is only halfway through construction. Now, they're directly jumping to 30,000 tons. Just how large of a dry dock is needed to build such a huge tonnage? The Eastern Continent's ships, at full load, are still under 23,000 tons, and now they suddenly increased by over 10,000 tons, with an additional length of 30 meters. Such a length-to-width ratio would certainly make the battleship very slender. An increase of 10,000 tons, evenly distributed between firepower and armor, represents a significant enhancement. If Fisher knew about this, he would surely be envious. Fang Mingzhou realized that battleships require full protection. The Beta class employs focused protection, which is unbeatable against opponents of the same class. However, once faced with superior opponents, the situation changes. Currently, battleships from various countries are approaching the capabilities of the Beta class. The two competitive entities, John Bull and Hans Kat, are certainly ramping up their shipbuilding efforts. Although the current target for the eastern region is the lighthouse. Fang Mingzhou wouldn't team mind letting the Imperial Navy take a tour of the Great Ocean. The naval strength of John Bull is quite impressive. The Beta class is sufficient to handle the lighthouse, but it still falls short in suppressing John Bull. Moreover, full protection means greater safety. The cost of building modern warships is so high that even the Emperor feels it's outrageous. The more protection there is, the lower the risk of sinking. The main armor belt uses 330mm homogeneous armor, which is equivalent to the mainstream Krupp armor used worldwide, ranging from 360 to 380mm. Isn't that impenetrable? Sun Fu exclaimed. Everyone is still using 305mm naval guns, and you're going with 360? How can they fight back? Theoretically, that is indeed the case. Chen Zhao smiled and added, the front of the turret and the command tower have the same level of protection, with turret bases and plating at 254mm. The main armor belt extends along the sides of the hull all the way to the turret and wraps around 2 meters below the waterline to resist torpedo attacks. The total weight of the armor is approximately 500 tons. No wonder it's said that the biggest enemy of warship designers is armor. On a 30,000-ton warship, armor takes up 35 of the weight. As for firepower, we have also developed a 356mm, 14-inch, main gun, and we have already started research on the next generation of naval guns. This warship will also feature 4 triple-mounted turrets, making it easier to upgrade the main guns later. Since the development cycle for naval guns is relatively long, starting at a minimum of 5 years, it's possible that upgrades could be added during midterm modifications. Regarding secondary armaments, we have 2 options. One is 12 single-mounted 152mm secondary guns and 10 76mm anti-aircraft guns, similar to the Beta class, mainly to defend against nearby small destroyers and torpedo boats. The other option is to forego the 76mm anti-aircraft guns and use 32 40mm high-velocity automatic cannons. These high-velocity automatic cannons, developed by the Weapons Research Institute, are multifunctional rapid-fire small-caliber guns, mainly available in 37mm and 40mm. They are primarily designed to target aircraft. As the Institute is well aware of future developments in aviation, they can also engage small vessels at sea. Additionally, we can install 10 dual-mounted 127mm heavy machine guns as a last line of defense against air threats and for close-range torpedo attacks. Everyone's imagination now conjures up a 30,000-ton battleship equipped with the world's strongest firepower, unmatched armor, and unparalleled speed. If such a warship were to appear along a nation's coastline, an entire city could be in jeopardy. Furthermore, for at least the next 5 years, no warship will be able to suppress it. Regarding fire control, in order to better manage the multi-level naval artillery, we have further upgraded the current fire control system. 2 new optical systems have been equipped to receive wireless ranging data, effectively directing the main guns and various secondary guns. After listening, Chen Zhaoao expressed that all subsystems have been designed and tested and are ready for construction. Fang Mingzhou nodded as well, noting that this class of battleship is approaching the later stages of the S-1 Elizabeth-class battleships. Aside from the 380mm or 406mm caliber naval guns, this is already the pinnacle of battleships that various countries can build during the S-1 period. Of course, there are regrets. Firstly, regarding the radar, which the Research Institute has been studying for a year or 2, it is uncertain whether it will be completed by the time the S-1 outbreak occurs. Secondly, there is the gun follow-up system on the current warships, which allows for automated targeting and tracking of targets during naval combat, ensuring that the guns remain aimed at the target. This technology is even more daunting than radar, involving not only sensor units, but also servo systems and stabilization devices, all of which must work in conjunction with fire control computers. If these are completed, it is likely that the era of battleships will come to an end. Next, the focus of the Research Institute will shift to aircraft carriers, as well as the supporting torpedo planes. Fang Mingzhou took a deep breath, realizing that unless there is a breakthrough in technology, the East Continent will only build this class of battleship in the next 5 to 6 years, the Mountain-class fast battleship. Chapter 326. Navy Plan of the 8th year of Zhao Ming. It can be said that the Mountain-class battleship is truly the world's #1 battleship of its time. While everyone was immersed in the power of this battleship, Sun Fumin keenly noticed a problem. He hesitantly asked, "What is the cost of this battleship?" Chen Zhaoao smiled and replied slowly, "Compared to the East Continent class, it has increased by about 30, expected to be 16 million blue coins." Everyone was initially shocked by the power of this warship, but now it was its price that astonished them. $3 million. If I remember correctly, the Elizabeth-class battleship historically cost only $7 million. Of course, even the modified Elizabeth cannot compete with its own class. One costing 16 million means that 8 would be 128 million, right? Chen Zhaoao looked at him as if to say, "Your math is quite good," making the wealthy Sun Fu shudder. After all, he had been selling warships all over the world and had managed to get a few buyers for the new battleships. Combined, that money would only be enough to build a couple more. But this is no ordinary warship. It seems to be made of gold. Sun Fu finally understood why Wei Air was so slow to announce the construction of the second batch of new battleships, half a year later than John Bull. If it weren't for the Morocco incident, Wei Air might have delayed the construction even further. If these 8 warships were to be calculated based on the Navy's regular budget, it would take 10 years to gather enough funds. Looking at this truly perfect battleship, Fang Mingzhou, even though he knew it was expensive, still decided to proceed with the construction. He had originally planned to wait for a year or two, but with the Invincible-class battlecruiser and the Morocco situation, Fang Mingzhou realized that peace was becoming shorter by the day. Everyone has finally understood why His Majesty wants to stir up the situation. If we don't profit from these individuals, this battleship will only be for show. According to the conventions of the region, battleships are generally built in 2 batches, with 4 ships at a time. However, currently, only the 4 major heavy industries in the region are capable of constructing a dock that can accommodate ships of 30,000 tons. With the 8th year of the current reign approaching, theoretically, there are only 7 years until S1, although the actual timeline remains uncertain. The naval expansion plan announced in the 4th year of the current reign called for the construction of 4 battleships, 8 heavy cruisers, and 8 light cruisers, all of which have been completed. Theoretically, before the 9th year of the current reign, the region will not construct any more capital ships. However, we cannot afford to be overly concerned right now. The construction cycle of warships is inherently long, especially for the first batch, which takes even longer. I will push for an urgent bill in the parliament to initiate a second round of naval construction plans starting from the 8th year of the current reign. However, the data regarding these warships cannot be disclosed yet. Let's announce it as 25,000 tons. I will also share with you that before any significant changes occur in the global situation, these 16 battleships will be our final number. 16 new battleships is already a considerable figure. Historically, until the end of the S race, the region had 19 dreadnoughts and 12 super dreadnoughts, while the Han's region fared worse, with a significant portion of military funding consumed by the army. They only constructed 13 dreadnoughts and 4 super dreadnoughts. And the disparity in super dreadnoughts was mainly due to the Han's region being surrounded later on, unable to replenish various resources. The local resources were simply insufficient to meet the construction demands of the battleships. Of course, the region also leads significantly in battle cruisers, and it seems that further strengthening of the Navy is needed. Speaking of which, I initially signed an agreement with the Han's region to jointly develop the 330mm naval gun. It can also be said that the region is trying to play catch-up, as it can no longer tolerate the battleships of the Han's region that are poorly armed. By the time the 16 battleships are completed, the naval tonnage of the region will be quite impressive. Construction has begun, with the decision made. The naval construction plan for the 8th year of the current reign of the Royal Navy of the Empire is now underway, according to the requirements. By the end of the 12th year of the current reign, the Royal Navy of the Empire will become a modern fleet consisting of 16 battleships, 8 heavy cruisers, 32 light cruisers, 60 destroyers, 24 submarines, and more than 8 supply ships. Additionally, it will possess 5 Tian-Gang-class battleships and 12 armored cruisers. At the same time, I have once again proposed to the General Staff and the Navy the establishment of a 3rd fleet, based on the framework of the region, to form a domestic fleet. I emphasize the strategic and operational thought of keeping enemies at bay outside our borders. Discussions about whether to establish a 3rd fleet have been ongoing in the region for quite some time. Currently, the 1st fleet is based in the Harbor Island, with the Northwestern Pacific as its primary operational target. The 2nd fleet is primarily based in Guam, relying on the Xiaowei to control the entire Southwestern Pacific. The 2 fleets serve as sharp blades against external threats, keeping enemies that come from the sea at bay from the nation's gates. However, this is merely theoretical. Without satellites in this era, and with the vastness of the Pacific, complete interception is unattainable. If the enemy's navy were to breach these island chains, the coastal areas of the homeland would face attacks, which are the heartlands of the nation. Even if the enemy were eliminated at that point, it would be of no use. In this situation, Fang Mingzhou felt it was essential to establish a 3rd fleet, specifically a homeland defense fleet. This would allow the 2 major fleets to better confront the enemy, while the responsibility of defending the homeland would be entrusted to the local fleet, fostering a more offensive naval mindset. Ultimately, after multiple rounds of research, the General Staff and the Navy decided to form the 3rd fleet. This fleet would consist of 5 Tian-Gang-class battleships, 12 armored cruisers, 8 Rainbow-class light cruisers, 12 destroyers, and 8 first-generation submarines. The base would be located in Zhoushan. The command of the 3rd Fleet was handed over to a new generation of naval officers trained within the nation, specifically the previous commander of the armored cruiser, Zhou. As soon as this fleet was established, it took over the maritime area stretching from the Kamchatka Peninsula in the north to the South Seas, covering a distance of 80,000 kilometers. The division of the Navy signaled to everyone that the Navy is an offensive branch, not merely a protector of ports. The General Staff also issued a combat doctrine regarding external enemy engagements, requiring all military branches to conduct in-depth studies of this concept. In the 8th year of the reign, when the Prime Minister's office officially announced this naval bill, it sent shockwaves across the world. Nobody expected that amidst the tense relations between two distant powers, with sparks flying on the European continent, the far-off empire in the east would choose to further invest in and expand its navy. The distant lighthouse across the ocean could no longer rest easy. The scale of the new battleships had far exceeded what the lighthouse could have imagined. It is worth noting that the lighthouse currently only has 2 South Carolina-class battleships, both still in dry dock. Even though Brian was reluctant, he had no choice but to reinforce naval expansion once again. Chapter 327. Peace Conference in December of the 7th year of the reign. When the Emperor of the East confirmed the 5-year naval development plan, it received unanimous approval from both houses. Prime Minister Ouyang Gung seized the opportunity to announce the expansion plans for the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Given the substantial funding received by each branch previously, this 102-page military development bill kept countless people awake. Of course, this bill was released only after modifications. Firstly, the battleships, which originally displaced over 34,000 tons, were reported as 25,000 tons, a reduction of nearly 9,000 tons, with a speed listed as 22 knots. The East already had a power advantage, being 1 to 2 knots faster than the current mainstream warships globally, which is quite reasonable. The range was also halved from 15 knots for 15,000 nautical miles. However, even with these adjustments, it still alarmed several countries that had poor relations with the East, not to mention the massive military expansion, of course. Details like armored divisions and mechanized infantry divisions were left unmentioned, only referencing machine guns and artillery. As for the Air Force, there was absolutely no mention of aircraft, only a demand for the construction of 1,000 heavy airships. When the Eastern Continent Daily published this bill, it caused a tremendous uproar both domestically and internationally. Domestically, the support was overwhelmingly one-sided, as the Eastern Continent's hardline stance in recent years had fostered a group of radicals. They believed that a strong military was essential to ensure national security, and the humiliations of the past decade were still fresh in their memories. Of course, there were concerns that such a massive military expansion might impact domestic economic development. However, these dissenting voices were quickly silenced by a flood of evidence. In the past 2 years, the economy of the Eastern Continent had developed rapidly, with countless investments led by the Prime Minister's office, while not changing daily. It could certainly be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. In contrast to the overwhelming domestic support, when this newspaper was reprinted by various countries, the immediate reaction was whether the Eastern Continent was about to go to war again with neighboring powers. After losing Eastern Siberia, the border with these neighboring powers had at least been reduced by half. The military swiftly mobilized 200,000 troops to its eastern line, seemingly to prevent any sudden attacks from the Eastern Continent. Following a previous setback, a naval fleet of 8 battleships was permanently stationed on the western coast, maintaining a heightened state of alert. Major European newspapers were filled with accusations, claiming that the Eastern Continent was intentionally provoking international tensions. They viewed themselves as the center of the world, asserting that while military competition was acceptable, it was inappropriate for a remote nation to join the fray. While these voices were vocal, their governments remained silent, setting aside the massive army. With neighboring powers as a buffer and the distance separating the European continent from the Far East, most expressed indifference. At most, they sympathized with the neighboring powers regarding the terrifying procurement of machine guns and artillery, questioning whether they were preparing for an assault. Ignoring the less relevant details, the 8 new battleships sparked envy. It was known that the Eastern Continent had completed the construction of 8 new battleships and was now planning to double that number. However, neither the British nor the Germans had the luxury to focus on the naval expansion of the Eastern Continent, as both countries were ramping up their own efforts. A month ago, the Second Peace Conference in The Hague, which lasted 4 months, finally concluded. This was a continuation of the first peace conference held 8 years prior. The purpose of this conference was to address the escalating arms race among imperialist nations, particularly the naval competition between the British and the Germans. This intensified military expansion raised concerns among all, leading to a significant anti-war sentiment across nations. In an attempt to ease tensions, the countries pretended to engage in this second peace conference. Unsurprisingly, no agreements were reached, as both the British and the Germans opposed the core issue of arms limitation. Hans Kat expressed that neither of my neighbors are good people. Should I not develop military capabilities and just wait to be attacked? John Bull remarked that the new battleship from the neighboring empire has surpassed me, the maritime power. Is that reasonable? Gall Rooster pointed out that during the recent crisis in a certain region, Hans Cat was amassing military forces at the border of the two countries to threaten me. Should I just surrender? Although the bear did not speak, everyone understood its long-standing rivalry with the Eastern Empire. Even Austria-Hungary expressed concern about the bear's threats, let alone the smaller nations in the Balkans. The lighthouse stated that it had just been beaten up and lost face internationally. As for the Eastern Empire, it shrugged and declared itself a peace-loving nation, agreeing to limit military expansion as long as all countries consented. Although there were 44 countries at the conference, fewer than 10 could truly make decisions. Clearly, aside from the Eastern Empire, everyone else opposed limiting military armaments, while a pile of humanitarian agreements were signed. Of course, if war were to break out, these agreements would be as useful as toilet paper. The conference made no progress, as everyone knew it was impossible to expect the enemy to lay down their arms at such a critical moment. Unexpectedly, just after the conference ended and before the representative of the Eastern Empire returned home, the emperor announced a military expansion bill. Weren't you just talking about peace at the conference? The Eastern Empire, not even an industrial nation, is openly expanding its military. How do the self-proclaimed center of the world in Europa view this? The first to react was John Bull, with 4 dreadnoughts and 3 battleships unable to suppress Hans Cat, and battlecruisers temporarily not an option. John Bull's parliament passed a new naval bill to construct 3 St. Vincent-class battleships, which can be considered an improved version of the previous class. The Eastern Empire took the lead, and John Bull quickly followed, catching Hans Cat off guard. What was once a lead in new battleship numbers has now turned into a deficit. However, the leaders of the neighboring empire saw the Eastern Empire rising through its navy, not only achieving unification but also acquiring numerous colonies. This inspiring story made the leaders eager to act. Determined, the emperor of the neighboring empire declared a commitment to compete with John Bull, and new shipbuilding plans were submitted to parliament. Although discussions were still ongoing, with the emperor's influence, it was only a matter of time before the construction of 5 Caesar-class battleships would shock the world. This meant that Hans Cat not only maintained its lead in new battleships, but also surpassed John Bull by 2 ships. The officials in the region were also astonished by the emperor's actions, recalling that the Caesar class was only built in the first 2 years of S1. This time, the construction was advanced by 3 years. Your Majesty, we have informed Hans Cat about the 3 secretly constructed Invincible-class battlecruisers by John Bull. No wonder the emperor was so excited. Knowing the enemy's intentions made him feel confident he could handle John Bull. Chapter 328. Intensifying the arms race. The announcement from the Prime Minister's Office of the Eastern Continent regarding the expansion plans for the armed forces and the construction of 5 Caesar-class battleships has certainly sent shockwaves around the world. With the additional shipbuilding plans from another country, it seems that the naval arms race has spiraled out of control overnight. However, compared to the high-profile declarations from these 3 nations, other countries have fallen silent. Once a strong naval power, the Gallic Rooster had vied with the other nation for global maritime dominance. At the peak of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Habsburg family held a significant portion of European royal power, not to mention the bear, which was known as the gendarme of Europe. Yet, in this naval competition, they appeared as if they were being throttled like a clumsy goose. However, there is one country that has completely taken a stand against the Eastern continent. Just as the Eastern continent announced its expansion plans, large-scale public protests erupted across the ocean. Countless citizens took to the streets to protest the inaction of their government. In their eyes, the neighboring Eastern continent, despite being an agricultural nation, was crushing them militarily, which they found unacceptable. The recent naval battles between the 2 nations had left them utterly humiliated. Now, with the Eastern continent embarking on new shipbuilding projects, it felt like an outright provocation. A few ships were already causing sleepless nights, and if more were to come, would they be able to continue their daily lives? While the army was not a concern, as the nation did not dare to launch an attack on their territory, the navy could not be overlooked. Ultimately, this nation is an industrial one, relying on the continuous purchase of raw materials to process and sell, with a hostile nation's warships stationed at their doorstep. What were the factory owners and conglomerates to do? Would they even be able to continue their businesses? Faced with widespread dissatisfaction, the government finally realized that if things continued this way, they might face impeachment. Setting aside personal grievances, the leadership began to bolster their nation's strength. First, with consensus in Congress, by the end of December, they finally secured the budget for constructing new battleships. However, they were only just beginning to build this new class of battleships, with the technology even being sold to them by the Eastern continent. The 2 ships meant for validation were still under construction, and no one knew what they would look like. Despite this, the Naval Department managed to muster all its resources, and within a month, The plans for the new battleship class were rapidly completed. The design enlarged the hull from 18,000 tons to 20,000 tons. While largely adhering to the specifications of the previous class, they planned to construct 4 ships at once, showcasing their financial might. However, due to the rushed nature of the project, many performance metrics were severely lacking. The first issue was speed. Their power system was inferior to that of other nations, which meant even they could only maintain a speed of 19 to 20 knots. It was easy to imagine that their battleships would be limited to a mere 18.5 knots. The endurance is not to be underestimated, reaching 600 nautical miles, which only poses a threat to neighboring countries. To cross the ocean, it would require following large transport ships for supplies. In a real conflict, if the enemy opens fire, you can't be thinking about where to find coal. Of course, there are highlights. At least the naval guns have increased from 4 twin mounts to 5, maintaining a full heavy artillery layout. The armor thickness has also reached 305 millimeters, providing adequate protection. After more than a decade of research, the lighthouse has finally completed its first-generation mechanical fire control computer, improving shooting accuracy and range. The shipbuilding industry at the lighthouse is quite impressive, with ample dry docks for ships over 10,000 tons, allowing for the simultaneous construction of these for battleships. Brian is determined to let the Eastern continent know that his country is not to be trifled with. All the newspapers are loudly promoting these 4 battleships, which brings comfort to Fong Mingzhou, as his efforts with the lighthouse have not been in vain. If they hadn't felt pain, the lighthouse would not have joined this naval competition. Blindly focusing on development is not a wise approach. After the conflict, the lighthouse no longer mentions building those old battleships and is instead pushing for funding to construct many new ones. While the lighthouse strengthens its navy, the Bear Country begins to bolster its army. Contrary to the lighthouse, the Bear Country is not worried about the Eastern continent's navy causing trouble for them. With tens of thousands of kilometers of distance and crossing so many countries, if the Eastern continent's navy were to reach their doorstep, it would mean the end for many European nations. The Bear is more concerned about its army, as the 2 countries share a land border of several thousand kilometers. The wounds from the last war have yet to heal, and with the Eastern continent stirring things up again, could they be planning to attack? The proud leader cannot tolerate being humiliated again like last time. If naval ships are expensive, fine, I will expand the army instead. As long as those soldiers are fed. Isn't that enough? The leader demands the Duma to pass a military expansion plan. Over the next decade, the army is to be expanded to 2 million, exactly double that of the Eastern continent. Moreover, concerning machine guns and artillery planned by the Eastern continent, the leader insists they must also be produced, and not in lesser quantities. The Bear's industry is pitifully unable to meet these demands. Just producing 2 million rifles would take at least a decade, even with everyone working together. But is that really possible? Aside from the lighthouse and the Bear, other countries are merely shouting in the newspapers that the Eastern continent is disrupting peace, but no action is being taken. The 4 Danube-class battleships of the Gallic Rooster are not even halfway completed, and they lack both funds and technology to ramp up production. Similarly, the Austro-Hungarians are in the same situation. The construction speed of their 4 King-class battleships is slower than that of the Gallic Rooster. As for the Italians, they haven't even completed 2 Dante-class battleships, and new battleships are still a long way off. After this round of competition, the situation has become very clear. Many countries are falling behind. Currently, only the Eastern continent, John Bull, and Hans Cadet's navies are still in pursuit of each other. Other countries have kept a low profile, as there's no immediate threat of war. Why engage in such military buildup by constructing warships? One country emphasizes its navy, while another focuses on its land forces. Both are limping along. Sooner or later, this will backfire. Another surprising development for Fong Mingzhou is the unexpected announcement from a certain nation, as their leader declared the dispatch of a delegation to the Eastern continent to discuss military and economic cooperation. Is this a major procurement initiative? Chapter 329. The Great White Fleet in the 8th year of the reign. While the Eastern Empire concentrated on development, various issues frequently arose on the European continent. Aside from the conflicts among major powers, several smaller nations below them have also become restless. While the leader suppressed domestic chaos, little did he know that a greater danger was brewing. The delegation from that nation spent a month visiting the Eastern continent. This was not for nothing. The economic cooperation agreements reached between the 2 nations amounted to dozens. More importantly, the leader was seeking assistance. Although he managed to suppress the youth party and the bourgeoisie with overwhelming military power, significant issues began to surface within his territory. First, a certain empire officially announced the annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, causing dissatisfaction among neighboring countries. The Bosnia crisis erupted, and as the rightful owner of the land, the nation could only watch as these territories were taken away. This empire is one of the 5 major powers and is backed by another influential entity. As if that weren't enough, during this turmoil, a certain archduke declared independence from that nation. It is well known that following the leader has led to continuous defeats for that nation. However, seeking independence to go solo was a daunting task for these smaller countries. Among them, one country stood out, showcasing an impressive mobilization of 1.2 million troops despite having a population of just over 4 million. This force proved to be quite formidable, at least more capable than both the empire and its neighboring country. The sudden independence of this nation has made matters even worse for the leader, as neglecting the situation could lead to becoming a landlocked state. But how to manage it? If the leader had been more effective, the nation wouldn't be in such a predicament now. The actions of the empire were not surprising. Bosnia and Herzegovina had long been under its control, albeit nominally still belonging to that nation. This time, the empire took advantage of the internal strife to solidify its claims. However, the actions of the independent nation were unacceptable to the leader, as it was backed by another powerful entity. Yes, that entity had its own interests in this volatile region, which has historically been a ground for expansion. The complexity of ethnic groups in this region rivals that of historical periods of fragmentation, making it a focal point for both the powerful entity and various European nations. Bulgaria is technically a principality ruled by the House of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. From the title alone, it is evident that this prince has connections to 7 royal lineages. This prince has also managed to balance relationships well, as being a king in Europe can be quite a fluctuating role. As an external ruler, this Ferdinand is fond of power and has a fiery and reckless temperament. Upon witnessing the movement of the local youth party, he became restless and sought to establish an independent nation, breaking away from the local vassal relationship. Of course, he was not without wisdom and chose to align himself with the Austro-Hungarian Empire. This led to Austria-Hungary taking Bosnia and Herzegovina while Bulgaria declared its independence. At this time, Sultan Abdulhamid II hoped that the Eastern powers would lend a hand, considering their previous ties, especially since there are historical tensions with the Northern Bear. According to Fang Mingzhou's perspective, there would be reluctance to intervene, as Bulgaria had achieved unification and independence over 20 years ago. It just needed formal recognition. More crucially, this small nation performed exceptionally during the S1, effectively thwarting the attempts of another nation to provide maritime support to the Northern Bear. However, if they refuse assistance, the Eastern powers would need to rely on the local routes to connect to the European mainland, which would necessitate cooperation with the local authorities. With maritime routes not being easily navigable in the short term, it's imperative that support, trade, or aid flows continuously to avoid setbacks. Your Majesty, based on our General Staff's perspective, the local authorities should relinquish their territories in Europe, retaining only the capital, and focus on managing their current lands. Engaging with Bulgaria and Austria-Hungary would further drain national resources. Currently, Sultan Abdulhamid II, having acquired modern warships, feels empowered and seeks to contest with Bulgaria. But what is there to contest? Given the local military's capability, they would likely face severe losses against the resilient Bulgarian forces. Currently, the local authorities have no allies. And historically, their relationship with the Northern Bear improved only after the revolution that overthrew Abdulhamid II. Now, Abdulhamid is still thriving and even eager for action. However, some suggest providing appropriate compensation to the local authorities to draw them closer to us, thereby securing a foothold on the European continent. Zhang Shun is also conflicted. Does Abdulhamid truly believe that having made a deal with the Eastern powers means they are allies now? Are our advisors still assisting the local authorities in training soldiers? Yes. We currently have about 1,000 officers in their territory, and they have also sent a portion of their naval forces to learn from us. Without Kemal, the local authorities face uncertainty, and their relationship with the Northern Bear is not strong. If the local authorities do not join the S1 ranking, the Dardanelles will become a significant vulnerability. We should inform Abdulhamid II that Bulgaria can manage independently, and we are willing to provide them with 20,000 rifles, help train their soldiers, and additionally gift them 2 destroyers. After all, these are all seized assets, so it can be considered a gesture of goodwill. Furthermore, we should support an individual named Ismail Enver. This person is the key figure behind the alliance between the local poultry and the Hans cats. It is believed that the leader would not mind having one more ally in the Central Sea. The local poultry can only proceed in this manner for now, as there is another matter awaiting Fang Mingzhou's attention. That is, the naval forces have suddenly announced plans for a global voyage. Goodness, is the Great White Fleet from history making an appearance? After enduring a series of setbacks and internal issues, the cabinet has finally decided to show some muscle. They want the world to know that they are not to be trifled with. Of course, this is Fang Mingzhou's speculation, but it is likely close to the truth. This fleet is composed of 20 battleships, divided into 2 formations. It set sail from the eastern coast last year, led by Rear Admiral Evans, heading south through the region. Zhang Shun explained that they predict this is a form of deterrence against previous interventions in the region. Deterrence? Who can they deter? Sun Fu laughed and said, now? The region has about a dozen battleships as well, and by the time they reach the Pacific, they will probably see our fleet in the vicinity. At that point, who is deterring whom is still uncertain. Chapter 330. Concerns about the naval forces. It is the most beautiful time of spring, and at this moment, the summer palace is already showcasing the early spring scenery. This famous royal garden is in full bloom, with the waters of Kunming Lake crystal clear, and the beauty of the three hills is breathtaking. Fang Mingzhou felt that exchanging 700 tons of gold for this palace and garden was definitely a profitable deal. In the future, charging admission will ensure that future generations do not face starvation. It must be said that without the industrial pollution of later generations, the air here is free from any burnt odors. As early as the founding of the nation, Fang Mingzhou proposed the environmental protection concept of preserving historical heritage and architecture. And this capital, which has witnessed 3 dynasties, has received maximum protection. Later, before the 4-year plan in the eastern region, Fang Mingzhou strictly stipulated that the capital would no longer host various industries. Even if there were some factories, they were limited to food processing and textiles. High-pollution industries like steel smelting and chemical production were relocated hundreds of kilometers away to Phoenix City. In this era, industry is the priority. Pollution cannot be completely eradicated but can only be reduced through laws. One must choose between the economy and the environment. Ouyang Geng, Zhang Shun, and others initially did not understand why His Majesty prohibited industrial development in the capital, as it is typically the most industrialized area in any country. However, after so many years, they have come to appreciate Fang Mingzhou's thoughtful intentions. In just 16 years, Fang Mingzhou feels a sense of change. A newly established empire, even after 100 years, may not be much inferior to the previous one. Everyone has reclaimed the Han territory from foreign invaders, especially with last year's national data released. The eastern region surpassed the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the neighboring country, becoming the 5th largest economy, although there is still a gap in per capita income. After all, the eastern region is the largest in both land area and population. Under his strong intervention, the eastern region has adopted a national economic development model, allowing for concentrated efforts on major projects. Ouyang Geng and others are even more emotional, recalling that when they first took over this country, it had virtually no industry. Hundreds of millions are in dire need, facing internal and external challenges. But what about now? This young emperor has been in power for over 10 years, bringing not only an unparalleled international status to this nation, but also ensuring that every citizen of the eastern continent can have enough to eat and warm clothing. No one says the eastern continent is inferior to others anymore. When the naval bill, which had been in the making for 8 years, was passed, everyone finally realized that the eastern continent had reached a high point in the world and was sprinting towards the pinnacle. The fleet from the lighthouse will arrive at our Shiwei Island in a month, and they have sent a diplomatic note hoping to resupply at the Pearl River port. After Sun Fu finished speaking, everyone looked at Emperor Fang. Seeing the curious gazes from the crowd, Fang Mingzhou felt speechless. What? Does he think he can sink them all? Your Majesty, after all, there are 20 battleships, Sun Fu said. This is a testament to the lighthouse's industrial capabilities over the years. So what if there are 20? They're just the largest outdated steel battleships in history. Fang Mingzhou's remarks made everyone laugh. Indeed, all the warships from the lighthouse are old battleships. The battle at Christmas Island has clearly shown the fate of these outdated vessels when they encounter modern battleships. This fleet from the lighthouse can only intimidate countries that lack modern warships. Historically, the lighthouse used to scare the Neon Nation. But now the Neon Nation is treated like a pet by Emperor Fang. They should follow the proper procedures to supply them. The lighthouse's warships are short-legged. If they don't receive supplies from us, they probably won't reach the next supply point. However, Fang Mingzhou also understands that even though they are all old battleships, if the lighthouse completes this global tour, it will bring them unmatched international influence. Let us put it this way, except for a certain nation. The lighthouse ranks second in the world in terms of the number of dreadnoughts built, with a total of 26 battleships. Anyone who sees this number would be astonished. If it weren't for the earlier development of the Beidou class, the lighthouse might have become the second largest navy in the world. After this tour, it's likely that the certain nation will start to cozy up to the lighthouse. Before S1, these two countries had already established an unspoken understanding. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been endless military orders and transport ships filling the seas when the conflict started. What Fang Mingzhou is more worried about is that once an agreement is reached within the alliance, the lighthouse could restrain him while they quickly deal with the Han's cat. Although the eastern continent did not expect to join the war directly at the outset, if the lighthouse sets a trap, the Empire won't be able to simultaneously handle the bear and supply the alliance. Some say the competition lasted 3 to 5 years. But in Fang Mingzhou's view, After the Marne, the Hans Cat couldn't quickly break through the Gull Rooster, falling into an endless trench warfare mode, which already showed the outcome. What followed was merely a desperate struggle. If the Gull Rooster can't be defeated with a few tactics, it will be overwhelmed by the vast colonies and logistics of the Alliance. One must find ways to force the Gallic Rooster to surrender as soon as possible. Even if it does not surrender, it is essential to inflict heavy casualties on its soldiers. This is not without hope. Although the current Gallic Rooster is a strong land power, much more formidable than its counterpart, it has a critical flaw: a lack of understanding of warfare. Believing that the last conflict between the two nations was due to its insufficient offensive, the results were evident. Within a month or two after the onset of the conflict, hundreds of thousands of Gallic Rooster soldiers charged in dense formations towards the machine gun positions. If this opportunity is seized, a defense of Paris might not be impossible. What about the situation in Africa? That individual, Bernal, has successfully reached the Democratic Republic of the Congo, while Leopold II is now in dire straits. His private territory has been declared national property by the Parliamentary Assembly. Leopold II is in a final frenzy, with widespread massacres occurring. And those following Bernal have exceeded 500, currently concentrated near the left bank of Lake Malawi. The next step is northern Rhodesia, which is John Bull's colony. Bernal is a skilled fighter. During the Boer War, he was the commander of the Commando Corps. In the early stages of the Boer War, a significant portion of John Bull's casualties were caused by him. What about Union? Has he returned to the Bear State? Since the Bear stabilized its situation, it has been pursuing him, but recent actions by Nier to dissolve the Duma have allowed him to become active again. After much consideration, Fong Mingzhou finally agreed to hand over 10,000 prisoners from the Bear State and 5,000 rifles to him. He has indeed returned, and he is quite wealthy, having made a significant profit of 500,000 pounds. Over the past 2 years, he has plundered considerable wealth in the Bear State, and many from the European continent have joined him. If he were to be fully armed and given a few months, he could raise hundreds of thousands of troops. This is why Fong Mingzhou strictly controls his development. The saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend may hold some truth, but he is an enemy of all monarchies. Everyone understands the meaning of His Majesty. Next time, if they lack weapons, they can sell them. But no more people can be given to him. Your Majesty, John Bull has announced the launch of an Invincible-class battlecruiser. Chapter 331. The Indifferent Hans Cat on May 13th. In the 8th year of the reign, at the Armstrong shipyard, the place was bustling with people. Countless citizens gathered, having heard that a significant warship launching ceremony would take place today. At 10 in the morning, when everyone arrived at the dock, they saw a long-hulled warship adorned with ribbons quietly docked there. Countless soldiers stood neatly on board, waiting for inspection. When Edward VII and Fisher arrived, everyone became excited. After 2 years, no one knew how they had managed during that time. Ever since that cursed eastern state presented its first new battleship, the Imperial Navy lost its innovative capability and became the laughingstock of all nations. Now, as Fisher gazed at the warship before him, John Bull would once again stand at the pinnacle of the world's navies. Today, he is set to address numerous reporters and newspapers, warning the entity across the strait not to attempt to confront the Empire at sea. Once all the reporters and cameras are ready, Fisher respectfully bows to Edward and steps forward. Ladies and gentlemen, today I bring good news to the Empire. As for what this good news is, you all know. The warship behind me is it. However, for those who have come here, many understand a bit about naval knowledge. This warship seems to weigh less than 20,000 tons. At most it just looks a bit longer. Even the previously launched battleship class appears larger than this one. Everyone waits with curiosity for the Minister of the Navy's speech. Under the leadership of His Majesty and Parliament, thanks to the efforts of the designers at the Imperial Navy Department, from today onwards, our Navy will once again stand at the pinnacle of the world. Could a single warship elevate the Navy to such heights? It is this battlecruiser behind me. A battlecruiser? This is the first time everyone has heard this name, which indicates it is a warship that has never appeared before. Everyone looks back at the warship, with countless cameras aimed at it. Several reporters loudly ask, Your Excellency Fisher, what makes this warship different? How can it help us regain our naval supremacy? As reporters, they are not easily fooled, thinking everyone is a novice in naval matters. This warship, aside from being a bit longer, has 2 fewer main guns than the battleship class. Its layout is not something new. It was first designed and equipped by the Navy of the Eastern Continent. The main guns are quite standard, in their view. This is a warship without any highlights. Facing the overwhelming inquiries, Fisher not only remains calm, but starts to smile. As the empire that commands the 7 seas, the Navy has always been at the forefront of the world. Any warship cannot be judged solely by its firepower. The warship before you is a new type of vessel pioneered by the Royal Navy, equipped with 8 12-inch 45 caliber naval guns, giving it firepower comparable to that of a battleship. More importantly, Fisher looked at everyone and said loudly, it also has a speed that exceeds that of a cruiser. Its appearance will be the bane of all cruisers in the world, whether light or heavy. It will help the Empire stabilize its overseas territories, instilling fear in those who covet them. It will appear at the fastest speed wherever the Empire needs protection. It will become a nightmare for those who dare to challenge the Empire's naval supremacy. We call it the battlecruiser. Fisher has never felt so at ease. His voice rises above the rest, as if declaring to the whole world. The frustrations he felt inside seem to have been released. Ever since the Eastern continent invented the new type of battleship, the Empire has faced endless hardships. Now, it is time for that belligerent emperor of the Eastern continent to experience the bitterness of being surpassed. As Fisher concludes his speech, everyone reacts, and a wave of joy spreads across their faces. In this era where battleships reign supreme, everyone is expected to know a bit about naval knowledge. Just as people 100 years from now will have some understanding of aircraft carriers. A ship equipped with battleship firepower can handle any maritime target. Meanwhile, the speed of a cruiser allows it to maneuver alongside the enemy, delivering a fatal blow when the enemy is complacent. You might wonder why not attack first. Didn't T. Lord Fisher say that? Can a battleship keep up with its speed and agility? Everyone imagines the despair of a battleship from Hans facing their own battlecruisers. And then there's that damn Eastern Empire. Their battleships can only watch as our ships speed past, unable to catch up, while being tormented by 12-inch naval guns. Thunderous applause fills the shipyard as countless eyes are drawn to that warship, while reporters crazily snap photos. Although battlecruisers are a product of a specific era, their groundbreaking significance cannot be denied. Combining the firepower of battleships with the speed of cruisers is a feat that those commanders could only dream of. If it weren't for the inadequate development of the power systems in John Bull's navy, leading to armor that is even weaker than that of cruisers. But Fang Mingzhou is looking at it from a future perspective. As the reporters excitedly pin down a statement, it is clear, it will lead the Empire to its peak, the battlecruiser. In the Wuyo Palace, Wei Air holds a newspaper. The front page features a massive warship. With the bold title battlecruiser, John Bull attempts to intimidate us with this so-called battlecruiser. The great Hans will not compromise. Wei Air is furious. The Moroccan incident he had high hopes for has become a joke among all European nations. He gained nothing and instead allowed John Bull and the Gallic Rooster to sign a pact, bringing the two countries closer together. His cousin, the Bear, has been increasing troops at the border, forcing him to shift focus to the army, thus slowing down the development of his own navy. Your Majesty, at the end of last year, the Eastern Empire had already informed us of the specifications of this class of warship. Although we are unsure of their intelligence sources, based on the warship launched a couple of days ago, it can be said to be very close. Given the traditionally friendly relations between our two nations, we urgently modified the armored cruiser Beaulieu Usher, which is under construction, at the end of last year. The naval guns were upgraded from 210mm to 280mm, with 6 twin mounts, delivering firepower comparable to that of John Bull's battlecruisers. As for the armor, it exceeds theirs by 30mm, and the tonnage has increased from 16,000 tons to 17,850 tons, matching John Bull's tonnage. Tirpitz sighed inwardly. He had still fallen into John Bull's trap. Even with the urgent modifications, the Beaulieu Usher still has gaps compared to their Invincible-class battlecruisers. He is more inclined to redesign a battlecruiser that surpasses the Invincible class. Chapter 332. Not yet time for brutality. The appearance of the Invincible-class battlecruisers has quickly stirred a storm of warships around the world. As newspapers widely reported on this new type of warship, the national pride was particularly vocal, claiming that the Navy's pinnacle could only be theirs. Major newspapers were generous with their praise, and in no time, Fisher's name became known to everyone. The reason for this was that the national pride sensed something was amiss. The naval competition between the two countries had begun to spiral out of control. You build, I escalate. This upward spiral of competition showed no signs of stopping. Therefore, the national pride decided to grandly hold the launch ceremony for this class of battlecruiser. Intending to convey a message to the rival, there was no point in trying to catch up anymore, as it was impossible. Everyone should calm down. Look, with my battlecruiser now in the water, what do you have to compare? In the eyes of the national pride, it was time for the rival to recognize the situation and sit down to discuss matters, turning major issues into minor ones. Unfortunately, from the perspective of the rival, this was seen as a sign of weakness. This assessment was not without basis. The national pride was no longer the country that led the Industrial Revolution decades ago. With industrial output accounting for 70% of the world, although it remained an industrial power, it was falling behind in emerging fields like electricity, chemicals, and automobiles, which were dominated by others. It was not only surpassed by the lighthouse nation but also by the rival and the Eastern continent in quick succession. The domestic economy was largely reliant on traditional industries like textiles and coal. In terms of steel production and precision manufacturing, the rival had taken the lead. The national pride had maintained a growth rate of 15 for 10 consecutive years, while the rival's figure was only 5. If it weren't for the substantial financial support from its vast colonies, the national pride would not be enjoying its current good fortune. The goodwill extended by the national pride was seen by the rival as a sign of concession. Although the rival did not know the saying about pursuing the retreating enemy, the principle of taking advantage of victory was well understood. A month after the appearance of the Invincible-class battlecruiser, the rival's naval minister announced that they would construct 2 Tan-class battlecruisers, clearly targeting the Invincible class. They stated that they would not yield, and any actions challenging the empire would ultimately fail. The national pride felt insulted, realizing that despite being a global leader, it had given in. Was it just about shipbuilding? The national pride would not be intimidated. Without any signs of compromise from the rival, the national pride decided to stop pretending. By the end of November, the Navy submitted a request to build 3 battlecruisers. Due to budget constraints from previous years, although the proposal was passed, Parliament required construction to begin the following year. Just over a month, the national pride saw it as a trivial matter. Once the construction plan for the 3 Relentless-class battlecruisers was announced, people from all countries began to ask, what exactly do you want? The new battleships hadn't even been fully rolled out, and now you're starting on these so-called battlecruisers? When will this end? Other countries were no longer interested in participating, choosing to ignore whatever type of warship was being built. Historically, Hans Kat had fewer modern battleships and battlecruisers compared to John Bull. However, the situation has changed. The number of modern battleships is now basically equal, and the battlecruisers can temporarily keep pace due to the involvement of a certain region. Although the situation with the Burachel is concerning, the Tannen class has increased from 1 ship to 2, bringing the total number of battlecruisers for both sides to 63. Nevertheless, John Bull's fleet is globally deployed, and these 6 ships cannot all remain in their home country just to monitor Hans Kat. In Dongzhou Garden, a certain regional leader smiled as he put down the newspaper, amused. Despite the many sarcastic comments within, clearly aimed at the Dongzhou Empire, it seems that John Bull has indeed been feeling repressed in recent years. Otherwise, they wouldn't react so strongly over a single battlecruiser. Well, let them talk. When the fighting starts, they will understand how inferior battlecruisers are against fast battleships. It appears that Wei Tu is quite reliable and has not compromised. Ouyang Gung chuckled and said, Your Majesty, you have too much faith in Wei Tu. It's really John Bull's lack of capability. Oh, how so? The leader inquired. Your Majesty, due to the continuous shipbuilding competition between Hans Kat and John Bull, the military expenditures of both countries have risen significantly. Both dreadnoughts and battlecruisers are colossal money pits. Previously, the earthquake in the Lighthouse region strained our bilateral relations. And after we sank 2 of the Lighthouse's battleships, the strategic competition between Mr. Burgess and Morgan ignited an economic crisis in the Lighthouse. Mr. Burgess is now the chairman of the Lighthouse Financial Committee, which is roughly equivalent to the future Federal Reserve chairman. The remaining task is merely a slow grind. John Bull has invested heavily in the Lighthouse, and the recent stock market crash has affected them significantly. The enormous fiscal deficit has placed immense pressure on John Bull's economy, which is why they were considering reconciliation with Hans Kat. Wei Tu is aware of this, hence the rejection. The construction of the 3 battlecruisers has been postponed to next year, and we estimate that next year John Bull will be able to start work on at most 2 battleships. After finishing his statement, Ouyang Gung added, clearly, 3 battlecruisers are not enough to intimidate Wei Tu. Although the specifics are unknown to the regional leader, historically, John Bull made significant concessions to prevent the outbreak of war. They even secretly negotiated with Wei Tu, stating that if Hans Kat stopped the naval arms race, John Bull would no longer interfere with affairs on the European continent. Clearly, this was an intention to allow Hans Kat to dominate the continent. Of course, even if one were Wei Tu, such words would not be trusted. Who knows if, after stepping back from the military competition, John Bull would immediately attack? However, this also indicates that John Bull is beginning to struggle. Naturally, Wei Tu's temperament makes reconciliation impossible. Rest assured, Wei Tu's contradictory nature means he truly does not want war with John Bull, but he desires even more to be a king who surpasses his ancestors. Securing land under the sun for Hans Kat is far more important, and he will not compromise on that. Moreover, do you believe John Bull can return to the state it was in over a decade ago, back to the Salisbury era? If they dared, the first to rebel would likely be the Gallic rooster. Do you really think the rooster from Gaul dares to surrender before you? Your Majesty, do you mean this is a delaying tactic from a certain nation? Ouyang Gung, who is not well versed in military matters, understands that Your Majesty's gaze has already extended over all nations in the world. Regardless, once this competition begins, no one can stop it. Otherwise, it will merely become a delicacy in the eyes of others. Just wait, we haven't even reached the most brutal moment yet. The military competition has only just begun to warm up, it hasn't reached its climax. when both sides start churning out forces like dumplings. War will be the only option left, because everyone will run out of money, and if they don't take down the enemy to replenish their resources, they will bleed out and perish first. Chapter 333. The development of the Eastern Continent. Has the fleet left our waters? Your Majesty, not entirely yet. It has currently reached our Java province, and the next step should be crossing the Maluku Sea. Fang Mingzhou nodded. Since early last year, this super battleship, dubbed Lighthouse's Super Scrap Iron, has been gathering at the Hampton anchorage. It has traveled south through the Bashi Channel, crossed the Drake Passage, and then continued north. It passed through the territories of 4 nations, Chile, Peru, Ecuador, and Colombia. The route indicates a show of force. After all, the Lighthouse's layout in South America suffered a complete defeat in the past 2 years, and this voyage is just the right opportunity to flex their muscles. The Bashi Channel is manageable. It is a major power, with its land area accounting for almost half of South America, and having ordered 2 battleships from the eastern continent. It poses no threat. The other 4 nations, upon discussion, formed a coalition and conducted a joint exercise. 6 old battleships, 3 armored cruisers, along with a newly constructed battleship that had just returned to Chile, made up the joint fleet. This fleet maintained a distance of 50 kilometers alongside the Lighthouse's fleet, creating a tense atmosphere. Especially the newly launched battleship, flagship of the joint fleet, is equipped with 5 twin-mounted 305mm naval guns, showing no signs of intimidation even in front of 20 Lighthouse battleships. If a conflict were to arise, even if the Lighthouse were to win, it would likely be left with only half of its fleet. The 2 fleets maintained a friendly proximity for over 3 months. However, when the Lighthouse fleet reached Mersey, it did not achieve its intended deterrent effect on South America. Upon reaching the western coast at Gold Mountain, the Lighthouse fleet set sail again, heading to Zayawi for resupply. Taking advantage of visits to neighboring regions, unfortunately, the Eastern Continent's first naval fleet, with its 4 Beidou-class battleships, happened to be conducting exercises in that area as well. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. And Admiral Evans of the Lighthouse Navy could hardly contain his desire to shout and launch an attack to annihilate the Eastern Continent's first fleet. Unfortunately, this was merely a fantasy, as they would not fare well against 4 new battleships. In October of last year, this fleet reached Zhangzhou port in the Eastern Continent for resupply, and then continued south, visiting the Fujian province of the Eastern Continent. Sadly, following the last cleanup, Fujian province had completely transformed into a part of the Eastern Continent. Those that couldn't be integrated into the Eastern Continent have already disappeared. The current Funan province has fully implemented Eastern Continent characters and is learning Eastern Continent history. Only the older generation still mentions the former name. Over the past 6 months, the large fleet from the Lighthouse has been very well behaved, coming with peace and sincerity. Sun Fuyuan smiled and said that while the Lighthouse is showcasing its strength to the world, those who are unaware might think it is a peaceful visit. Would they dare to misbehave? Since the beginning of the Xiaowei, this entire area has been under our control. If they offend us, let alone coal, thousands of them will just have to wait to go to sea and catch fish to fill their stomachs. Haha, just thinking about such a scenario made everyone laugh. The monarch had chosen to offend the Lighthouse to occupy Xiaowei, and looking back now, it was indeed a stroke of genius. With this unsinkable fortress, the Lighthouse can't expect to march into the Taiping Ocean at ease. Next, this fleet will enter the Hardness Ocean, then pass through the Sui Shire, reach the Europa continent, and finally enter the Great Shi Ocean, returning to the Lighthouse. Setting aside the large fleet, everyone came to the Eastern Continent Garden today for the second 4-year plan. The 8th year of the Xiaoming period has ended, and the Eastern Continent has completed 2 4-year plans. Now is the time to evaluate the results, and seeing several cabinet members eager to get started. Fang Mingzhou knew the second 4-year plan would likely exceed expectations. It's important to note that the initial targets were quite ambitious. As Ouyang Gung began to speak, everyone quieted down. Overall, after 2 4-year plans, the Eastern Continent has jumped from an agricultural nation to an industrialized one. The total economy has risen again, surpassing the Gallic Rooster to reach 4th place. Last year, the Eastern Continent's total economy broke through 9.5 billion blue coins, whereas 10 years ago, this figure was only 1/10 of that. The Lighthouse still holds the first position with 31.7 billion, followed by the Hans Cat at 12.5 billion and John Bull at 11.5 billion. As for the Gallic Rooster, which is keen on lending, its economy has dropped to around 9 billion. If it weren't for Fang Mingzhou's continuous setbacks against the Lighthouse, this figure might have been even higher. There's no denying that the Lighthouse's economy is currently leading the way, with the second industrial revolution occurring only in the Eastern Continent, the Lighthouse, and the Hans Cat. Other countries have already fallen behind. In terms of industrial output, the Lighthouse still commands 28 of global industry, John Bull 14, Hans Cat 16, and the Eastern Continent follows closely with 12. However, Out of this 12, the contributions from electricity, oil, automobiles, and heavy manufacturing account for at least one-third. Nevertheless, many places in the eastern continent still primarily rely on agriculture, and the Prime Minister's office has not conducted any statistics, particularly in the Siberia province and the Midwest. Agriculture and handicrafts are the mainstays. Most importantly, in steel and coal, the eastern continent has accumulated substantial resources, with steel production exceeding 10 million tons, second only to the Lighthouse and the Hans Cat. As for coal, it ranks second in the world with 3.2 billion tons. When it comes to resources, if the eastern continent claims the first position, no one dares to challenge it for second place, and Fangmingzhou also controls several major mining areas worldwide. This steel and coal have provided a lubricant for the eastern continent's economy. Dongzhou dares to build battleships in large quantities, and behind this is its steel production capacity. Of course, with high output comes high expenditure, not to mention military needs. The annual consumption of railway steel alone exceeds millions of tons. To put it bluntly, with a population of over 500 million, if every household had just one kitchen knife, that would still be a staggering number. The industrial hegemony of the Lighthouse is undoubtedly established, and for now, no one can challenge its position. It's worth noting that this is also a result of Fangmingzhou reaping benefits. Even if there had been no S1 in history, the Lighthouse could have developed into a top economic and military power purely on inertia. Indeed, a military power. Everyone is concerned about the military competition between John Bull and Hans Cat, but the Lighthouse, with its industrial capabilities, has already surpassed Hans Cat in terms of old battleships. Yet, has anyone mentioned it? The public in the Lighthouse has never claimed that the Navy occupies too many resources. They simply build a few battleships each year, already surpassing all other countries in the world. This subtle and quiet development is what makes Fangmingzhou the most vigilant. This country is often overlooked because it is not at the center of the world, but when you turn around, you find that it has become a colossal force. Fangmingzhou looks at the Lighthouse as the Lighthouse will look at Dongda in 100 years. Even if you keep an eye on it, it can still develop right under your nose. Moreover, aside from war, there is no good way to deal with it. Fortunately, now Fangmingzhou can resolve things through war. If the Lighthouse's military strength is stronger than that of Dongzhou, Fangmingzhou would indeed be at a loss. Thank goodness for this world without Miss Chiao. Everything still relies on strength to speak. Chapter 334. The dumpling production begins. Dongzhou's development is comprehensive. As early as the planning of the 4-year plan, Fangmingzhou understood how Dongzhou should develop. The Ministry of Industry has established departments for steel, aircraft, oil, automobiles, tractors, chemicals, heavy machinery, and precision instruments. This has already formed a quite complete industrial system. New heavy industries have emerged in the northwest and southwest, with steel, heavy machinery, and coal bases springing up. The oil industry is particularly prioritized by Fangmingzhou. While coal has gradually declined, oil has been growing exponentially each year. Of course, the rapid development in industry cannot overshadow the agricultural sector. This land has always been about food being paramount. If people cannot get enough to eat, various entrepreneurial groups will emerge. The planning of the Prime Minister's office aligns well with Fangmingzhou's intentions, focusing on mechanization in the Central Plains and Great Plains regions while relying on manual cultivation in remote hilly and mountainous areas. Other uncultivated areas primarily utilize local people and convicts to establish new large farms. Over 50,000 large farms have been established in the desolate areas of Dongzhou, which alone can meet the consumption of 1/3 of Dongzhou's population each year. In recent years, those locals don't even need Dongzhou to catch them. They come to Dongzhou seeking land to farm. Throughout the Far East, apart from Dongzhou and a few smaller allies, other places are still in the colonial era. Life is tough for everyone, and exploitation in the colonies is even harsher. These individuals now reminisce about the prosperity of a certain powerful nation and seek assistance for their livelihood. Over the past 2 years, numerous such individuals have been apprehended at the borders of the eastern continent, and the thoughts of the local authorities are quite straightforward. Free labor should not go to waste. They are all sent to a region known for potato cultivation. As for future generations, there are no female wild animals within dozens of kilometers. Agricultural development has also spurred industrial construction, with over 30,000 tractors produced in the past year alone, and agricultural machinery stations are being established comprehensively. The livestock industry is growing rapidly alongside the increase in national income. In terms of education, the number of higher education institutions has exceeded 100, with annual graduates surpassing 500,000, a figure that exceeds that of all other nations. With a large population base and free basic education, combined with the centuries-old emphasis on education in this land, an increasing number of skilled professionals are entering various industries, propelling the entire nation forward. As for demographic statistics, with such a vast area, it is impossible to conduct annual counts, but last year's birth rate exceeded 7 million, even with some remote areas not accounted for. Remarkably, with a population of 50 million, such a high birth rate suggests that in 100 years, the annual birth count could exceed 15 million. This is largely attributed to the widespread barefoot doctor system. The infant mortality rate has decreased by more than tenfold compared to a decade ago. The nation's development and increasing income have also driven urbanization, all while prioritizing harmony with nature. This is just a statistical overview at the national level. Many changes occur quietly. The first tram appeared 2 years ago and has now expanded to 10 cities, while cars are gradually appearing in streets and alleys. Radio has become the fastest-growing sector in consumer products, and new radio regulations have been passed. Telephones have also quietly emerged in major cities. And electricity is beginning to illuminate countless homes. After over a decade of construction and the labor of millions, the railways of the eastern continent have begun to take shape. Aside from a few overseas provinces in a specific region, railways have reached various provinces, and construction of the railway crossing the Tibetan region in the northwest is being expedited. The newly constructed highway mileage exceeds 50,000 kilometers. These incremental changes are astonishing even to the local authorities. The current eastern continent is nearing the level of a republic after 2 to 3 decades of establishment, surpassing that era in most aspects. Except for the absence of a certain influential figure. If one puts in the effort, could they not ride the waves before meeting their ancestors? With the conclusion of the second 4-year plan, the third plan is now underway. The first plan aimed to address basic needs. The second focused on transforming the eastern continent from an agricultural nation into an industrial one. As for the third plan, to put it in a modern phrase, it aims to surpass others in development. After 2 plans, everyone has become accustomed to the rapid pace of development in the eastern continent. Maintaining double-digit economic growth for 8 consecutive years is already a miracle. Looking at the third economic plan submitted by the Prime Minister's office, the targets are indeed very ambitious. But the local authorities feel they are still somewhat conservative. In the 8th year of the current era, 2 major military factions have taken shape. We have now reached a critical juncture, and soon, the eastern region will begin to export various resources. Of course, it cannot be compared to the leading power, which is on the verge of a new springtime. The more profits we make, the more exhilarating it will be when the time comes to seize opportunities. Just as the approval for the eastern region's third 4-year plan was granted, the global situation has entered its tumultuous latter phase. The Grand Fleet returned disappointed after a tour of the continent, although the journey did showcase the industrial capabilities of the leading power. However, the desired outcomes of intimidating the eastern region, the continent, and the southern region were not achieved. At this moment, the continent is already deeply entangled with powerful warships and cruisers. In March of the 9th year, a new naval bill submitted by the Hans Cat Navy was signed. According to this bill, the service life of active battleships has been reduced from 25 years to 20 years to promote the construction of more modern battleships. Additionally, the construction of armored cruisers has been halted, with battle cruisers taking their place. The Parliament also passed a plan to accelerate the construction of major warships, requiring the building of 4 battleships or cruisers each year by the 11th year. Over the course of the 8th, 9th, and 10th years, at least 3 battleships must be constructed annually to replace the older vessels. The goal is to complete the construction of 18 new battleships and at least 8 battle cruisers before the 14th year, and to finish 40 new battleships and 25 battle cruisers before the 20th year. Furthermore, plans are in place to build 38 light cruisers and 144 destroyers and torpedo boats. If not for the awareness of the situation, it is believed that the leader would not have lasted until the 18th year. When this plan was reported by newspapers worldwide, everyone was stunned by the audacity of the Hans Cat. Even the naval expansion plan of his cousin was not as extravagant. Compared to the leader, the other was merely a novice. Although the timeline for this plan has been stretched to 4 years, the shock it brought remains undeniable. The Hans Cat, capitalizing on rapid economic growth and increased national strength, has fully embarked on an aggressive expansion. Chapter 335. The era of super dreadnoughts. The naval expansion bill of the Hans Cat in the 9th year can be considered the largest naval legislation since the advent of modern warships. The leader adheres to the principle of either not doing it or doing it big. When this bill appeared on the desks of leaders around the world, no one dared to speak out. The first to react was the British, who, after being rebuffed in their overtures, became the subject of ridicule from the leader. By the way, in the previous year, the British had begun construction on 2 battleships. As for the reason, one must look at the Prime Minister, a representative of the Liberal Party, who has paved the way for social welfare in Britain. Most of the funds are spent on welfare, so military expenditures are certainly reduced. The earliest version of the 5 social insurances was proposed by this individual, making them a pioneer of high welfare societies on the European continent. This also sparked strong dissatisfaction among the military, who viewed it as irresponsible towards the nation. As a result, this individual unexpectedly lost re-election in the first half of last year. However, what no one anticipated was that the newly appointed prime minister was also from the same political party, which can only be attributed to their overpromising. The introduction of labor laws and pension laws allowed the party to garner support from a large number of lower and middle-class individuals. Therefore, even after the previous leader stepped down, the Conservative Party still could not surpass the Liberal Party, leading to the ascension of a new leader. This also led to discussions at the end of last year about improving relations, aiming for both countries to abandon arms competition. Unfortunately, the proposal was not taken seriously. The Liberal Party's actions were seen as betraying their allies, prompting protests from other nations. Faced with internal and external challenges, the new leader continued to push for social reforms while also balancing conflicts, ultimately abandoning any illusions and taking a tougher stance. They introduced a dual-standard policy, stating that if one country were to build a battleship, they would build two. Compared to history, they hesitated to mention that they were applying this dual standard even for the second and third positions. Now, dealing with just one country was already a challenge. Not to mention that the third largest navy in the world belonged to another nation, known for its enthusiasm for warships and possessing more modern battleships than at home. After seeing the naval bill, the parliament quickly approved the shipbuilding plan within a month. It was announced that 6 dreadnoughts and 2 battlecruisers would be constructed over 9 years. As soon as one country announced plans to build 3 ships this year, the other party decided to double that. The Navy also quickly presented designs for a new class of battleships and battlecruisers, along with plans for future classes equipped with more powerful artillery. Meanwhile, the other nation was still under wraps regarding its advanced warship class, which was under construction. The world remained unaware of its frightening displacement and artillery capabilities. When the decisive moment came, the response was significant. Fortunately, the other nation was also making progress, announcing the successful development of new artillery for its future main ships. The world was entering an era of super battleships, as the two countries compete not only in the number of main battleships, but also in caliber and tonnage. The world has officially entered the era of super battleships. Take the Orion-class battleship, for instance. Although it remains on paper, its full load displacement has reached 26,300 tons. While this is 5,000 tons less than the Mountainous-class battleships currently under construction, it is still considered superior to the Beidou class. If it weren't for the inability of these countries to catch up with the speed of the Mountainous class, perhaps the likes of Sun Fu would be building ships again. The emergence of super battleships has made Fang Mingzhou sigh. With the increasing tonnage of battleships, costs are continuously rising, making the path of large ships and cannons increasingly untenable. A significant amount of resources has been allocated to the Navy. Neither the Beidou class nor the Mountainous class under construction has utilized fiscal funds. All the money has been earned by Fang Mingzhou through geopolitical maneuvering around the world. However, these funds are nearly depleted, and the future costs of battleship construction will be a headache. If reliance on fiscal resources begins, military spending in the region is likely to reach new heights, which would also constrain economic development. Naha Port, located just over 400 kilometers from the continental shelf, has become one of the important ports. Due to its concealed location, the new Mountainous-class battleships are being constructed here. The Navy took over this site a year ago, and due to the secrecy surrounding the construction of the Mountainous-class battleships, soldiers are visible everywhere. However, Fang Mingzhou's visit today is not for this iron behemoth, but for the wooden one beside it. The Class A training vessel, which can also be referred to as an aircraft carrier, is a modification based on a 20,000-ton merchant ship. Currently, there are 2 such military vessels, and early aircraft carriers did not require advanced technology. These merchant ships are solely for training and validating aircraft carrier technology reserves. When construction of the Mountainous class began, Fang Mingzhou also started research on aircraft carriers. The modification is straightforward. It simply requires leveling the superstructure and laying a deck on top. However, this is limited to the hull. Elements such as elevators for munitions and aircraft, hangars, and arrestor wires are not easily resolved. During the last war with the northern neighbor, reconnaissance aircraft from the region made their debut on the battlefield, bringing about a transformative impact on the war. This has made aircraft the hottest development target in the past 2 years. Currently, countries around the world have introduced their own aircraft, but they can only barely manage to fly and cannot compare to those from 5 or 6 years ago in the region. Nevertheless, they are still aircraft. Besides Fang Mingzhou, Zhang Shun, Sun Fu, and Air Force Minister Zhou Liwei have also arrived. How is the training going? In response to Fang Mingzhou's question, Chun Li scratched his head and replied, "Currently, we are piloting a carrier-based aircraft that has just been developed by the Aviation Research Institute based on a seaplane. The test results are not very promising. The main issue is that the aircraft has a wooden structure and lacks weight, leading to frequent instability over the sea. The deck distance is also insufficient, making it impossible to take off or land properly. We have also tested using arrestor hooks, but they are difficult to control. And after several attempts, cracks appeared in the airframe. The researcher beside him was diligently taking notes. This was a completely new weapon, and no one knew how to use it. Everything needed to be explored. Currently, the region had produced a 300 horsepower aircraft engine, which was sufficient for the biplane to take off and land on the 150-meter deck. However, sufficiency is one thing, and takeoff and landing are another. Technical expert Fong Mingzhou had a solution, but personnel training could only proceed step by step. Especially during landing, as the engine size increased, the speed also rose, resulting in the need for pilots to decelerate. Wooden planes did not yet require arrestor wires. They could simply land with a thud on the deck and stop using brakes. However, strong winds over the sea posed the greatest threat. If balance could not be maintained, the plane could easily flip over. Therefore, the training aircraft were equipped with dummy bombs. Whether it flipped or could not stop, the outcome was the same, crashing into the sea. In less than a year of training, valuable pilots had lost their lives. Fong Mingzhou also produced an early development training manual for aircraft carriers, organizing training in the inland sea, with naval ships accompanying the exercises. Any approaching vessels were either driven away or sunk. Chapter 336, Lighthouse Patrol. The instability of wooden planes was currently the biggest challenge facing the aircraft carrier. Of course, the Research Institute had also attempted to use aluminum planes. The result was that the first aluminum plane disintegrated the moment its tail hooked onto the arrestor wire during deck landing tests. The strength of aluminum was insufficient, and the weight of wood was inadequate. The current approach was to reinforce the structure, but reinforcing the fuselage increased the weight, which in turn reduced the engine's horsepower. This created a vicious cycle. According to the calculations from the Research Institute, unless the horsepower could reach 500, and the plane was made entirely of aluminum with reinforced steel in critical areas, the landing issue could not be resolved. Therefore, Fong Mingzhou could only urge several major domestic power plants to quickly produce star engines. To this end, he even introduced turbocharging technology ahead of schedule. In simple terms, this technology reuses the exhaust gases expelled by the engine to drive a turbine, which in turn powers a coaxial compressor to compress the air and send it into the engine cylinder, enhancing performance. Currently, the region had achieved 300 horsepower, and calculations indicated that if the theoretical value reached 410 horsepower, coupled with turbocharging technology, it could be realized. This technology was almost magical, breaking physical limits, and allowing the aircraft to fly faster and higher. Power manufacturers would be able to produce finished products by mid-year, and the Research Institute was also redesigning the aircraft body. There is a saying, great power can make bricks fly. A good engine can create a star aircraft, now and in the future. The future Republic had suffered many losses due to power issues, and Fong Mingzhou certainly remembered this lesson. Now, whether for civilian or military use, whether for cars or warships, the power systems in the region were always leading the world. Take the recently approved Orion-class battleship, for instance. Although it reaches a full load of 26,000 tons, its speed has dropped from the initially designed 21 knots to just 19. It can't even reach 20 knots. The Hans Cats are slightly better off, as their reciprocating steam engine technology is more advanced, but even the latest Caesar class won't exceed 25 knots. It's not that larger warships can't be built by these nations, but as long as they haven't made breakthroughs in propulsion, they are destined to be slow. This is not an era reliant on radar, it's about dogfighting. Turbocharging technology grants piston engines unparalleled maneuverability. These technical issues can be gradually overcome, but pilots need to be trained individually, even if wooden planes are currently in use. A batch of pilots must first be developed. Your Majesty, an urgent telegram. Fong Mingzhou glanced at Fong Lu, wondering what unexpected situation could arise at this time that he hadn't considered. According to intelligence, the Lighthouse Parliament has just approved the shipbuilding plan submitted by their Navy. Oh, please elaborate. Fong Lu looked at the others, worriedly stating, their two first-generation new battleships of the South Carolina class have already begun sea trials. 4 Delaware-class battleships are also under construction. The group nodded. The shipbuilding technology of the Lighthouse is not impressive, especially since the Dongzhou battleships have gone through several rounds of construction. The Lighthouse has just completed the construction of its first-level battleships. Previously, the number of battleships they built was uncertain, but after observing Dongzhou, they also learned to build 4 or 5 at a time. The 2 South Carolina-class ships are merely a trial run, and the Delaware class is just an improved version, not even comparable to the Nassau class from John Bull. Fong Mingzhou is not too worried about how many battleships the Lighthouse can build. Their short legs and turtle-like attributes will only waste resources. They have just approved the construction of 4 Florida-class battleships, modeled after our Beidou class, with a displacement of around 22,000 tons. They also adopt 5 dual-mounted 305mm main guns and 16 single-mounted 127mm guns. What about the speed? That is the main concern. The speed is 19 knots. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as Fong Lu continued. Additionally, their parliament has approved the construction of 4 battlecruisers. What? Fong Mingzhou glanced at Fong Lu, doubting his ears. The lighthouse can't even manage the speed of battleships? How could they build battlecruisers? Zhang Shun hesitantly remarked. Battlecruisers? The lighthouse has never built such a thing in its history. Seeing Fong Mingzhou's shock, Fong Lu didn't hold back and directly explained. This batch of battlecruisers consists of 4, all of the Pensacola class. Fong Mingzhou took the intelligence and read it. At that moment, he even doubted whether he had entered a naval holiday era. The so-called naval holiday era refers to the period after S1, when major countries in the world signed naval limitation agreements to curb naval competition. The main point was that the large battleship construction plans of various countries were terminated or cancelled, replaced by updates and renovations of existing battleships. When he saw the blueprints of the so-called Pensacola-class battlecruiser, he finally confirmed that history had diverged here. The Pensacola-class heavy cruiser, wasn't that the treaty heavy cruiser after S1? They were indeed very famous warships, having participated in Midway, but that was 20 years later. The familiar shape and layout on the blueprints made Fong Mingzhou exclaim, Invincible-class battlecruiser. This was clearly not a Pensacola-class heavy cruiser. It was simply a lighthouse version of the Invincible-class battlecruiser. Even the number of cannons and the thin armor were almost identical. Seeing this, Fong Mingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. The lighthouse suddenly constructing a battlecruiser. Oh no. The lighthouse also learned from the East and referred to it as a heavy cruiser. Although this heavy cruiser was no different from the Invincible class. The Invincible class itself only had a speed of 23 or 24 knots, which was not a concern. However, the PY dealings hidden beneath this heavy cruiser had to be taken seriously. Wasn't this the Invincible class of John Bull? Both Zhang Shun and Sun Fu noticed the problem. How did John Bull's warship blueprints end up with the lighthouse? It couldn't be that the lighthouse had produced a few powerful agents like 007. Even if they did, the blueprints of a warship would require several trucks to transport. Even 007 wouldn't be able to carry them. Fong Mingzhou wasn't afraid of 4 heavy cruisers or battlecruisers, but it was only the 9th year of Zhao Ming. How could John Bull give the blueprints to the lighthouse? The relationship between the 2 countries was not good enough for that. If the lighthouse suddenly became superhuman and developed a battlecruiser, that was simply impossible. They couldn't even handle John Bull's power system. The Invincible class was only 24 knots, while the lighthouse's battleships only had a pitiful 19 knots. The battlecruiser was not needed by the lighthouse. They were currently in a defensive position, and guarding the coastline was sufficient. But a battlecruiser was an offensive weapon. The naval race between John Bull and Hans Kat had seen intelligence personnel from both sides continuously exchanging information, and now all countries had learned to be cautious. Some advanced technologies were being kept under wraps. The trade of battlecruiser blueprints and technology could not be considered commercial behavior. It was military behavior. Had the 2 countries reached some kind of deal? Fong Lu, use all means necessary to investigate whether there was any secret agreement between these 2 countries. The lighthouse was not terrifying, but if John Bull's technology combined with the lighthouse's industry, our advantage in the Pacific would be significantly diminished. Had the lighthouse secretly joined the alliance? Chapter 337. Hitting the natives in the evening. At the Kuwait port, countless locals were laboring under the scorching sun, while many others wearing headscarves were pointing and discussing. A huge cargo ship docked at the port, unloading numerous construction materials and dozens of thick pipes. As the sky gradually darkened, a group of people wrapped in black cloth descended from the cargo ship. Upon seeing the welcoming party, Lu Yuanbai stepped forward and gave a big hug. All right, Lu Air, you're going to choke me. The newcomers were none other than Lu Yuanbai from the Special Operations Brigade. However, after the last war with the Bear, both the general staff and the army recognized the advantages of special operations, leading to the establishment of the Special Operations Command post-war. Although still part of the army, it possesses an independent combat system. The person waiting for him was also a familiar face, Fong Shi. He had previously worked with Fong Lu in charge of the Overseas Intelligence Bureau and is now responsible for the Bosi Bay region. Lu Yuanbai and others followed Fong Shi to a manor where everyone relaxed. How has the construction progressed here? What else can be done? It has been over a year, and it has barely been completed. In a few days, it will be ready for connection. This area is the overseas territory exchanged from a certain party during Fong Mingzhou's visit to the European continent a few years ago, using a new type of battleship. Covering an area of 300,000 square kilometers, after a year of construction, it has become a small city that can accommodate 5,000 people. The Dongzhou Royal Oilfield Company has also started oil exploration here since last year. Due to the shallow oil layers and high output rates, the Prime Minister's office hopes to develop this area vigorously. However, Fong Mingzhou has put a stop to it, only erecting a few oil wells for symbolic extraction. Now is not the time to develop here. Dongzhou is not short on oil. Not to mention the oil fields controlled by Bugis in the Gulf of Mexico and several major fields in the Lighthouse region. There are numerous oil fields in Kangaroo and the South Seas. These oil fields continuously extract and refine oil, storing it in secret warehouses. Although Bosi Bay has abundant oil, the situation here is too complex. Various forces are intertwined, and the countries like John Bull, the local party, and the Bear Nation are just the tip of the iceberg. Even several local families are fighting fiercely. Once the pipelines are completed, the Bergen and Basra oil fields will be connected. His Majesty truly made the right choice. Countless oil reserves are buried beneath this desert. However, this oil is stored locally. Otherwise, the Prime Minister's office could build a battleship just by selling oil for a year. So much. Liu Yuanbai was also surprised. Oil prices are not high right now, even very cheap. Alright, let us not dwell on that. I know your mission this time. Is 500 people enough? The local warlords have raised armies of over 100,000. Don't worry, Shi, I wouldn't joke with my life. This time, our mission is not to fight. It's about seeing who is more agreeable between the Sheikh family and the Rashid family. His Majesty also mentioned that this peninsula covers over 2 million square kilometers, and we cannot occupy all of it. Therefore, we need to support our local forces. Before coming here, His Majesty specifically stated that this 300,000 square kilometers of land must become part of the empire. As for the other areas, let them fight among themselves. Liu Yuanbai explained that His Majesty had given him special instructions before coming. In that case, we need to leverage our strengths. Fang Shi said with a smile. This area used to be the territory of the local party. Later, as they fell out of favor, it caught the attention of John Bull due to the canal. The Pharaoh dynasty of the Pyramid Kingdom across has already become a vassal state of John Bull. The Rashid family is like a dog raised by the local party, while the Sheikh family has established a dynasty twice, both times being destroyed by the local party. Now that the local party is down, John Bull has come. 4 years ago, we exchanged this piece of land with the local poultry farmers. And both the Sheikh family and the Rashid family secretly sent people to hope we could help them unify. Fang 12 mockingly said. They treat the empire like a tool in their hands. There is also a Hashim family, descendants of that prophet from the region. If the empire wants to dominate here, then it should not allow any single force to grow strong. We can act as referees. Whoever becomes powerful, we can unite with the other 2 families to deal with it. 3 countries. Isn't this something we are quite familiar with? I have already informed our country about these situations. Your Majesty has sent you this time, which seems to indicate a decision on how to handle the issues here. Liu Yuanbai clapped his hands and smiled. 12. You should go to the general staff. You guessed it right. His Majesty's visit is to let us deal with the Rashid family, while also giving a warning to the Sheikh family. Where do you plan to start? Right now, the 2 families are at war, and many weapons are purchased from us. Fang 12 casually said, if it comes to it, I will first cut off their weapons. Ibn Shait is somewhat capable. Although the Rashid family currently has the upper hand, I have more faith in Shait. 12. You might be mistaken this time, Liu Yuanbai, who knew the inside story, said with a smile. Oh, is there something we don't know? Our intelligence department has been monitoring him since before His Majesty exchanged for this place. He has purchased weapons from us, but is colluding with those from another region, taking advantage of last year's tensions in the Balkans when local poultry farmers retreated. He is already allied with them. If we don't intervene, in 5 years at most, this place will likely be unified by Ibn Shait. Liu Yuanbai also received this information from the External Intelligence Agency. Ibn Shait is quite the opportunist. It seems I underestimated him. Fang 12 also sighed. These foreigners have learned military strategy too. Haha, no matter what strategy. It is all in vain in the face of absolute strength. His Majesty's visit is to have you deal with the Rashid family and give a warning to Ibn Shait as well? Yes. Right now the 2 countries are competing in the Hassa region, and our entry point is here. The people from that region certainly have no goodwill towards the local poultry farmers. Those from the other region know this, so as long as they hint at it, the local forces will fully support them to strike against the poultry farmers. If the eastern continent does not intervene, it is likely that before the S1 starts, this place will become a solid base for them. This conflicts with Fang Mingzhou's North African strategy. This can be said to be a crossroads. The eastern continent needs to control this area to facilitate support for the alliance during S1. The others also want to control this place. Right now, they are just focused on protecting their canals and haven't thought that far ahead. But once the S competition begins, they will realize the importance of this location. This place not only serves as an important passage for the alliance to support the bear, but also curtails the East's assistance to the allies, making it a strategic location. It can even be said that whoever captures this area, whether the alliance or the coalition, can encircle and eliminate a member state of the opposing side. Chapter 338. A gift in the northern part of the city of Dalaji in the evening, the scorching heat of the day finally subsided. This is the power center of the Shait family, witnessing the rise and fall of 2 dynasties. Now, it is once again welcoming new life, as the third dynasty is set to be born here. Ibn Shait stood at the door, watching the envoy from the bull leave. Sigh. Ibn Shait sighed. The envoy's demands were simply too excessive. They actually wanted to control the financial diplomacy of the region. If that were to happen, it would be better for him to surrender to the Rashid family. Leader, we cannot agree to their demands. Looking at the indignation of his subordinates, Ibn Shait wanted to say that they had no room to refuse. Despite having tens of thousands of soldiers now, he was very clear about their capabilities. They couldn't even defeat poorly equipped soldiers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been annihilated twice. The region can hardly be called a country. Various clusters exist in the oases, all in tribal forms. Although the tribal chiefs elected him as the spokesperson, that did not mean he could command everyone. The barren desert made it very difficult for life to thrive here. If it weren't for the East Empire's occupation of Basra and Kuwait a few years ago, bringing modern civilization here, it's hard to imagine how ignorant this place would still be. They built railways and power plants, establishing a city in just over a year. Compared to that, the place is practically synonymous with backwardness. Ibn Shait also wanted to seek refuge with the East. And he knew that not only him but also his enemy, the Hillard family, had considered it. But in the end, they chose to give up due to skin color and faith. More critically, the East only cared about their own territory, constantly focused on construction, showing no interest in other places. As long as you do not disturb them, they would not take the initiative to cause trouble. Compared to the bull, they are practically pacifists. Leader Azizi, recently the Hillard family received a large batch of aid from the local forces. We have faced them multiple times on the front lines and have suffered significant losses. If this continues, I fear. Although the local forces have been declining for half a century, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter how weak they are, they can still deal with these indigenous tribes. If it weren't for the bull's influence squeezing in, perhaps the region would have already been occupied by the Hillard family. Abdul Azizi is different from his inept father. He wholeheartedly wants to rebuild the third Shait dynasty, and he succeeded in doing so. But just 2 years into its establishment, they faced attacks from the locals, and now they can only survive with the support of the bull. Once they offend the bull, both the locals and the bitter enemy Hillard family would be more than willing to take his head. Leader Aziz, I believe we can agree to the conditions proposed by John Bull, said a tribal chief. The envoy just mentioned that as long as we ally with them, they can not only help us eliminate the Hillard family, but all that territory will belong to us. With John Bull around, even the local troublemakers won't dare to cause issues. Enough, Naif. Don't you understand what the envoy said? If we agree to them, the entire region will have to follow John Bull's orders. We won't even be able to control our own affairs. But if we refuse, in a few months, the Hillard family will be at our doorstep, Aziz replied. The hall fell silent, with the choice between losing power and the struggle for survival weighing heavily on everyone. Abdul Aziz, also known as Ibn Shait, realized he had only one path to choose. Tell the envoy from John Bull that we agree. Before Ibn Shait could finish speaking, the doors were suddenly pushed open, and everyone turned to see Ibn Shait's chief guard stride in, visibly excited. Great Allah above, Your Excellency Ibn Shait, we have one, he exclaimed. Ibn Shait looked at the animated guard, eager to know what had happened. Perhaps seeing the confusion on everyone's faces prompted the guard to clarify. The telegram from the front line at Burayda reports that the soldiers of the Hillard family have been utterly defeated, over 20,000 soldiers. And now fewer than 5,000 have fled back to Hayel. We are victorious. What? Ibn Shait stood up, bewildered, looking at the guard. And the other tribal leaders were similar expressions of disbelief. The guard now realized that the situation was not as he had imagined. Shouldn't everyone be praising the leader's wisdom and might? Leader Aziz, wasn't it our soldiers who defeated the Hillard family? What exactly happened? Please explain it carefully. 10 minutes later. So you mean a group appeared and routed the Hillard soldiers at the Burayda front line in just half an hour? Yes, Leader Aziz. That's the telegram that just came in. Aziz, being quite capable, understood the importance of radio communication, having previously purchased several radios from the neighboring Eastern Empire garrison. We did not send any soldiers to attack the Hillard family. In fact, we are currently on the defensive and are barely holding off the Hillard family, Aziz stated seriously. Then who are these people? Could they be soldiers of John Bull? Asked a nearby chief. The envoy just left, and we haven't agreed to anything yet. Do you think John Bull is that benevolent? Everyone exchanged glances, uncertainty filling the room. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted the moment, and a guard entered. Looking at Aziz and trembling slightly as he spoke, esteemed Leader Aziz, an envoy from the Eastern Empire, is waiting outside the castle. Eastern Empire envoy? What are they here for? They haven't visited here in 3 to 4 years. Why are they suddenly coming now? The envoy asked me to tell the leader that today's events should be considered a gift. The guard finished speaking, and Aziz's eyes immediately lit up as he said, Is the victory on the front line of Braidai achieved by the Eastern Empire? The others quickly reacted, realizing that aside from a few major powers, who else had the capability to defeat the Sharad family's 20,000 troops in just one day? What does it mean for the Eastern Empire? In their eyes, the Eastern Empire was a colossal entity. To put it bluntly, if the Eastern Empire wanted, even the 3,000 soldiers stationed in Basra could sweep across the entire peninsula. What inner ambitions, what Sharad family, what local forces, none of them qualified to be considered opponents in front of the Eastern Empire. Could it be that they were aware of the conditions set by the local powers? No, even if we agreed to those conditions, it wouldn't have any impact on the Eastern Empire. The crowd began to speculate. All right, everyone, no matter what, since the Eastern envoy has arrived, we must not be disrespectful. After all, this is our world, and no matter what the Eastern Empire plans, they cannot bypass us. Everyone, let us go meet this Eastern envoy together. Chapter 339. Wherever the sun and moon shine and rivers flow, there are Han ministers and concubines. The Shait family is one of the strongholds through which the Eastern Empire projected its influence to the world after the war. Unlike the mode of establishing military bases with troops stationed globally a century later, the Eastern Empire has never intended to rely on overwhelming military power to balance the world. Just like the current local power, which relies on an unbeatable navy that dominates the world, supporting its centuries-long hegemony. The Industrial Revolution and naval supremacy allowed this local power to become an empire where the sun never sets, with colonial plunder sustaining the prosperous Victorian era. Of course, there was also the persistent meddling in other nations' affairs. However, history has shown everyone that no nation can remain powerful forever. Thus, after 2 rounds of competition led by the Han's Cat Alliance, that invincible fleet also lost its luster. The rise of colonial independence movements, coupled with the post-war emergence of new powers, led to the decline of hegemony. Historically, it can be said that the new power inherited the remnants of the local power. And compared to it, the new power improved the hegemony model. The same strategies of controlling strategic locations and utilizing strong military deterrence have been employed. As long as military strength does not wane, this model can continue. However, the results are evident. Compared to the local powers over 200 years of hegemony, the new power couldn't maintain it for more than 70 or 80 years. The strategist also considered how the Eastern Empire could become the new hegemon and how to sustain it. The world is progressing, and so is technology. No one dares to claim that they can remain powerful indefinitely. War is merely a means. Leading this nation to the pinnacle of the world is what the strategist desires. Who wouldn't want to leave a significant mark in history? After much contemplation, the strategist felt that pondering such profound questions was beyond his capacity. The simplest approach is to follow successful examples. As for whom to emulate? Naturally, it would be the future Eastern powers. In simple terms, it boils down to 5 words: sustainable development. No matter whether it's the current situation or the future, the powerful often take all the resources for themselves, leaving little for those below. When one is strong, naturally, no one dares to speak up, but with the emergence of certain countries, decline becomes inevitable. In the context of agriculture, given the current situation, even if agricultural output increases tenfold, it's likely that the resources would be consumed by the empire's own citizens. The people of this land have never been known to compromise their own needs. After all, what goes into the mouth and is swallowed is what belongs to them. The so-called Engels coefficient is just a joke. However, the model of industrial growth is quite promising. Once a complete industrial system and large-scale industry are established, controlling the primary raw material markets of the planet through the ongoing world conflict can be anticipated. No one will be able to compete with oneself. Decades ago, a certain powerful nation firmly held the position of global dominance through the Industrial Revolution and its status as the world's factory. However, as they became enamored with their past glory and fell behind during the Second Industrial Revolution, their hegemony began to waver. If one controls all industry and raw materials, along with certain key figures, theoretically, unless the planet were to explode, no one could shake the dominance of the empire. A certain figure has been contemplating this issue for a long time. Initially, the plan was to control several critical resource areas, and it now appears that this strategy has inadvertently worked out well. First is the already controlled region, which has resources sufficient for hundreds of years of use. Beyond a certain strait lies a strategic enclave, along with a territory in a distant region that is covertly controlled. Although remote, it still has over 100,000 inhabitants. The lease there is for 99 years, and it has now become a massive mining area, with countless families and companies operating there. Even after more than a decade, the major mining zones remain unknown as the empire's industries. The saying "dark under the lamp" holds true. Who would have thought that among the millions in that territory lies such a treasure? Even if people see it, they believe it's the mining tycoon operating it. As for the issue of skin color, under certain influences, local labor has become the most economical workforce in the world. While the empire thinks of consumption, Capitalists from other countries focus on saving money, which perfectly complements each other. Otherwise, why would the local population in a particular province have dwindled from tens of millions to just a few million? In another province, over 30 million locals have seen a fifth of their number disappear, and these were the strong laborers. Once the connection between the two resource-rich areas is established, half of the northern hemisphere would belong to the empire. This doesn't even account for future plans to expand agricultural and raw material industries, which would be firmly under control. As for another territory, that is a fifth overseas territory reserved for future expansion. As for the situation with the uncle, acquiring a colony after the war will be completely manageable. Goodness, the world has taken on the shape of the eastern region. The phrase on the monument stating that wherever the sun and moon shine and rivers flow, all belong to the subjects of the Han has been fully realized, hasn't it? As for the region across the ocean, that place has nearly exhausted its resources, and by the time the conflict concludes, without colonies to drain, those people will be utterly useless. The races there have never been known for their intellect. They would do well to simply serve as a collection of nations filling the ranks. Once the bay is secured, the entire eastern region will not lack for resources. Using war to accelerate industrial development in the east, dragging it out for a decade or so, and the world will be drained dry by the eastern region. This land will forever have a trade surplus. Even the most inept can manage to counteract the opium trade. When the Shate family signs an agreement under the guidance of the eastern region, it signifies another piece of land acquired in this desert. According to the agreement, the eastern region will support the Shate family in unifying the peninsula, defeating the Hillard family, and at a specific time, forcing the local authority to recognize the Shate family's rule here. In return, the Shate family will sell 200,000 square kilometers of land on the bay's side to the Eastern Empire. As for the price, the army storeroom still has plenty of weapons and ammunition captured from a certain neighboring power, including artillery and machine guns. All will be packaged and sold to the Shate family. Furthermore, the Eastern region has promised that if any outside interference occurs, it will ensure the continuity of the Shate family. This is what truly excites Ibn Shate. The adjacent Eastern region's 300,000 square kilometers of land is the best refuge. With no shortage of manpower, weapons, and support, what can the Hillard family compare to? As long as he can unify the peninsula, the mere 200,000 square kilometers of land is of little consequence. Once the secret agreement is signed, Fang Mingzhou also shifts his focus. The next step is to wait for the local authority and the neighboring nation to clash. Chapter 340. Mobilization Law and Anti-Secession Law in the Parliament Building of the Eastern Empire. Representatives from across the nation gather to discuss two laws submitted by the Prime Minister's office, the Anti-Secession Law and the Empire Mobilization Act. In the vast parliamentary hall, seats are arranged in circles from top to bottom, with fewer seats as one approaches the center. The very middle features a spacious podium covering over 100 square meters. Ouyang Gung occupies the central position, glancing at the densely packed crowd. He feels a surge of excitement. Ever since following His Majesty from the camp in the north, he has been contemplating the ultimate direction of this nation. Now he knows. The 524 members present are representatives elected from the 13 provinces and 4 overseas territories of the Eastern region. The nation has established a prime minister and a bicameral legislature to achieve a system of checks and balances. The prime minister's office and the cabinet are elected by 2 major parties. As for the 2 houses, the upper house is composed of members from the royal family, honorary nobles, and individuals who hold national honors. The lower house is elected by various provinces. Every 5 years, the prime minister's office decides the number of representatives from each province based on their population, following a certain ratio. Of course, there is a minimum representation to prevent total concentration. Additionally, there are 10 municipalities directly governed by the royal family in the eastern region. Looking at the representatives from these overseas provinces, Ouyang Gung admires the strategy of His Majesty. By involving these individuals in the parliament, His Majesty aims to reduce ethnic conflicts, allowing them to participate in national-level decision-making and ensuring that the royal family and the prime minister's office do not overlook their voices. In just 10 years, the province of Funan has been fully assimilated, with even the once prevalent Luzon script fading into history. However, today, Ouyang Gung glanced at the 2 bills placed beside him. These were 2 new bills proposed by His Majesty and the cabinet after 6 months of deliberation, and he noticed the discomfort on the faces of the representatives from overseas territories. Ouyang Gung chuckled. Whether it is the National Defense Mobilization Act or the Anti-Secession Act, both strike at their vulnerabilities. Among the 13 provinces and 4 overseas territories, the former are unquestionable, but the latter include individuals who are quite prestigious in their localities, and their hearts may not necessarily align with the eastern region. But it doesn't matter, regardless of their sentiments. These 2 laws today will cut through their hidden agendas. Everyone is looking at the contents of these 2 bills. The National Defense Mobilization Act grants the royal family and the Prime Minister's office authority over national territory, sovereignty, and unity. When the nation faces threats, the royal family has the right to conduct a general or partial mobilization, which all provinces must unconditionally comply with. It also includes detailed regulations regarding various emergencies during national mobilization. This means that if war breaks out, everyone must cooperate with the royal family to ensure victory. If this point is still somewhat acceptable, the Anti-Secession Act strikes directly at the hearts of those with divided loyalties. If they agree to this bill, it signifies that they acknowledge these territories as part of the Eastern region. As representatives of overseas territories, they would legally be considered part of the Eastern Empire. As for dissent, Ouyang smiled. That is simple. There are already several reserve representatives waiting in those overseas territories. In these times of natural disasters and human calamities, it's quite normal for people to perish. If these representatives are lost, reserve representatives will naturally step in, and there will always be someone willing to agree. Moreover, as long as these individuals oppose, the National Guard stationed in these provinces will initiate a purge until new representatives are elected who will consent to the bill. Discussing human rights with the Eastern region, they may not understand what imperial power truly means. Of course, Ouyang is not an unreasonable person. As long as these individuals agree, then as long as they don't cause any trouble in the second half of their lives, being a comfortable member of parliament is certainly not an issue. At this moment, Fang Mingzhou is also waiting for the passage of these two laws in Dongzhou Garden. There are only a few years left in the war, and if Dongzhou wants to join in, it must be well prepared in advance. These two bills have already passed the upper house, which is to be expected since the upper house consists of vested interests from the Dongzhou Empire. They naturally hope for Dongzhou's strength. Only if the lower house passes it will it be considered legitimate. Since the establishment of the parliament, Fang Mingzhou has presented various laws from his previous life for them to vote on. From healthcare to education, from agriculture to industry, from patent protection to anti-monopoly laws, and various other legislations, Fang Mingzhou did not give these individuals a chance to think and pass them just like that. Now that the country is initially established, the major framework is being set up first, with the details to be filled in gradually. It is impossible to complete everything at once. More importantly, Fang Mingzhou wants to establish a standard norm for all citizens of the Dongzhou Empire. What can be done, and what will lead to dire consequences? There is no absolute freedom in the world. For those who desire freedom, Fang Mingzhou wouldn't mind sending them to experience the beauty of nature in a remote area. The anti-secession law is a legal principle, and once the national defense mobilization is passed, even if a conflict breaks out tomorrow, Fang Mingzhou can easily summon over 10 million soldiers. Once the nation is mobilized, all males aged 18 to 30 in the Dongzhou Empire, regardless of race or ethnicity, must respond to the national call. This is not a small number. The population of Dongzhou has already surpassed 500 million. According to the latest statistics from the Prime Minister's office, the population aged 18 to 30 exceeds 50 million. Forget about fighting in a tournament. Even a full-scale push would be sufficient. If this is delayed for another 6 or 7 years, that number will increase to 70 million. As the children born during the baby boom after the establishment of Dongzhou are about to come of age, and they are staunch supporters of Dongzhou. Of course, Fang Mingzhou cannot follow the example of another nation and rely solely on numbers to wage war. It is not only about quantity, but also quality. When Fang Wu came to inform him that the parliament had passed these two bills unanimously, Fang Mingzhou finally felt relieved. This meant he could finally prepare wholeheartedly for the impending world war. Some things need to be prepared in advance. When Fang Mingzhou arrived at a certain area in the northern Courtyard province, he was greeted by several large power plants emitting black smoke. The electricity generated by these plants could supply nearly the entire electricity consumption of several provinces in the Midwest, and there were more factories and researchers nearby. This city was solely dedicated to serving the project codenamed Miss Chiao. As the calendar approached the 10th year of the reign, only 4 years, or even less, remained until the Great War. Chapter 341. The designated Prime Minister. The new year in Dongzhou Garden is lively. The Dongzhou royal family welcomes new members. As Queen Fang Shi and the favored concubine have both given birth to 2 princes. This also means that the royal family is expanding again. To put it bluntly, the elder has mentioned the difficulties of having offspring more than once to Fang Mingzhou. Compared to previous monarchs, Fang Mingzhou has only 2 women by his side, both of whom have been with him throughout his journey. Following Fang Dongxiao and Fang Nanxiu, Fang Mingzhou has named his 2 princes Fang Shijing and Fang Baiming, thus completing the representation of the 4 cardinal directions. The expansion of the royal family is a matter of concern for everyone. The current status of Dongzhou is largely attributed to Fang Mingzhou's contributions. Now, everyone no longer has to worry about the continuation of the royal lineage. Fang Mingzhou adopts a very relaxed approach to education. In fact, both the crown prince and the princess have been sent to regular schools. Aside from the principal, No one at the school knows their identities, and they are usually picked up and dropped off by guards. Dongzhou is open to knowledge. As long as one is willing to learn, even the so-called forbidden techniques can be acquired. Knowledge cannot be suppressed. Repression and the manipulation of the people's intellect will only lead to internal strife within the nation. The 10th year of the Zhao Ming era also marks the time for a new round of leadership transition in Dongzhou. Ouyang has served as the head of the State Council for 7 years and as the Prime Minister of the Dongzhou Empire for 10 years. It can be said that without him, Fang Mingzhou would not have the energy to strategize on a global scale. In these years, the cooperation between the monarch and ministers has been harmonious, allowing Fang Mingzhou to avoid excessive worry over political affairs. Zhaoding, have you really thought this through? In the Dongzhou garden, Fang Mingzhou and Ouyang began to stroll. Your Majesty, you should let the old minister have a rest, Ouyang said with a smile. He is quite open-minded. Throughout history, how many powerful ministers have ended well? Only in Dongzhou, where the monarch does not judge by background. Could an ordinary person like him serve as the prime minister for nearly 20 years? He is already very satisfied. Old minister? Zhaoding, you're only in your 50s. This is the age for striving. However, Fang Mingzhou also understands that once rules are set, they must be followed. If a precedent is established, later generations will follow suit. He has already avoided the previous heads of the State Council before unification, from the first year of the Zhao Ming era up to now. There will never be another prime minister who can govern the empire for 17 years like Ouyang. Your Majesty, it is no longer over a decade ago. Back then, we referred to it as a powerful faction, but in less flattering terms, it was banditry. Aside from those struggling, how many scholars have allied with us? Unlike now, the empire is brimming with talent, with hundreds of thousands of graduates each year and over 100,000 officials across the 18 provinces. Has the new cabinet prime minister been determined? Ouyang nodded. This time, it is not only the emperor's intention, he also believes the same. According to the constitution, the new cabinet will be formed through elections, with the new prime minister submitting a cabinet list to Fang Mingzhou, the emperor. However, Dongzhou has only been established for a little over a decade, and when the people hear that the high officials of the state are elected by them, their first reaction is not excitement, but fear. They do not even know what elections mean. If such results are allowed to persist, it could lead to a farce. In a few years, it will be the war that sweeps across the world, and Fang Mingzhou needs to coordinate with his prime minister's office, rather than having a novice who knows nothing. Thus, this election is merely a formality, and the National Party, led by Ouyang, will internally designate the next prime minister. Although it is an internal decision, the candidates have been carefully selected by Fang Mingzhou and Ouyang. Without more than a decade or two, true elections will not occur. Moreover, Fang Mingzhou has seen through the infighting of the two parties in later times, and fortunately, there is an emperor above in the eastern continent. Even if the future emperors lack personal prestige, controlling the military at least helps to curb corruption. It has been confirmed that the new cabinet prime minister will be the Secretary General of the National Party, Tang Xiaoyi, who serves in the office of the central government. Is it him? Fang Mingzhou expressed his agreement with Ouyang's final choice. This individual is not unfamiliar. He was the one who helped unify the north and made Yuan Daotu do the heavy lifting for him. As his advisor, he subsequently allied with Fang Mingzhou, rising from the beginning to now being a chief official in the prime minister's office. He is known for being low-key yet flexible. But due to his early background and not being a core member who started with Fang Mingzhou, he remains relatively unknown to outsiders. Fang Mingzhou also knows that this individual later became a prime minister himself. Your Majesty, this person has depth. He simply followed the wrong people in his early years, which has left him lacking in confidence. His abilities are on par with mine, and he has a sense of public duty. I have observed him for years and believe he can fully take my place, Ouyang said seriously, aware that while the emperor seldom concerns himself with political matters, it does not mean he is unaware. The emperor knows everything that happens in the empire clearly. This is called the tacit understanding between the ruler and his ministers. Since Zhaoding has made a decision, then it shall be him. All intelligence on these candidates is on Fang Mingzhou's desk. The security bureau led by Fang Wu is not just responsible for security. Who it is does not matter. Fang Mingzhou believes he is still alive, and no one dares to cause trouble. Moreover, Tang Xiaoyi is also a capable person. On the first day of the new year, Dongzhou Garden was surrounded by numerous officials coming to pay their respects. Of course, those who could come here were at least prominent figures. Fang Mingzhou naturally hosted a grand banquet to reward the ministers and generals who had worked hard for the country over the past year. As night fell, Dongzhou Garden returned to tranquility. In the study, several people sat around the fireplace, including Fang Mingzhou, the current Prime Minister Ouyang, and Chief Official Tang Xiaoyi. Also present were Li Infu from the Liberal Party and Chief of Staff Zhang Shan. I believe you all know why I've called you here today. Tang Xiaoyi nodded. In fact, a month ago, when Ouyang informed him that he had been nominated to become the next Prime Minister of the Eastern Empire, It took him half a month to come to terms with it. He knew about the cabinet election in the 10th year of the reign, but never expected that the prime minister would be himself, especially under the covert maneuvering of the emperor and the prime minister. Currently, there are only two parties in Dongzhou, and Fang Mingzhou has no intention of allowing a third one to emerge. Once there are more parties, disputes will inevitably increase. To outsiders, this election seems to be a contest between these two individuals. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister has already discussed this with us, and we understand the importance of this election. Li Enfu spoke up, not believing there was anything wrong with this. Historically, hasn't the decision always rested with the emperor? As long as you understand, Enfu. Everyone isn't foolish and naturally understands the implications of Fang Mingzhou's actions. The rules were initially set together, and we should abide by them. However, national interests are more important than the rules, and I do not want an election to cause turmoil in the country. I promise you, one day in the future, there will be the free elections you wish to see. The royal family should remain neutral, not interfere in elections, but act as a referee overseeing the overall situation. Chapter 342. Dongzhou election. The term election is quite unfamiliar to everyone in Dongzhou. With the increasing openness of thought and continued advancement of education within the country, ideas from the continent of Europa and the other region began to seep into Dongzhou. Initially, Fang Mingzhou was very cautious, knowing that the collapse of the Red Empire was not solely due to their own reasons. The new liberal ideas were at least half responsible. Fang Mingzhou had even prepared for the Security Bureau to begin intervening and cleansing. However, gradually, Fang Mingzhou discovered that this land has a unique ideological filter. Although Fang Mingzhou and Ouyang Geng had already designated a new prime minister, the process still needed to be followed, or rather, the election had to be conducted. The royal family could not always control the elections. After the new year, with the announcement from the prime minister's office that an election would be held in the 10th year, all newspapers and local governments began to post notices and promote Dongzhou's first election. Ouyang Geng's National Party and Li Enfu's Liberal Party printed numerous promotional materials and dispatched many people to campaign. Fang Mingzhou prohibited any capital forces from funding the election. Both parties could only promote themselves in specific newspapers and designated areas set by the government. Want to engage in political speculation? The Security Bureau will send you and your assets to a desolate place. The Security Bureau and several National Guard divisions stood ready to prevent any issues from arising at this critical moment. As more and more newspapers promoted the election, those old scholars who had previously left Fang Mingzhou feeling helpless began to emerge. A few years ago, they reminisced about the previous dynasty, and faced with Fang Mingzhou and the Prime Minister's office's educational reforms aimed at enlightening the populace, they had been granted special permissions. If one were to accuse these individuals of crimes, they had indeed devoted their lives to scholarship. The real scoundrels had long been exiled by Fang Mingzhou to study and educate abroad. These individuals may not be grand scholars, but they certainly maintained their integrity. In their view, knowledge should not be democratized, and over the years, they had frequently petitioned the Prime Minister's office to oppose the expansion of education. Fang Mingzhou had no good solutions for these individuals. After all, one could not simply execute someone for their stubborn beliefs. Unexpectedly, as soon as the election was proposed, these individuals, along with their followers, surrounded the Prime Minister's office. To them, this was a rebellion. When ordinary citizens are allowed to elect the highest officials of the country, it disrupts the governance. Moreover, this sentiment is not only held by them, but also shared by many in the imperial populace. Upon hearing that the election results would determine the Prime Minister, their first reaction was one of panic, with some hot-tempered individuals even resorting to violence. Now, the common people of Dongzhou have their own land and only pay a minimal agricultural tax each year. Those with quick wits can start small businesses, and those with skills can find work in factories. Looking back over thousands of years of history, this situation can be considered benevolent governance. Even an immortal would not wish to change it. Yet, these people now want to replace the Prime Minister? Who knows what kind of person would come next? What if it's a corrupt official? After enjoying good days for just a few years, no one wants that to be disrupted. In their view, the Emperor of Dongzhou is wise and capable. Why bother with elections when the royal family can directly appoint the Prime Minister? This sentiment is shared not only by the common folk, but also by many students. Thanks to the free education introduced by the Dongzhou royal family, these individuals have changed their destinies and are no longer ignorant. Compared to anyone else, they hope for the enduring legacy of the Dongzhou royal family. As the election approached, it seemed that the entire Dongzhou was on the verge of chaos. Fang Mingzhou had no choice but to publish an article in the most authoritative newspaper, the Dongzhou Daily. In his capacity as emperor, he detailed the necessity of the election and reassured the public that their concerns were unwarranted. Subsequently, the Prime Minister's office also clarified that even if a new Prime Minister were elected, royal approval would be needed for them to take office, alleviating fears of sudden changes in governance. People may not trust the Prime Minister's office, but they would trust the emperor. Thus, the chaos caused by the election gradually subsided. After more than half a year, the election finally concluded with the voting of the two parties. The National Party received over 80 of the votes, while the Liberal Party garnered less than 1/5, many of whom were unaware of what an election entailed and voted haphazardly. On October 25th, with the final results announced, Fang Mingzhou published a signed article in the newspaper as the Emperor of Dongzhou. He congratulated the National Party on their victory and encouraged the Liberal Party to keep striving and to fulfill their supervisory duties. Lian Fu also published an article, similarly congratulating the opponent on their win and expressing hope that the Liberal Party would not be disheartened, while also stating that they would fulfill their responsibilities as the opposition. In the Prime Minister's office, Ouyang Geng and Tang Xiaoyi were in conversation. Do you know why His Majesty and I manipulated the election? Is there any predetermined outcome? This was also a point of confusion for Tang Xiaoyi. Although he had decent abilities, he didn't have enough confidence to believe he could defeat a significant number of officials in Dongzhou. Moreover, compared to those individuals, his own position was even more awkward. Perhaps having realized something, Ouyang Geng smiled and said, Xiaochuan, you're still troubled by your origins. I've told you many times, in Dongzhou, His Majesty never considers background when selecting people, as long as you are from Dongzhou. We cannot allow foreigners to take the position of Prime Minister, otherwise, we would feel ashamed before our ancestors. Tang Xiaoyi was amused by Ouyang Geng's words and nodded, saying, how can the uncivilized be fit to wear a crown? The reason we chose you is because of this. Ouyang Geng pointed to his heart and continued, there are indeed others in the East Continent with greater abilities than you. But when it comes to public spirit, you, Tang Xiaochuan, truly love this country. Tang Xiaoyi felt a pang in his nose. The Prime Minister's words made him feel a long-lost sense of recognition. When the emperor destroyed the previous dynasty, Tang Xiaoyi had already entered government service and held a considerable position. With the fall of the previous dynasty, these officials naturally pledged allegiance to the East Continent. During that period, he was also quite confused, thinking of himself like Qian Qiani, who remarked that the water was too cold. Not only him, but many officials who had defected shared this sentiment. However, gradually, as the emperor began bold reforms, distributing land, developing commerce and industry, and reclaiming lost territories, one by one, they found themselves able to hold their heads high. People who once bowed their heads in front of foreigners. This also made him secretly resolve to dedicate his life to the East Continent. He started from the bottom, relying on his public spirit to rise through the ranks from county to province, eventually becoming the chief secretary of the Prime Minister's office. He never formed factions, simply working quietly. Even his name was unknown to outsiders. Now, the Prime Minister's words made him realize that his actions had indeed been noticed by the emperor and the Prime Minister. Look at this. Seeing Tang Xiaoyi lost in thought, Ouyang Geng smiled and handed him a document. This contains a list of officials that the emperor and the Prime Minister's office have deemed commendable over the past few years. I hope they can assist you in forming your cabinet. I called you here today to give you a heads up. Tang Xiaoyi's expression shifted, and he quickly became serious. Relax. You know the emperor's capabilities. To put it bluntly, compared to historical founding emperors, he is no less impressive. If the emperor hadn't chosen the constitutional path, I dare say, no one would oppose him becoming a true emperor. Tang Xiaoyi nodded. Indeed, the emperor's grand vision could rival those of past monarchs. The emperor is the most ambitious person I have ever seen. His dream is to bring this country and this nation back to where we once were and continue to forge ahead. The emperor has always been one to accomplish more rather than boast of his achievements. As the future prime minister, I hope you can cooperate well with the emperor rather than restrict him. His contributions to this country and this nation must receive the respect they deserve. Chapter 343. The conflict begins. The elections in the East Continent have also attracted the attention of many nations. The East Continent Empire is no longer the country that could be easily bullied by others a decade ago. Under the leadership of that war-hungry emperor, this nation has become one of the 5 major powers in the world, both militarily and economically. A change in the prime minister of a major country is of concern to both its allies and enemies, who are all watching the next moves of the East Continent Empire. This year, during the East Continent elections, the Lighthouse also welcomed a new election. The leaders of 2 major powers have changed. Let's not discuss the Eastern region for now. After completing a 4-year term, Brian was unable to secure re-election. This unfortunate leader, who had just assumed the presidency, aggressively pursued the monopoly giant in the tech industry with a decisive attitude aimed at rooting out the problem. There were certainly some achievements, as the labor relations at the tech giant improved at least. But what happened next? A series of setbacks quickly caused this president to lose public support. The incident in a certain region ended in failure, resulting in a loss of part of their market. Conflicts with neighboring countries made it increasingly difficult for the tech giant to operate in those regions. The failure to prevent the leasing of a strategic area meant that even after opening a canal, they still faced scrutiny from the eastern region. Not to mention that they lost 2 confrontations with the Eastern powers, which even escalated into naval battles, resulting in the loss of 2 battleships. The arms race was firmly suppressed by the Eastern region. It can be said that from domestic affairs to foreign relations, from military to market, the tech giant was at a disadvantage across the board. Under such circumstances, it would be surprising if re-election were possible, leading to the new president, Taft, taking office. Outside of these 2 countries, the world remains full of sparks. The 2 major military alliances in the European region have fully formed, igniting confrontations worldwide. Conflicts are increasingly dense, spanning from colonies to economies, from oceans to lands. The arms race is relentless, with no one letting their guard down, and various alliances and secret agreements are emerging continuously. In the Eastern region, this is the first time Tang Xiaoyi is presiding over the annual symposium as Prime Minister. Xu Chuan, no need to be too nervous. This is not a formal meeting, just a casual chat about the current situation. Tang Xiaoyi nodded, even though he has seen many storms. Adapting to the Prime Minister of the Eastern region is not something that can be done in a few days. This Eastern Prime Minister has tried to retain the previous team as much as possible, primarily because the country is still in a development phase, and significant personnel changes would hinder progress. Of course, he also adjusted several cabinet ministers. The Foreign Affairs Minister, Hu Wenbo, was replaced by Wang Jinting due to age, while the Health Minister position was taken over by He Tingliang. Additionally, 3 new ministers for Northern, Southern, and Middle Eastern affairs were appointed, and some provincial officials were adjusted. National policies have generally remained unchanged, which allowed the Eastern region to return to calm after a lively election period lasting a few months. Now, let's discuss foreign affairs. Wang Jinting, taking over from Hu Wenbo, did so due to his capabilities and sensitivity to foreign affairs. Overall, last year was a chaotic year worldwide. A certain leader from another country visited several nations including the UK, France, and Italy. This was mainly because last year, without consulting the UK, he yielded to pressures from other powers and recognized a certain region as belonging to another power, violating the principle of joint action they had previously agreed upon. Additionally, a certain agreement was signed between the 2 countries, opposing expansion in the Balkans and supporting Italy in seizing territory from another nation. The former was public, while the latter was a secret agreement. Isn't Italy part of an alliance? Tang Xiaoyi doubted if he had heard wrong. Can the alliance and the Entente actually sign an agreement? Haha, Xiao Chuan, His Majesty said before that one day, the alliance would regret allowing the entry of Italy. Ouyang said with a smile beside him. After stepping down as Prime Minister, Ouyang was specially appointed by Fang Mingzhou as a royal advisor. Does this mean that Italy and Turkey will fight over the Libyan territory in Africa? Not necessarily. After all, Turkey only has Africa left as a colony. And Mihade too cannot give it up. The Italian navy is indeed impressive, but its army is rather mediocre. Capturing Libya would require at least 100,000 troops, especially without support from Turkey. Fang Mingzhou did not speak. The new cabinet needed to work closely with the military and intelligence departments. This agreement is not a secret pact. The 2 countries deliberately avoided Rome to sign it in a town called Lacanigi. The signatories were also the foreign ministers of the 2 countries. So it seems Italy might really take action against Africa next. Fang Wu held a different view. What does the military think if a war breaks out between Italy and Turkey? Fang Mingzhou's words shocked everyone. Are these 2 countries really going to fight? Although Turkey is isolated, Italy has allies. Don't worry, attacking Turkey, whether it be Hans or Austria-Hungary, would require face-saving, and they cannot stand side by side. If it comes to that, Italy might as well give up. If they can't handle Turkey, the other 2 countries will have to reconsider its value. Your Majesty, Turkey is not what it used to be a few years ago. Although Mihade II is still hiding in the palace, his control over the country remains strong. This historically dethroned king has significantly developed the navy due to Eastern intervention, and the advisory group from the East is also helping him train the army. Turkey is now much more formidable than in history. If Italy confronts it, they will at least suffer considerable losses. Historically, Italy dispatched over 100,000 troops to Libya and ended up in a disastrous situation, even without much support from Turkey. Now, let the alliance see what Italy is made of. Fang Mingzhou does not wish to ally with such a worthless partner. Even if he doesn't defect, he will be forced to do so. A world war cannot be won by mere words. It relies on strength. The one who fights better will gain the benefits afterward. Giving benefits to such a useless entity is a waste. It might as well stand with the defeated. Your Majesty, everyone, based on our calculations, these 2 countries are likely to go to war this year. Turkey has also sensed the abnormal situation and contacted us last year, hoping we could provide a batch of weapons. Both Turkey and Africa are far from our empire's homeland. Fang Mingzhou said that these 2 places have always been the powder keg of Europe. Once the East intervenes, regardless of the alliance or the Entente, they will be wary of the East. These two military groups are highly vigilant towards anyone and will not allow the influence of the eastern region to interfere in the affairs of the western continent unless they face severe consequences. However, the situation is different for a certain nation, which feels out of place in the entire western continent due to its beliefs. In their eyes, that nation is considered heretical, as is the eastern region, which completely disregards their so-called faith. If they cannot trust their own deities, why would they trust yours? The eastern region has never supported useless deities. The conflict in the Mediterranean is quite famous, marking the first instance of aerial combat in history. Unfortunately, several years ago, the Air Force of the eastern region had already participated in the war against another power, sending pilots to the Middle Eastern provinces. Chapter 344. Continued naval engagement. The 11th year of the reign marked a turning point, a shift from peace to war. Before the Mediterranean conflict, there was another event that altered the global situation, the Second Moroccan Crisis, which occurred even earlier than the Mediterranean conflict. For the two major military groups, there was still something lacking to truly engage in combat over the Moroccan crisis. But after this event, preparations for war began in earnest. The protagonist was unsure whether his appearance would make the Second Moroccan Crisis fade away, as it served as a reference point for determining if war would break out. Having just experienced elections, the eastern region was primarily focused on internal coordination during this period. When news broke that the monarch intended to send pilots to a specific bay, everyone was puzzled. It is important to note that after years of development, the pilots from the eastern region are now far ahead of the world. This is mainly due to the rapid growth of civilian flying clubs in recent years, with over 5,000 registered pilots who have completed flight assessments and obtained licenses. The military has also surpassed 1,000 pilots. Meanwhile, no other country has even reached a 3-digit figure. The protagonist still wanted to extend a helping hand to that nation. Although the eastern region would not participate in the conflict, considering the distance to the area in question. Historically, the Mediterranean conflict began with naval battles. Currently, that nation possesses a newly constructed battleship aided by the eastern region, along with a couple of other vessels. Meanwhile, due to the emperor's widespread distribution of blueprints, the Mediterranean nation has constructed new battleships even earlier than in history, with 2 units of a certain class instead of 1. However, only one has completed sea trials and been delivered, while the other is still under construction. Nevertheless, the Mediterranean nation has around 10 older battleships and ironclads and is, in itself, a naval power, which that nation cannot compare to. As for the army, both sides are relatively weak. Yuling, you need to visit that nation and inform them that if they engage in war with the Mediterranean nation, the eastern region will stand behind them. Additionally, the development of the area around the bay needs to be prioritized. Initially, 30,000 square kilometers of land were exchanged for orders of new battleships from that nation. Last year, an agreement was reached with a certain family to acquire 200,000 square kilometers of land near the coast of the Gulf. The eastern region now effectively controls 500,000 square kilometers in that area, including the core coastline of the bay. In recent years, over 50,000 people have gradually migrated, along with a similar number of locals. Cities are being built here, and the command has escorted 50,000 firearms and ammunition to stockpile in the area. Fang Mingzhou pointed to a few locations known in later generations as Kuei and Damambalan. He also mentioned promoting our old battleships. With a smile, Fang Mingzhou remarked that while the locals currently look down on old battleships, they will be eager for them in 6 months. The local fleet still has 6 old battleships and more than 10 armored cruisers left. Selling 1 or 2 will not impact the overall situation. It seems everyone understands His Majesty's intention. A war with the neighboring land is imminent, and while the eastern region will not intervene, it does not mean we cannot engage in trade. By the way, Feng Mao, how much surplus grain do we have left from last year? Fang Mingzhou suddenly asked. Reporting to Your Majesty, the weather has been favorable in recent years, with good harvests. Last year, aside from our exports and personal use, there are approximately over 3 million tons of grain remaining in various granaries. According to our plan, when this year's new grain is harvested, it will be used as raw material for food processing or brewing. We will keep half of it to establish a grain reserve system, ensuring a minimum reserve of at least 10 million tons. Additionally, starting this year, the eastern region will completely halt grain exports. Fang Mingzhou's sudden reduction in grain exports left everyone with an uneasy feeling. Once this year passes, war could break out at any moment, depending on how prepared the two major groups are. Furthermore, the Prime Minister's office will strengthen efforts to combat smuggling. Anyone caught will be sent to Siberia. I believe everyone understands that the situation in Europe has become increasingly tense over the past 2 years. That individual is not one to tolerate provocations. If countries like the UK provoke him again, I believe war could break out at any time. They are simply not prepared yet. Since last year, several countries have begun to accelerate the construction of new warships. Fang Wu approached and said, after completing the construction of 4 Orion-class battleships and 3 Invincible-class battlecruisers. The UK Parliament has approved the construction of 4 George V-class battleships this year, with 3 of them set to begin construction. The displacement of the 1911 version of the George V-class battleship has exceeded 25,000 tons, reaching around 27,500 tons when fully loaded, with a maximum speed of 20 knots, though the range is only about 7,000 nautical miles. The UK has chosen armor and speed over extended range. Sun Fu immediately noticed the issue. Due to global colonial concerns, their warships usually prioritize endurance. Yet now they are constructing such short-range vessels. These warships are not for colonial purposes, but are meant to deal with the neighboring country. The two nations are separated by only a strait, just a few hundred kilometers apart. What need is there for extended range? Additionally, the UK has announced plans to build 3 Lion-class battlecruisers, with 2 set to begin construction this year. Suddenly, that's 5 ships already. Even Zhang Shun couldn't help but exclaim, the financial power of that country is indeed impressive. Building 5 main battleships in 1 year. It's important to note that entering the super dreadnought era, the construction costs of main battleships are skyrocketing. According to our intelligence, the construction cost of the George V class has already exceeded £2.5 million, equivalent to over 13 million in local currency. The cost of the Lion-class battlecruisers is even higher. The power systems are much more expensive than steel. This year, that country needs to spend at least £15 million just on shipbuilding, not only for the main battleships, but also for cruisers and other vessels. A conservative estimate would exceed 100 million in local currency. Indeed, military competition is not something ordinary people can engage in. What about the Hans Cat? That leader is not one to sit idly by. He has approved the construction of 4 King-class battleships and 2 Seydlitz battlecruisers. However, the King class is likely to be delayed as Hans Cat is currently prioritizing army expansion. Additionally, our opponent has recovered from the last war. Nearly 7 years have passed, and they have finally bounced back from the previous conflict. It seems that the leader has started to become more confident now. This leader holds grudges more seriously than anyone else. It goes without saying that after suffering such a significant loss to the Eastern continent, it would be strange if they weren't looking to stir up trouble there. The Gallic Rooster has made considerable investments in that country in recent years to win their favor. Now, the road and railway networks in parts of their territory on the European continent have been fully completed. What about the Far East? Zhang Shun asked curiously. Chief of Staff, you think too highly of the leader. If he were willing to invest, it wouldn't have come to this point. Army Commander Li Yongchang said, moreover, the Gallic Rooster wants that country to constrain the Hans Cat. They are the least eager to see that country opposing us. Indeed, these nations have begun to realize that war may break out and have started to prepare for it. Chapter 345, Chaotic Situation. The Eastern continent and that country are bound to see one of them fall. Everyone believes so. Additionally, after the last war, their army fell to 500,000. But after several years of development, they have now restored their standing army to 1.2 million. Everyone cringed at the thought. The Eastern continent had only expanded its army to 1 million in the past 2 years, while that country added an additional 200,000. Are these gray beasts really that worthless? It's worth noting that in terms of population, the Eastern continent has more than 3 times that country's, and their territorial area is nearly the same, differing by only a few 100,000 square kilometers. However, it seems that they do not wish to conflict with us. Currently, only 200,000 troops are stationed at the border. The remaining million are mostly distributed on the other side. As for the Hans Cat, due to the previous years of significant naval development, the expansion of the army has been suppressed, causing dissatisfaction among many Junker nobles. In terms of influence, the Junker nobles are far more powerful than those new aristocrats. They hold a large amount of resources and means of production, which gives them a much deeper foundation compared to those free nobles and nouveau riches who gain power through various means. When they exert their strength, the other side has no choice but to compromise and shift focus to the army. Currently, one country has an army of 800,000, another has 1.2 million, and yet another exceeds 500,000, not counting colonial soldiers. The Austro-Hungarian Empire has about 600,000 soldiers, with around 350,000 being from the homeland. The rest are various ethnic troops, resulting in a chaotic structure and low combat effectiveness. Italy has 300,000 but previously suffered defeat, leading to similarly poor combat prospects. In terms of the army, the Allies still hold the advantage. At this time, one country is second only to another in terms of military strength, and their training intensity is also quite high. However, it is known that the army of this particular country deserves the term valiant, but it also has very obvious shortcomings. They adhere to rapid-fire artillery theory, heavily equipping with a certain type of cannon. only to realize the true meaning of heavy firepower when the fighting begins. Additionally, their tactics are outdated. Even the other major power surpasses them in this regard, still relying on dense formations for volley fire. The era of lined-up executions has long passed. This is also why, in the first year of the conflict, this country lost over 1.5 million troops, averaging 4,000 deaths a day, with death notices and body bags unable to keep up. Indeed, the intention is to exploit this situation. Without the other region involved, victory would be impossible. They wouldn't even be able to overcome the combination of the two mentioned countries, and the involvement of a certain power would merely be icing on the cake. To bleed Europe dry using this conflict, time must be extended, and to extend time, a significant blow must first be dealt to the two fronts of another major power. The other major power will be restrained by the region in question. Hence, this country becomes the sole target. By utilizing the early advantages of the war, they aim to concentrate on eliminating the living forces of this country. They plan to make it difficult for the main forces of the army to recover in time, pushing towards a front line, forcing the country to defend its capital desperately. Once that is achieved, they will support with some tanks, turning the capital into ruins, destroying industrial areas, and diminishing its war potential. They will also restrain the navy of another country, theoretically dragging the war on for 7 to 8 years. Once the conflict begins, it will be largely a solo effort, as the Allies are not as reliable as a few small Balkan states. On the naval front, after completing the construction of several battleships, this country began building another class, although the number has not yet been confirmed. It seems this country is abandoning its navy to focus on army development. Both nations have built numerous defensive fortifications along the border to prevent surprise attacks from each other. It seems this country did not expect the other side to play unpredictably, bypassing the two nations' defenses and directly launching an attack from a different route. After breaking through the fortress under the blazing sun, the main force attempted to encircle the Gallic rooster from the flank, directly penetrating into its heartland, threatening its capital. If it weren't for the river, it is estimated that the operation could have been completed swiftly. Your Majesty, if a war truly breaks out on the continent, where shall we go from here? Tang Xiaoyi suddenly asked, and everyone was very curious. Before answering this question, we need to consider another. If these nations really go to war, how long do you think it will last? About a year, was Zhang Shun's response. And everyone nodded in agreement, generally accepting this time frame. Take the previous conflict between the Eastern continent and the Bear Nation, for instance. It lasted less than a year, with several months spent in a long winter during which neither side took action. The Navy spent most of the time on the move. However, the countries in Europe are different. Everyone is at their doorstep and can easily engage in conflict. These nations will not allow the war to drag on, as it would only benefit us in countries like the Lighthouse. Zhang Shun sighed. They cannot turn the continent into ruins. After all, it is the center of the world. Moreover, they do not have absolute enmity. Not just Zhang Shun, but the whole world thinks this way. Everyone is fighting for territory and colonies, and they are all relatives, albeit not very close ones. There is no need for a fight to the death. I believe there will be several large-scale conflicts among the nations, similar to our war with the Bear Nation, and the defeated will quiet down. Fang Mingzhou glanced at everyone and smiled, saying, this war will not end quickly. It may exceed everyone's expectations. Let us not forget, last year Edward VII passed away. Edward VII may not have been significant, but he had one advantage: high standing. And all the royal families across the continent respected him greatly. Since the end of the Victorian era, he was the oldest and most esteemed monarch. He spent more than half of his year mediating conflicts among the various countries and royal families in Europe. He was fair-minded. Even someone like Wilhelm II, who did not like his uncle, still recognized his character. During the First Moroccan crisis, it was Edward VII who mediated, leading Wilhelm II to back down. Otherwise, the crisis might have started earlier. His departure meant not just that John Bull lost a monarch, but that everyone became equal. The three were all cousins, none willing to submit to the other. Fang Mingzhou couldn't understand why, when relatives were fighting, a Gallic rooster would poke its head in to watch the commotion. Louis XVI had long been gone. In just over a month, the Second Moroccan crisis would come, even if one changes the course of history in the Far East. According to intelligence, the Gallic rooster's ambitions for great power have not ceased. Even with an alliance with John Bull, it still seeks to control Morocco. Gibraltar is controlled by John Bull, but the port of Tangier, which controls access to Gibraltar, remains under the Gallic rooster's influence. The core interests of the Gallic rooster lie in Africa and the European continent. This is its national policy. Currently, the two nations are united. If the situation of the Gallo-Roman control over Morocco is not broken, the balance of power in Europa will be disrupted within a decade. We aim to become the dominant power in the world, and Europa and the lighthouse must be dismantled. The voice of Fang Mingzhou came firmly. Chapter 346. Insight-class reconnaissance vessel. The busy Mediterranean Sea accommodates one-third of the world's shipping, and the countries in this region are anything but simple. The Insight is the fourth vessel of the Insight-class reconnaissance fleet, and its appearance is indistinguishable from an ordinary cargo ship. With the spread of radio technology, the world has been brought closer together, but it has also resulted in a dramatic increase in radio frequencies worldwide, more than 100-fold. In particular, civilian radio has developed rapidly in recent years. Dongzhou has also launched civilian radio products, capturing the market in one fell swoop. Compared to other nations, Dongzhou's radios are more reliable, stable, and have a lower failure rate. The Insight has been drifting in the Mediterranean for 6 months, tasked with collecting various radio signals from the busy continent of Europa. This reconnaissance vessel is equipped with a passive radio reception system that can gather signals from within a 500-kilometer radius. Dongzhou has deployed 2 Insight-class reconnaissance vessels here. In addition to the passive radio reception system, it is also equipped with a radio direction finding device, signal analysis equipment, oscilloscopes, and more. Large vertical antennas are designed to be retractable to avoid detection. Additionally, professional drawing and recording equipment is used to document intercepted radio signals for analysis. Dongzhou's radio technology has reached the 4th generation. Although military radios in various countries have been encrypted, most civilian ones are transmitted in clear text. Of course, there are foolish entities that still transmit military communications in plain text. Every day, the Insight receives various signals, most of which are decrypted, with useful information filtered and sent back home. This is a war without gunpowder, and the Insight serves as a modern equivalent of the legendary Ear to the Wind. Of course, this military vessel has no defensive measures. Its internal space is filled with various electronic devices and intelligence analysts. Even explosives are installed throughout the ship, and in the event of capture, it will self-destruct within a minute to maintain confidentiality. Zhou Quan observed from the deck for a long time, confirming that there were no other military vessels within a 50-kilometer radius. After he took a secret passage down to the lower deck, he was greeted by rows of precision electronic equipment. Countless radio stations were making ticking sounds, and over 15 staff members, wearing large headsets, were busy writing and drawing. They were monitoring all radio communications across the continent of Europa and the Mediterranean. "Captain, we need to raise the antenna. This way, we can monitor signals over 1,000 kilometers around us." Zhou Quan nodded and addressed everyone. "In 5 minutes, we will raise the antenna, and it will remain up for about 30 minutes. Additionally, the General Staff has sent a telegram, requesting us to focus on monitoring radio communications related to North Africa during this period." After Zhou Quan finished speaking, he fell silent. In fact, if there are no important notifications, they might not exchange more than a few words in a day. To minimize interference, even the cabin is lined with soundproofing material. Compared to the radios on sale, this place not only has the most advanced 4th-generation radio equipment, but also frequency-hopping technology, high-power radios, and recently developed fax machines. The emergence of advanced reconnaissance vessels has made the Navy realize that larger warships are not always better, and the role of auxiliary vessels is often more useful than naval guns. Over the past 2 years, aside from building main battleships, the Navy has also been constructing a large number of auxiliary vessels, including various types of supply ships, rescue and salvage ships, as well as submarines, motherships, and repair and medical ships. Naturally, there are also various ocean survey and hydrographic vessels, along with electronic reconnaissance ships. Although their combat capabilities are limited, they can amplify the operational capabilities of the Navy. To dominate the deep blue, these auxiliary vessels are indispensable for the region. As the commander of this mission, Zhou Quan is well aware of the situation. The world has been unstable lately, especially in the northern region. Since the beginning of the year, the small area of Morocco has fallen back into chaos. This cannot solely be blamed on the local forces. After the first Moroccan crisis, under pressure from various countries, an agreement was signed, opting for compromise. However, this does not mean that the situation has calmed down. On the contrary, the retreat of the local leadership has allowed for increased infiltration and control by external powers. At the end of last year, large-scale warfare erupted in the capital, Fez, as local militias dissatisfied with the harsh exploitation by colonizers began to rebel. They raised banners against the king and the colonizers, sparking an uprising. Within just a few months, they swept through the king's army and are now advancing towards the capital. Soldiers loyal to King Abdulaziz have been defeated and, in desperation, he has sought help from external powers. Troops have already been dispatched under the banner of restoring order and protecting expatriates, with 150,000 soldiers having arrived. In just a month, they have crushed the indigenous forces, and the nascent uprising seems poised to be extinguished. According to orders, 2 electronic reconnaissance vessels have arrived in the vicinity to better monitor the entire North African region. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the electronic cabin, and everyone froze. halting their work and even slowing their breathing. This was a discovery signal, indicating that the electronic reconnaissance officer had intercepted a decipherable telegram. The signal analysis equipment was continuously printing wave symbols. Recording devices and mechanical code analyzers were simultaneously converting the wave symbols into letters. This was a probabilistic event. If encryption had been used, the difficulty would have increased exponentially. Fortunately, this telegram was sent in plain text, and 10 minutes later, when the telegram was decrypted, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Zhou Quan immediately took the translated text, which was written in a familiar alphabet. Oh my god! A warship from a certain nation has appeared in Agadir, and the Eden River has also shown up. For the sake of God, who will come to our rescue? Signed, Bernice. Who is Bernice? Is she a person or something else? However, the appearance of the warship is big news. The Eden River is a destroyer that has only been in service for a few years. Are the warships from that nation and the certain nation in a standoff? Heading at 15 degrees, speed 20 knots, we must move forward. We are over 800 kilometers from Morocco. Encrypt this telegram and send it back home. Contact the Eye of Evil and instruct them to advance 1,000 kilometers towards Ibiza. From this moment on, raise the long-wave antenna and have the observers pay close attention to nearby vessels. Activate the amplifier, open all channels, and focus on intercepting radio signals coming from the ocean. The urgent yet steady voice of Zhou Quan echoed from the cabin, and the entire warship immediately sprang into action, beginning to turn. He was unaware that when this telegram was encrypted and sent back to the East Continent, it would cause a huge uproar in the world. This telegram marked the beginning of the second crisis in Morocco. Chapter 347. The Leap of the Leopard in the East Continent Garden. Feng Wu, having received the intelligence, was hurrying here. As time passed, more and more information began to gather, and the situation became clearer. It was confirmed that a certain nation's gunboat had triggered this crisis. Feng Wu stood by the map, explaining to everyone. Earlier this year, turmoil broke out in Morocco, and King Abdulaziz could not control the situation, leading him to seek assistance. 2 months ago, soldiers from another nation began entering Morocco, and they have now taken the capital. The Agadir mentioned in the telegram is Morocco's largest naval port. After the troops from that nation were deployed, they almost caused a war due to previous events. And this time they feared that the certain nation would intervene, hence seeking help from another nation. The latter dispatched its navy to maintain order in Morocco alongside the former. But how did the warships from that nation also get there? According to the intelligence we received from that nation a week ago, their foreign minister Jitteran wrote a report to their leader, proposing that if Morocco were to be annexed by the other nation, it would affect their continental policy. He hoped that they would take action rather than just protest, in order to gain leverage for future negotiations. The leader agreed to this proposal, determined to apply pressure on the other nation. Just like the other nation, the leader also used the pretext of protecting citizens and sent the Leopard-class destroyer to Morocco. It soon encountered the warships from the other nation, and both sides are currently in a stalemate. Feng Mingzhou took a deep breath. No one knew what the second crisis in Morocco represented. He had always feared that his involvement could lead to significant changes in history. However, changes were indeed occurring in the Far East, while on the European continent, those fools continued to move forward according to historical inertia. A clash was inevitable, unless someone like him emerged to eliminate their leader. Your Majesty, will the certain nation compromise this time? Many people are concerned about this issue. For the first time, due to the bias of the international community and the actions of a certain monarch, Hans Kat was isolated and chose to retreat, being ridiculed as a clown. This left a deep sense of distress regarding Morocco. Thus, when the Gallic Rooster sent troops there, it intervened again. The arrival of the destroyer Leopard at the port of Agadir instantly heightened tensions between the two nations. The Algeciras Agreement, signed by 14 countries after the first Moroccan crisis, became completely worthless, and the Gallic Rooster directly declared Morocco a protectorate. However, Hans Kat is not to be underestimated. The previous ineffectiveness had already caused significant dissatisfaction among the hardliners at home. As for John Bull's stance, Your Majesty, John Bull does not approve of the Gallic Rooster's occupation of Morocco. However, the Gallic Rooster ignored this and continued to occupy its capital, Fez. Currently, William II is visiting John Bull, and he and George V are negotiating how to resolve the situation. No one knows that William II has been outmaneuvered by John Bull once again. It must be said that both John Bull and the Gallic Rooster are courting disaster, repeatedly testing Hans Kat's limits, while William II is a person who values his image. If he continues to retreat, his authority will be completely undermined. Zhang Shun and Li Yongchong, you two prepare yourselves. Starting this year, all retired soldiers will have their retirements postponed. Everyone was taken aback. It should be noted that there are currently over 1 million regular troops in the East Continent, with 1/5 of the soldiers retiring each year and new recruits being brought in. This rotation method not only prevents the army from becoming stagnant, but also cultivates more soldiers. If Your Majesty halts retirements, it means that the East Continent Army will expand by over 200,000 each year. The cost of 200,000 soldiers is not the main issue. The key is the implications of retaining these soldiers. Is war imminent? What is the current status of the Navy's main warship construction? Sun Fu quickly stood up and said, currently, all 8 Beidou-class battleships and 8 Tianjin-class heavy cruisers have entered service. The first batch of 4 Shanghua-class battleships has been delivered to the Navy, and the second batch of 4 is nearing completion. The first batch of 8 Donghai-class light cruisers is also undergoing sea trials, and all 24 Zhenghe-class destroyers have been completed. Our Navy's tonnage is approximately 1.2 million tons. Currently, the maritime superpower John Bull has a naval tonnage of around 2 million tons. The tonnage of the new battleships is not significantly different. But John Bull still has a large fleet of old battleships and armored cruisers. Once the Moroccan crisis erupts, it will only be a matter of preparation time before a great war. Fang Mingzhou is considering how to prepare as much as possible without disrupting the rapidly developing economy. Currently, he has about 100 million blue coins in extra funds, but this is not enough to build a new round of battleships. The Shanghua class, when fully loaded, exceeds 34,000 tons, a tonnage that only the 2 major military blocs could achieve during the latter part of the Great War. Fang Mingzhou is also torn between continuing to build a new class of super battleships or significantly developing aircraft carriers. The Air Force has currently completed training for around 1,500 personnel, and the Research Institute is developing aluminum alloy airframes, although progress is slow. The Air Minister quickly stated that this number does not include civilian flying clubs. And of course, pilots are divided into land and naval aviation. An early aircraft carrier typically had around 1 to 200 pilots, meaning that even if all were naval aviators, they would only suffice for the pilots of 4 aircraft carriers, which is certainly inadequate. In 2 years, the number of pilots must be expanded to 5,000, with no less than 3,000 in naval aviation, Fang Mingzhou asserted without question. In 2 years, it will be the 13th year of the current era, and the final sprint for the S competition will essentially mark the lead-up to the war. The 8 heavy cruisers being prepared could also undergo midterm modifications to become aircraft carriers. During this time, full attention was given to the events in Morocco, which, as expected, might become a prelude to war if there is no concession from the opposing side. Just as Fang Mingzhou was torn over whether to continue building battleships, the situation in northern Morocco began to escalate. With Hans Kat dispatching warships to Agadir and aiming their guns at Fez, a show of force was made. This provocative action instantly triggered a chain reaction. The Gallic Rooster believed that Hans Kat was preparing for war, especially since the 2 countries had previously amassed troops at the border over this region, creating an atmosphere of imminent conflict. John Bull also felt threatened by Hans Kat, as naval power is a core interest for them. The deployment of warships by Hans Kat led John Bull to think that Hans Kat intended to establish bases along the Great Ocean coast, threatening not only their own Strait of Gibraltar, but also the Cape of Good Hope. This was intolerable for John Bull, prompting them to firmly side with the Gallic Rooster. John Bull's foreign minister, Edward Grey, assured the Gallic Rooster that if Hans Kat attacked, John Bull would fulfill its obligations under their treaty, providing full support. You can confidently confront Hans Kat. Chapter 348. The Second Moroccan Crisis. In August, the European continent was as warm as spring. However, the crisis looming over this land made everyone tense. The conflict between Hans Kat and the Gallic Rooster in Morocco seemed to be spiraling out of control. Since April, the Gallic Rooster had invaded Morocco in large numbers, capturing the capital Fez and cities like Rabat and Meknes. In fact, Morocco had become little different from a fallen nation. At this time, the opposing leader was visiting John Bull. Upon learning of the situation, he foolishly asked the Prime Minister of John Bull, "The Gallic Rooster's actions have completely violated the Algeciras Agreement. What do you think?" The Prime Minister of John Bull, Asquith, bluntly told him, "That agreement is just scrap paper. Why bother being so particular? For the sake of our European peace, I advise you to forget about this agreement." This infuriated him, as memories of past humiliations flooded back, evoking a mix of emotions. "Aren't you just bullying the honest people?" He urgently sent a telegram back to his country, demanding Prime Minister Hollweg take a hard stance against the Gallic Rooster. With domestic capital also eager to enter the North African market, there is a strong voice throughout the Hans Kat. What was initially a matter between the Gallic Rooster and the Hans Kat has become more complicated with the involvement of John Bull. The foreign minister of John Bull, Edward Grey, demanded that the Hans Kat ambassador explain why they dispatched a warship to Morocco and what their intentions are. Of course, the Hans Kat leader dismissed him. However, privately, the Hans Kat ambassador told the Gallic Rooster government that he did not oppose their annexation of Morocco, but they must provide compensation and increase the payment. Then came a series of conditions. The two countries began secret negotiations, with the Gallic Rooster proposing to exchange part of the French Congo for the Hans Cat's recognition of their occupation of Morocco. But the Hans Cat leader wanted more, aiming for the entirety of the Gallic Rooster's Congo colonies. The Gallic Rooster flatly refused, only agreeing to exchange about 200,000 square kilometers of land near the Congo River. Naturally, the Hans Cat was not satisfied. They wanted it all, leading to a deadlock in negotiations. The Hans Cat and the Gallic Rooster were in secret talks, and John Bull was completely unaware. As mentioned before, when John Bull asked the Hans Cat leader what his intentions were, he received no response, leading to diplomatic silence. This made John Bull anxious, as they were unsure of the Hans Cat's true objectives, fearing that the Gallic Rooster might compromise, which would destabilize the Strait of Gibraltar. They clearly stated their support for the Gallic Rooster. The finance minister, Lloyd George, publicly warned the Hans Cat that John Bull would not tolerate any private agreements that harmed their interests. This seemingly peaceful stance was, in fact, a warning to both countries. No secret agreements could be made without John Bull's presence. The Hans Cat leader, known for being more responsive to soft approaches, directly stated that Lloyd George's public speech was a threat of war against him, and he was unafraid. He further declared that the Hans Cat would use all means necessary to force the Gallic Rooster to yield on the Moroccan issue. Interestingly, Lloyd George had previously advocated for peaceful negotiations with the Hans Cat, yet even he had taken a hardline stance. Suddenly, the entire European continent began to wonder if war was imminent. Other European nations were also forced to take sides. To be fair, both the Bear and the Austro-Hungarians thought the two were insane for wanting to fight over such a place. They subsequently expressed their disinterest in getting involved. Thus, the crisis was left to John Bull, the Gallic Rooster, and the Hans Cat. As the world leader, John Bull could not back down. By the end of July, the John Bull government issued a war alert to the Army, Navy, and domestic police forces. Then something even more bizarre happened. John Bull somehow obtained the contents of the Schlieffen Plan and immediately passed it on to the Gallic Rooster. Just look at this. They are out to destroy you. If you still want to compromise, you might end up being sold out without even realizing it. Unfortunately, the government of a certain country is quite emotionally attached to a specific region and has not moved the main army to the border. Instead, it seems to be fixated on that region while preparing to invade another territory. This country is confident in its military, believing it has an even chance against its opponent and actually has a numerical advantage. They think that as long as they attack swiftly and fiercely, the opponent will surely retreat, ensuring their safety. Observing this situation, another country thinks that this strategy of offense over defense is quite clever. Although some believe that the first country lacks the capability to breach the border, the hardline stances from both sides have intensified the crisis, making compromise impossible. The current leaders are not like those from 2 decades ago. They are still unaware of the harsh realities of society and have not faced significant setbacks. They believe they have a firm grasp on the situation. While several nations are still entangled in disputes over a particular region, the most opportunistic player has emerged. The turmoil in North Africa has provided an opportunity for another country to learn the art of protecting its citizens abroad. In early September, while other nations were preoccupied in North Africa, this country finally began to take action. It must be noted that this nation has only been unified for 40 years. And like its opponent, once it became strong, it looked around only to find that most of the major colonies had already been claimed by others. In a desperate attempt to seize a less desirable territory, it nearly faced disaster, realizing that compared to its opponent, it was overreaching. This conflict made it clear that if it wanted to seize colonies from stronger nations, it would face severe repercussions. However, it too needed markets and various raw materials. Purchasing materials was proving to be unprofitable. Everyone was leaning towards seizing resources without investment. After some searching, this nation discovered another target for potential acquisition, a region in North Africa, often referred to disparagingly as a sick man of a certain area. Although this region is largely desert and impoverished, its strategic location is favorable. A glance at the map reveals that it is situated across the sea from prominent islands belonging to this nation. Securing Libya and Algeria would grant it significant maritime power in the Mediterranean, a gift from the heavens. Of course, as a member of an alliance, this nation consulted with its powerful ally before planning its colonial ambitions. The ally was strongly opposed to these plans, having their own interests to protect. The ally insisted that the nation abandon this idea, but the latter stood firm, citing national interests. From its perspective, the major powers were largely in a standoff, except for the distant eastern territories. If one does not seize the opportunity at this moment to realize the dream of becoming a significant player, it would be a disservice to the title of heir to the legacy. Amidst the escalating tensions, on September 29th, despite opposition, Italy unilaterally declared war on the Ottoman Empire, citing the protection of its citizens as justification. Thus, the Italo-Turkish War officially began. Chapter 349. Action in the East in the 11th year of the reign. Imperialist nations were aggressively expanding their influence, and nationalism was surging globally. However, before the major powers could engage in conflict, two second-tier nations decided to make their mark. This seemingly insignificant war, akin to a minor skirmish, unexpectedly triggered a terrifying butterfly effect. Italy declared war on the Ottoman Empire. Two nations that lacked the power to influence the global situation were boldly asserting their strength to the world. Even though the Ottoman Empire had started to strengthen its military in recent years, it was still evident that it could not match Italy. The Ottoman Empire, having fought numerous wars, experienced significant population loss, economic devastation, and heavy reparations from defeats, had entered a phase of decline. The main ethnic group within the empire had been gradually worn down through these conflicts, allowing smaller ethnic groups to emerge with aspirations of independence and the establishment of their own states. The outbreak of war was not sudden. Italy had begun its infiltration into Libya, the last colonial territory of the Ottomans in North Africa, a year or two prior. However, it was more of a suzerain model, allowing Libya a degree of autonomy as long as it acknowledged its status as a province. In reality, Libya functioned like an independent military feudal state. Italy's ambitions were thwarted by the unwillingness of both the Ottomans and Libya to cooperate, leading to a direct confrontation amid the Moroccan crisis. With support from the east, the Ottoman Sultan Hamid II not only retained power, but also saw an increase in military strength. Crucially, both nations' navies were on equal footing. While Italy possessed new class battleships, the Ottomans had their own trade version battleships. Italy had several old battleships, but the Ottomans had purchased advanced battleships and an armored cruiser. Although Italy had a slight numerical disadvantage, a fight was still feasible. This also gave Hamid confidence to directly warn the Italian side not to play with fire. Unfortunately, King Vittorio III of Italy looked down on Hamid II and ordered the government to seize Libya. On September 25th, a transport ship from the local side arrived in Tripoli, Libya, fully loaded with weapons and ammunition. With weapons in hand, Libya quickly organized soldiers to prepare for a decisive battle with Italy. The local powers supported Italy, as distracting a third of Libya's allied forces was already a significant gain. On October 2nd, Italy issued an ultimatum demanding the surrender of the Tripoli province, which was rejected. They then ordered a landing in Tripoli to commence operations, while the navy set sail towards the Dardanelles. Hamid was equally unyielding, mobilizing the navy in response. In Basra province, the scene was bustling with activity. After seizing 200,000 square kilometers of land from the Sheikh family, the Eastern Province government officially announced the establishment of its fifth overseas province here, Basra province. Building materials transported from the homeland were being utilized by local workers to erect cities. According to the agreement between Eastern Province and the local powers, the stationed troops in the Bosphorus Bay area could not exceed 5,000 men, and the Navy's tonnage could not exceed 10,000 tons. Thus, there was always a Rainbow-class light cruiser and two Jangha-class destroyers stationed here, along with two first-generation wolf-hunting submarines beneath the surface. Above the desert, several aircraft were flying. 6 months earlier, Fang Mingzhou had dispatched a so-called flight squadron here, as the Italian-Turkish War had seen Italy deploy aircraft. Eastern Province needed to comprehensively assess the current state of aircraft development on the European continent. Only through combat could the gap between the two sides be understood. At this time, in the port of Basra, a warship was docked, and the visiting fleet led by Yen Fu was undergoing rest and resupply. 2 Tiangong-class battleships and 2 armored cruisers were present. Yen Fu's goal this time was to visit the local side. Sir, Italy has declared war on the local side, and the local powers are clearly supporting Italy's actions. Fang 12 and Liu Yuanbai are currently discussing this. His Majesty evidently wants to assist the local side, which is why he brought warships and a considerable amount of weapons and ammunition. The visit is just an excuse. But now that the two countries are at war, are we selling weapons to a belligerent nation? It is an unspoken agreement not to provide weapons to warring nations. Rest assured, as long as we want, there will be plenty of opportunities to find reasons. The key now is how Hamid will choose. He is not poor. If he does not want to lose the support of the people and be overthrown, he can only choose to fight to the end. This is just Italy, a country that can only be considered second-rate in Europe. Moreover, we are conducting global training. We had already informed various nations months ago, and they would not dare to stop us. Yen Fu laughed. Who would have thought that early in the year, His Majesty had predicted that these areas would be chaotic. These warships have also been modified, equipped with first-generation fire control systems, making them much more formidable than the older battleships from a certain country. According to our intelligence, the navy of that country is currently escorting their army to land at a certain city. It is expected to take 3 days, and when they return, they will aim to cut off support for that city. They will certainly block the strait, which would leave the city in a position of isolation, unable to hold out for long. Fong 12, who previously came from an intelligence background, was responsible for intelligence in the European region and the nearby bay. Additionally, His Majesty has dispatched a new force. It is a pipe dream for that country to quickly occupy the city. Oh, can you share more? Yen Fu didn't expect that while he was just selling warships, His Majesty had already made contingency plans. Bernal, Fong 12 mentioned a name. Is it him? Yes. How did I not think of that? He is the one who had put the British in a tough spot. A few years ago, we purchased over 200,000 square kilometers of land in the Congo River Basin from a certain place. It is rich in resources, and His Majesty has no plans for immediate extraction. This area has become Bernal's base, and he now commands over 10,000 capable individuals, armed just as well as those from that country. Moreover, due to their similar appearance, they can gain favor with the local population more easily. When the time comes, they will assist in resisting the invasion from that country in the form of mercenaries. As long as Lord Yin sells the warships, if that country fails to blockade the area, they will soon learn what guerrilla warfare truly means. Bernal had been taught basic guerrilla tactics by the general staff many years ago. Even at a basic level, it is not something that country can withstand. Chapter 350. The Training Fleet. Thanks to the reader for their support. An additional chapter. As the sun rises, the ancient city begins to show signs of vitality. Countless devotees gather in the mosque to pray, and at the port, numerous fishing boats are filled with fresh catches. This place is also famous for its carpets, a favorite among the nobility of the continent. In the Yildiz Palace, Sultan Hamid II is enjoying breakfast while the Grand Vizier Tufik Pasha reports on the recent war with that country. Upon hearing that they have dispatched warships to protect their army's landing, Hamid angrily overturned the table. In his view, the navy is not to be trusted. A few years ago, the new battleships purchased from the eastern region made a show of strength for a time. But as other countries began to acquire new battleships, their navy has now become ineffective. Having spent so much money and given up so much land, the navy is failing to perform in determining the future of the nation's warfare. Does the navy have any plans? Hamid resolved that if the navy cannot play its role, he would have to send all of them to prison. Your Excellency, the Sultan, His Excellency Jamal has prepared to deploy our warships to Sicily, forcing the naval forces of a certain nation to engage in a decisive battle. Hamid nodded, ready to offer some praise. When Tufik continued, the number of the navy's main vessels is fewer than that of the aforementioned nation, so we hope to purchase ships from abroad. Meanwhile, our request to pass through a certain canal has also been denied, which means our support cannot traverse the region to reach Tripoli. It is important to note that the local forces in their colony in North Africa, Tripoli, are not connected. They must either go through the Mediterranean Sea or traverse the region to reach Tripoli. The former is not worth discussing. While the local army may be inadequate, their navy is quite capable. However, the land route being denied means Tripoli must face the enemy independently. Both Hamid and Tufik know that if they cannot send troops or supplies to North Africa, their only colony may not hold out for long. Tufik secretly cursed. As a member of the local youth party, he has always believed that his country must maintain good relations with a certain global power, even though the Austro-Hungarian Empire occupies his Balkan region. This is the tragedy of weak nations. Without the support of a powerful ally, not only the bear, but even the aforementioned nation could take a bite out of them. Yet, unexpectedly, the latter has taken action, and the powerful ally remains indifferent. Tufik even doubts whether this ally can truly help his nation resist those greedy countries. He has had enough of the days when anyone can take a bite out of his nation. The empire needs reform, or it will be divided and consumed eventually. The navy claims to head to Sicily, but Tufik knows what kind of people they are. They will likely just take a tour and return. The warships purchased with huge funding have become mere decorations. Your Majesty, we must send troops to Tripoli, or else. Before Tufik, the Prime Minister, could finish, the door was pushed open, and the chief guard rushed in a panic. Your Majesty, the aforementioned nation has already captured the city of Tripoli. What? Hamid shouted angrily. Didn't we send several thousand rifles and ammunition to Tripoli before? How many soldiers did they deploy? A telegram from the province of Tripoli reports that the aforementioned nation has deployed 2 battleships for escort, landing over 20,000 troops, under the power of their naval guns. Karamanli has already led some soldiers to retreat inland to resist. Damn the navy. If it weren't for them, how could the city of Tripoli have fallen so quickly? Tell Jamal that if the navy doesn't do something to help our province of Tripoli resist the enemy, then he should go to the front lines. Hamid vowed that starting next year, the navy should not expect a single lira in funding. Your Excellency, a guard rushed in with a smile on his face and said, the global training fleet of the Eastern Empire has passed through a certain canal and is about to arrive at a certain port. They have sent a diplomatic note, hoping we can facilitate their resupply. The global training fleet? Hamid seemed to grasp at straws and directly asked, what is the scale of the fleet from the Eastern continent? Are there any new battleships? Prime Minister Tufik seemed to have thought of something and said, "Immediately inform the Eastern Empire that we welcome them to our port for resupply." Hamid realized he was being impatient. What could a guard possibly know? Half an hour later, Istep Pasha hurried to the Yildiz Palace. Hamid relied on secret police and intelligence to govern his country. While these people might not excel in combat, they were professionals at monitoring the entire nation. "Your Highness, we have clarified that the Eastern Empire announced 5 months ago that they would organize a fleet for global training. They have notified all the countries along the route." Istep understood what Hamid was concerned about. This fleet included 2 advanced battleships and 4 armored cruisers. And there were rumors of an army as well. Finding this information in half an hour was already quite efficient. "Your Highness, I believe the Eastern continent is a very good ally," Istep said. Tufik bluntly stated, "Our main battleships were all purchased from the Eastern continent. They are far more familiar with them than we are. Moreover, we have previously signed an officer training agreement with them. We can leverage this to have the Eastern continent sell us battleships. At the very least, we need their help to crush the fleet from Italy. Only in this way can we secure our position in the Tripoli province of North Africa." In response to the Prime Minister's suggestion, Hamid nodded, as it was also what he was thinking. Since he couldn't win, he would spend money to rally support. The combat capability of the Eastern Empire was well known. The bear that had caused him so much trouble was nothing compared to the Eastern Fleet. When will the Eastern Fleet arrive? According to the plan, they will arrive at the Kanakel port for resupply tomorrow afternoon. Good. Hamid became excited. While his country was poor, he was not. He had endured the previous beatings from the bear because he truly couldn't fight back. But this small Italy dared to provoke the empire. If it weren't for the navy's ineffectiveness, he could have sent his soldiers to Italy to burn down their palaces. The lairs of the infidels truly deserved to be destroyed. Hamid glanced at the Minister of the Navy, Gemal. "Prepare the Navy. If the Eastern continent is unwilling to intervene, we will hire their soldiers. The Navy must be ready for deployment in the shortest time possible. We need to annihilate the Italian Navy and make them understand that the empire is not something that just anyone can infringe upon." Hamid knew that many of his subordinates were eager to align with Hans Mao, but now, the Eastern continent was the savior of their nation. Chapter 351. The expedition of the Navy on October 7th. The weather was clear. In the sky, Lu Cheng was operating the aircraft, carefully observing the sea, while his companions were sketching on the map behind him. The C-1 Type Dove reconnaissance aircraft was the second-generation amphibious reconnaissance aircraft from the Eastern continent. The body was made using a copper tube welding process to avoid corrosion from the sea salt, featuring a longitudinal open-type dual cockpit that could accommodate 2 pilots. Equipped with the latest 300-horsepower water-cooled piston engines developed by Dongzhou, the maximum speed reached 180 km per hour, and the airtime was extended to 5 hours. When the global training fleet from Dongzhou arrived at the territory of Turkey, Sultan Hamid II felt as if he had seen a savior. Both parties had their own interests. Dongzhou wanted to strengthen its position in Turkey while taking care of certain European interests and making some profit. Turkey, on the other hand, did not want to lose its last colony, as that would undermine its identity as an empire. After just one night of negotiations, Turkey agreed to purchase 4 main ships from the training fleet, including 2 battleships and 2 armored cruisers, for a total value of £2.5 million. Furthermore, at the strong request of Sultan Hamid II, Yen Fu agreed to Turkey's request to recruit Dongzhou naval soldiers. In addition to the warships, there were also weapons previously seized from another nation, with over 100,000 rifles alone, which represented Dongzhou's last stock. Yen Fu also subtly indicated that there was an army in North Africa with over 10,000 elite soldiers. Hamid II quickly decided that they would pay to hire these soldiers to deal with the troublesome European interests. In total, Turkey spent £4 million, equivalent to 20 million local currency, acquiring all the goods Yen Fu brought for sale. This also included 500 Dongzhou Marines and an Air Force unit stationed in a province of Dongzhou. Both sides felt they had made a good deal. After acquiring the 4 warships, Turkey promptly renamed them and raised their flags before ordering them to set sail. They were headed to the Mediterranean to confront a group of foreign aggressors. Turkey's Minister of the Navy, Gemal Pasha, personally led the fleet, though the actual commander was Lin-Taizing from the Dongzhou Navy. This former general of the Beiyang Army had now become the deputy commander of Dongzhou's 3rd Fleet. The ships sold were all from this fleet, which had taken a long time to build up. Now, the 3rd Fleet was left with only 2 old battleships and 5 cruisers. But both the Sultan and the Navy promised him that the profits from this sale would be used as naval funding, with the promise to return 2 new battleships to the 3rd Fleet in the future. This made Lin-Taizing agree without hesitation. Trading 4 for 2 was a significant profit. He even inquired if the remaining old ships could all be sold, expressing that he would be satisfied with just 4 new battleships. This frustrated Sun Fu, who expelled him from the naval premises, as he felt that everyone was acting like bandits, constantly fixated on the Navy's limited resources. At this moment, 100 nautical miles behind the aircraft, Lin Taizing was examining the nautical charts. According to intelligence, the European fleet had helped their army land 4 days ago, providing escort and fire support, which allowed 20,000 soldiers to capture the city of Tripoli. After completing their mission, these warships were now preparing to return for resupply. Lin Taizing's strategy was straightforward, to focus on eliminating the 4 old battleships in the escort fleet first. The audacity of the European forces to seize territory at this time was not without reason. First, its army exceeds 280,000 personnel. Although it may not match the top military powers, it is still formidable and should not be underestimated. But let's not factor in combat effectiveness for now. Next is the Navy. Due to its geographic position in the central Mediterranean, it essentially divides the sea into 2 halves. Its territory extends deep into the Mediterranean, with the shortest distance between Pantelleria Island and the Tunisian mainland being only about 70 kilometers. Therefore, its long-standing ambition has been to dominate the Mediterranean, which inevitably leads to conflicts with another regional power. The latter shares this ambition as well. Given the enclosed nature of the Mediterranean, its navy can afford to overlook endurance and adaptability, as it has no intention of venturing far beyond its waters. It has focused all its resources on enhancing firepower. Currently, it has 2 dreadnoughts, one of which has been completed and joined the navy, along with 11 pre-dreadnoughts. Yes, you read that right. Its pre-dreadnoughts outnumber those of some other regions. The 2 dreadnoughts are named Dante, while among the pre-dreadnoughts, there are 4 14,000-ton Elena-class ships and 2 Margarita-class ships. The strength of these 6 older battleships is comparable to that of advanced classes. There are 3 12,000-ton King Umberto-class ironclads, which are essentially inferior to certain armored cruisers. There are 2 Admiral-class battleships, which are roughly equivalent to the Royal class. In contrast, the other regional power has 1 new battleship, 1 advanced-class battleship, and 1 armored cruiser. Even when factoring in the 2 battleships and cruisers recently sold, the gap remains significant, not to mention the quality of naval personnel. The advantage is that this navy did not anticipate that the other region would sell warships. Thus, it did not regard the navy as a serious threat and did not closely monitor its ports. After discussing with Hamid, Lin Tai planned a surprise attack. It is well known that naval battles are not difficult. The challenge lies in detecting the opponent. To locate the enemy at sea, Lin Tai deployed all 12 seaplanes from the fleet to search in a fan shape ahead, while he led the fleet from behind, waiting to strike. At that moment in Algiers, Duke Luigi Amadeo of Abruzzo was leading the 1st Division back to Augusta Port, which included 2 Elena-class battleships, Benedetto Brin and Napoli, as well as 2 Admiral-class battleships, Febo and Emanuele. Additionally, there was an armored cruiser of the Garibaldi class, 2 protected cruisers, and several gunboats. This operation went very smoothly, resulting in the destruction of 1 armored cruiser and an ammunition ship of the other regional power. However, due to the need to support the army's landing, the ammunition supply of the 1st Division had already dropped to half. Although the other regional power was too timid to leave the port, Duke Abruzzo still ordered all ships to return for resupply. He also sent a telegram requesting the remaining 2 Elena-class ships to replace him and assist with the army's escort. Covering all possible considerations, the overall quality of this navy ranks around 6th or 7th in the world. Your Excellency, we have received a telegram from the homeland requesting us to return promptly. Oh, what has happened? The Duke of Abruzzi was quite curious. Was the army going to insist on increasing its size again? What could that group of incompetents do besides eat pasta every day? 4 days ago, a training fleet from the Eastern Empire passed through the Strait of Suez. Given the relationship between the Eastern Empire and the neighboring country, there were suspicions that Hamid might take risks. Are you saying that the neighboring country would buy warships from the Eastern Empire to confront us? Impossible. Buy warships from the Eastern Empire? The war has already begun. Would the Eastern Empire dare to provide weapons to the neighboring country? However, it's better to be cautious. Let a few protected cruisers scout ahead and deploy our seaplanes. The Duke of Abruzzi was a very cautious commander. He preferred inaction to making a mistake. Little did he know, just as the seaplanes from the Eastern Empire took off, 2 aircraft were approaching in the clouds above. Chapter 352. Reconnaissance Aircraft Confrontation. As Lu Cheng piloted the lightweight reconnaissance aircraft over the fleet of the Eastern Empire, he noticed a large plume of black smoke rising from the sea below. As one of the earliest naval aviators to fly the Sea Eagle, Lu Cheng was familiar with the smoke patterns of all military vessels. Unlike civilian ships, military vessels emitted thick, straight columns of smoke that lingered for a long time. This dense black column could only be produced by a fleet. Thinking of this, Lu Cheng pointed downwards, and the observer behind him also noticed the anomaly and pulled out binoculars. As the reconnaissance aircraft flew through the clouds, the sight before him made his heart race. Dozens of warships were lined up, heading west. 1, 2, 5 ships. There were indeed 4 battleships and 1 armored cruiser. The First Fleet of the Eastern Empire. Report. Eastern Empire fleet sighted, 80 nautical miles to the southeast, heading west. Repeat. After completing the report, the reconnaissance aircraft climbed again, diving back into the clouds to avoid detection. Thus, the fleet led by the Duke of Abruzzi was heading towards Sicily, while the fleet from the neighboring country was also racing towards them at full speed. Meanwhile, in the rear, Lin Taizing had already begun to organize his fleet. Due to Hamid's lack of faith in his own navy's capabilities, and with funding in place, the general staff agreed to have Lin Taizing command this naval battle. Additionally, the gunners of the battleships had quietly been replaced with personnel from the Eastern Empire, and Lin Taizing knew well the capabilities of these individuals as they served as instructors for the neighboring country. It was already commendable if they could stabilize the warships. Achieving the accuracy of the Eastern Empire's navy was out of the question. However, the distance to Sicily was only over 100 nautical miles, and to avoid complications, a swift resolution was necessary. Otherwise, even the 4 battleships would not be enough to fend off the 12 of the Eastern Empire. Order. Organize the 3 Tianshi-class battleships. And after engaging, aim to strike the 2 Queen Elena-class battleships hard. The 2 Dishan-class armored cruisers will engage the 2 Admiral-class battleships of the Eastern Navy. From the grouping, it was clear that Lin Taizing intended to use numbers to suppress the opponent. Additionally, the North Star-class export version, the Aziz, which Lin Taizing was aboard, was stationed in the center as a separate unit to support various battlefields. As Lin Tai completed the formation, the sky above finally caught the attention of the Italian seaplane, which noticed something unusual overhead. To ensure the accuracy of the reconnaissance aircraft had to emerge from the clouds and was eventually spotted by the Italian seaplane. The Italians below were still unclear about the identity of this aircraft, but to be safe, the Duke of Abruzzi dispatched 2 planes to investigate. The Italian Navy was also equipped with seaplanes, specifically the Caproni model, powered by an 80-horsepower rotary engine, and it was also a 2-seater. Watching the approaching Italian planes, Lu Cheng felt helpless. He was flying a reconnaissance model without any machine guns. He really didn't have a good way to respond at that moment. However, the thought of being driven away and then laughed at by his comrades made him think of a solution. Since he didn't have a machine gun, he would rely on the aircraft's performance. Lu Cheng pushed the control stick, and the nose of the plane quickly dipped down, while the throttle was pushed all the way forward. The aircraft dove towards the Italian plane like an eagle. Before the Italian pilot could see who was coming, he was met with a much larger plane approaching at an angle. The C-1 reconnaissance aircraft could reach a maximum speed of 180 kilometers per hour, far superior to the Caproni's top speed of 100 kilometers per hour. As a massive object charged toward him, the Italian pilot instinctively began to turn left to evade. Lu Cheng's eyes lit up. This was exactly the effect he wanted. His aircraft was nearly twice the size of the one opposite, and its horsepower was undeniable. In terms of speed and maneuverability, the opposing pilot was no match. Moreover, it was evident that the opposing pilot was inexperienced. Lu Cheng intended to use speed and size to force the other pilot to continuously descend in order to avoid collision. The airflow generated by the high-speed C-1 reconnaissance aircraft could also put the opposing plane in an unstable state. This was a tactic emphasized by their instructor during training. Such small maneuvers could force the enemy's aircraft to lose control, leading to mistakes. This was real skill, and only a seasoned aviator like Lu Cheng would dare to execute it. Sure enough, after just the first attempt, the opposing plane reacted like a startled rabbit, swaying as it turned. Frightened, it immediately began to descend in a spiral. Before the Italian pilot could regain stability, Lu Cheng made another circle in the sky and dove down again. The previously steady Italian aircraft, like a small sailboat in the ocean, was scared into a sharp turn to avoid losing balance once more. However, he didn't realize that during these 2 encounters, the altitude had already dropped from 1,000 meters to 700 or 800 meters. Nearby, the Italian fleet watched as their aircraft engaged in a dance with an unknown plane, which moved through the sky like a butterfly, performing various dazzling maneuvers. Looking back at their own situation, it was like a fat duck wobbling unsteadily, being chased left and right. Now it was even worse. That aircraft had directly stopped right above their own plane, forcing the pilot to continuously lower altitude. This was simply a provocation. Some impatient soldiers even ran to the turret. But seeing the agile aircraft, and then glancing at their own ship's cannon firing rate, they ultimately abandoned this unrealistic idea. Lu Cheng intimidated the Italian pilot once more, then pulled the nose of the aircraft, which quickly began to ascend. There was no choice. The plane was almost about to fall into the sea, and a telegram had already come in from behind. They needed to return quickly, as new allies were already on their way. Watching the departing aircraft, the Italian pilot finally realized that he was only a couple of 100 meters above the sea. Moreover, he was descending, so he hurriedly maneuvered the aircraft, and the floats below landed on the water, barely maintaining stability. If it weren't for the fact that he was flying a seaplane, this encounter could have easily ended in disaster. Duke Abruzzi watched the departing plane, feeling an ominous premonition. Ever since the eastern region began utilizing aircraft for calibration, countries around the world had started to vigorously develop aviation. Italy was the most proactive, as their naval power had made them a dominant force. Aircraft could help naval artillery strike beyond visual range, and in Italy's view, this was tailor-made for their navy. Compared to Italy, aircraft from other European countries were even inferior. Yet now, this unknown aircraft effortlessly outperformed their newly equipped advanced reconnaissance planes. So was it friend or foe? Chapter 353. Encounter at sea at 1 p.m., west of Sicily, in the Tyrrhenian Sea. The naval forces of Turkey were fully mobilized, heading towards the Italian fleet 50 nautical miles away. Over the course of 3 days, guided by aircraft, this Turkish fleet had successfully evaded various military ships and cargo vessels in the Mediterranean. Now they had finally arrived near Italian territory, and this achievement alone made Hamid II of the Yildiz Palace extremely excited. In his view, they had succeeded at least halfway. Lintai was not worried about this flotilla. In his eyes, those old Italian battleships were merely there to provide experience. However, the new Italian battleships stationed at the Augusta naval base should not be underestimated. The Dante-class battleship was a noteworthy vessel. Constructed later, it was even more formidable than the first-generation battleships of other countries, with a full displacement of 21,600 tons. The key feature was its unique 4 triple-mounted 305mm naval guns, which had 2 more main guns than the Northern Dipper class of the eastern region. Moreover, its maximum speed reached 22 knots, surpassing similar vessels from other European countries. Its only weakness might be its armor. The main belt armor was only 254 millimeters, and its range was limited to 800 kilometers. However, this was more than sufficient for operations in the Mediterranean. Fortunately, this battleship is still at the naval base in a certain country, as such a national treasure typically would not be deployed. Even if it sets off now, it would take a day to arrive, by which time the battle would likely be over. Thinking of what His Majesty said before departure, Lin Taizing felt a surge of enthusiasm. If it weren't for the significant importance of this country to the region, His Majesty wouldn't have sent Yin Fu and himself here. Did they really believe that the region was only about making a few million pounds? In the garden, His Majesty openly stated in front of the cabinet and various generals that as long as it wasn't a war against the whole world, this country must be protected. This left everyone puzzled. But once His Majesty finished speaking, it became clear that the future national strategy of the region indeed hinged on this underdeveloped nation. Once the region establishes control here, it wouldn't need to occupy the area. Just a foothold for military presence would suffice. This would threaten the critical Suez Canal, which is vital for maintaining control over the colonies. If this route is cut off, it would mean losing a jewel in the crown, the colonies that provide stability. The abundant manpower and resources here are what keep the lords securely in their position as global leaders. It can be said that in order to bring down the power, the first step is to sever the Suez. Moreover, this also poses a threat to another nation, which despite being heavily impacted by the region, still ranks among the top militarily. Once stationed here, that nation would find it impossible to break through to the sea. They would have to focus on expanding towards another region, where there are many countries and strong men, and the chaos there wouldn't matter much. Not to mention, this area is in the Mediterranean, connecting various European countries and indirectly controlling the region. This is also why the region exchanged new battleships and helped train officers for this country. This time, they are even using the pretext of global training to assist in this war. Lin Taizing dared to say that without the region's intervention, this country would have been doomed. And not only would it lose its colonies, but its homeland would also be threatened. Helping this country understand its gap with the region is crucial because no one in the world is willing to ally with them due to ideological differences. However, the region can show them that only the empire is their true friend. Once a major war breaks out, as long as this area is cut off, the region will be invincible. These were His Majesty's exact words before departure, and everyone knows that the current powers are still at their peak, with colonies spread across the globe. Of course, that particular leader probably doesn't realize that the region won't allow this country to grow strong. Even in the current war with another nation, achieving a respectable end would be sufficient. Victory is still beyond their current capabilities. Only in this way will this country become a loyal subordinate to the region. Lin Taizing shook his head. Such troubling matters should be left for His Majesty and the general staff to consider. What he needed to do was win this naval battle. A report came in from the reconnaissance aircraft, indicating that enemy fleets were spotted 60 kilometers ahead. Lin Taizing quickly got dressed and went to the command room, where the fleet commander and naval minister of this country, Jimel, was still leisurely engaged in prayer. Your Excellency, the commander, you should order the fleet to prepare for battle. The fleet from that nation is less than half an hour away from us. What? So soon? Jamal won't even have time to pray. This expedition is his last chance. He knows that the Sultan has long had his eye on him, just waiting for an opportunity. If he can't defeat the enemy this time, he fears that upon returning home, he will be sent to a desolate place. All right, General Lin, when we set out. His Highness Sultan Hamid has already informed me that this battle will be under your command. I am only responsible for conveying the orders. Although Jamal lacks ability, he is self-aware. Compared to the Eastern Navy, the other side's navy is hardly a navy at all, not even comparable to lesser powers. So the best approach is to act as a messenger. If they win, he will be the fleet commander and will surely receive credit. If they lose, then he is just a messenger, and the blame won't fall on him. Lin Taizing didn't hold back either, given the state of their navy. If they didn't follow orders, they might as well not engage in naval combat at all. At 1:20 p.m., when the fleet was ready, large columns of smoke appeared on the horizon. Meanwhile, the enemy's seaplanes also spotted the fleet. Duke Abruzzi looked at the intelligence dropped from the planes, utterly bewildered. If it weren't for the betrayal of his own pilots, then the fleet flying the other nation's flag ahead must be the enemy. But how could they dare to venture out of the fortress's protection? Yet, upon seeing that in addition to a new battleship and an old battleship, there were 2 more battleships, Duke Abruzzi quickly realized. In the entire world, only the Eastern Empire would sell such powerful weapons without hesitation. Damn the Eastern Empire. How dare they sell weapons, especially battleships, to a warring nation? Duke Abruzzi cursed angrily, but now was not the time to protest. Since the fleet from the other nation appeared here, they were certainly not here for tourism. It takes at least 3 days to get here from their port. Yet he hadn't received any intelligence. How did they manage to navigate through the busy maritime routes in those 3 days? Suddenly, the image of the previous plane flashed in his mind. The Eastern Empire wouldn't sell warships and then planes, would they? Your Grace, the fleet needs your command. Is the fleet ahead, friend or foe? The operations officer's words snapped Duke Abruzzi back to reality. Regardless of what it was, they had to strike first. He ordered the fleet to prepare. They would go eliminate those heretics. P.S. Previously, this book had 936 reviews, so we will calculate it as 940. For every additional 100 reviews, a new chapter will be added. If it doubles to 2,000 reviews, then 10 additional chapters will be released. Chapter 354, A Twisted Naval Battle. The military ships sold to the other nation, whether new or old, were all equipped with the first generation of fire control systems from the Eastern Empire. Although they couldn't compare to what the Eastern Empire used, they were on par with what others had. Since the sale, Dongzhou naturally does not fear being studied. It expended a tremendous amount of effort to achieve something slightly better than the current situation, which is simply a futile endeavor. However, for the gunners of Dongzhou, most of them have served on the Tiangang-class battleships, which have accompanied them for over 10 years. When the gunners of Dongzhou take over their positions, everything will be different. They will be one with the ship. At 1:30 p.m., 2 fleets met in the western waters of the Tyrrhenian Sea in the Empire's Central Sea. As the saying goes, enemies meet with extra intensity. After all, the location of the Pope of the Church is in that region, and both sides had been ruthless during the initial campaigns. 28,000 meters. With the navigation officer's loud reminder, Lin Taizing immediately began to observe. The naval forces of that region are quite fast, generally maintaining a speed of 20 knots. If it were anyone else, Dongzhou would have already accelerated to seize the T position. In the battleship era, the importance of the T position goes without saying. But to seize it requires speed. The enemy will not foolishly wait for you to gain the advantage. Fortunately, their own speed is not bad. The Tiangang class can reach 25 knots, though some power was removed during the sale, leaving a speed of 21 knots, which is still acceptable. However, a 1-knot difference is not enough to secure the T position, as movement is essential at sea. It's not a straight line. Therefore, Lin Taizing opted for the simplest and most straightforward method. Everyone should aim for the T position together and let the ship's guns do the talking. The naval soldiers of the other side would only dare to engage at a maximum range of 15,000 meters, but for the Dongzhou Navy, 20,000 meters is the norm. At this time, both side seaplanes began to engage in combat. Although the Z-1 reconnaissance aircraft from Dongzhou is not equipped with a machine gun at the front, it doesn't mean they can't carry one into the sky. A pilot maneuvered the aircraft while the observer in the back pulled out a machine gun and opened fire on the enemy aircraft. The absolute advantage of the Z-1 reconnaissance aircraft turned the enemy's Caproni reconnaissance planes into easy targets. In less than 10 minutes, only a few Z-1s remained in the sky, while the enemy aircraft either fell into the sea trailing black smoke or were too frightened to take off. 25,000 meters. 22,000 meters. When the navigation officer called out this distance, Lin Taizing knew the opportunity had come. All hands, hard to port. As the Aziz began to turn left, the 3 following battleships and 2 cruisers followed suit. In just a few seconds, The massive battleships creaked ominously under the fearful gazes of everyone. At this moment, the enemy fleet was still charging ahead at a speed of 20 knots, while Dong Zhuo's fleet, under Lin Taizing's orders, took up a horizontal position. A 1.5 standard T position was formed. Fire. At 1:40 p.m., with Lin Taizing's command, all of Dong Zhuo's main ships opened fire simultaneously. The distance between both sides had closed to 20,000 meters, which was enough for the Dong Zhuo class to engage effectively. Meanwhile, the aircraft in the sky began to calibrate their data. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons of several 305mm naval guns erupted with fireballs, producing a sound like thunder across the sea surface, which seemed to be pressed down by something, creating a vacuum zone in an instant. Everyone was stunned by Lin Taizing's actions. This commander from the eastern continent actually chose such a risky method to seize the tactical advantage, knowing well that the opposing forces were formidable. If they made an early maneuver, it would be their turn to lose the tactical advantage. Duke Abruzzi did not expect the commander on the opposite side to be so bold. If he guessed correctly, the Duke planned to take a similar approach at 18,000 meters, but he did not anticipate that the opposing commander would act first. It was known that hitting a target at 20,000 meters was not something any average gunner could achieve. At this point, Duke Abruzzi ordered his fleet to turn, so both sides began to sail in parallel lines. This maneuver aimed to maximize the broadside firepower of the battleships. Indeed, the first 3 rounds of bombardment did not yield any results as the opposing fleet turned. However, as the opposing fleet maneuvered, Lin Taizing completed the fire control calibration even earlier. Even while maneuvering, neither side's artillery ceased fire. Aziz, this is 5 degrees ahead of the coordinate ruler, extending 300 meters. This was the advantage of the seaplane. At a distance of 20 kilometers, although still within visual range, the curvature of the planet made it impossible to accurately observe the trajectory. The aircraft relayed bombardment error data back to the fleet every minute via telegram. Meanwhile, the artillery of the opposing fleet began to adjust according to orders. 10 minutes later, the first piece of good news arrived. The new battleship scored an opening hit. The eastern continent gunners on the Aziz successfully struck the battleship Naples, located 19 kilometers away. Although this warship had a tonnage similar to that of the Tiangang class, its thickest armor was only 250 millimeters. Even at a distance of 19 kilometers, it could not withstand the power of a 305mm naval gun. The bow armor of the Naples was torn apart, and a massive explosion instantly reduced the length of this 14,000-ton battleship by 1/5. Flames shot into the sky, and a large volume of seawater began to flood in from the bow. All warships focused their fire on the Naples. No one wanted to miss the opportunity to strike a wounded enemy, as several main ships aimed their guns at the Naples. At 1:54, the 4th round of simultaneous fire began. By now, over a dozen main cannon shells had struck the Naples since the fire started. Even if divine beings were present, they would still take a few hits. The Aziz fired another round of crossfire, effectively declaring the death sentence for the Naples. The subsequent 2 shells penetrated the main armor belt of the Naples and even pierced through the smokestack. Continuous explosions caused the battleship to quickly lose balance and begin to capsize. In just 14 minutes, the opposing fleet sank an Italian battleship. Lin Taizing let out a sigh of relief. The quality of the opposing artillery shells was incomparable to that of the eastern continent. If it had been an armor-piercing shell from the eastern continent, the Naples would have been sunk immediately with the first shot. At 2:05 p.m., a ship of the Tiangang class from the local forces was hit by the opposing side, but fortunately, the warships sold by a certain region did not suffer any damage to their armor. The 305mm thick main armor successfully blocked the fire from a 305mm naval gun located 19 kilometers away. However, the ship caught fire and had to withdraw from the line to extinguish the flames. At 2:11 p.m., the local forces achieved another victory, hitting the battleship Fabito from a certain country. The inadequacy of its armor was once again exposed, and 15 minutes later, this battleship sank into the cold waters of the Mediterranean. At this point, Duke of Abruzzi realized that there was no chance of victory left, as half of his 4 battleships had already sunk. If he continued, it would likely lead to total annihilation. Most critically, the new battleship from the local forces had no matching opponent, making it impossible to counter. It would only be hopeful when the Dante-class battleship arrived. At 2:20 p.m., the naval forces from the certain country began to turn south, retreating towards Sardinia. Earlier, during the encounter at the port, the Duke of Abruzzi had already informed his homeland via radio, hoping that the Navy could come to their aid. At 2:25 p.m., Lin Tai ordered the dissolution of the battle line and initiated the pursuit of the retreating fleet from the certain country. Chapter 355. Come and fight me. In the past few months, the entire continent seemed to be engulfed in a heat wave. The Moroccan crisis was still unfolding, and in the face of potential war, Both the local forces and another nation had to consider if they could win against each other. The local navy was massively entering the Mediterranean from a strategic point, while the other nation's fleet was also on high alert. All the generals were simulating plans, calculating their chances of victory if war broke out now. Everyone's focus was on each other, and even the conflict between the two nations seemed to be overlooked. It appeared that these two countries were forgotten by the rest. In their view, the local forces were merely protesting and would ultimately comply with the territorial demands from the other nation. Meanwhile, the anticipated news from the local forces and the other nation remained silent, while the local forces unexpectedly rose to prominence. On October 8th, when the commander of the local navy, Gemal, led all his main force warships to confront the smaller nation, he managed to sink 3 battleships of the enemy escort fleet at the cost of 1 damaged battleship and 1 sunk cruiser. When the fleet returned to its home port with such achievements, this nation, which had faced endless failures in foreign wars, fell into a state of endless celebration. The local newspapers hailed this naval battle as a victory of the century. The local fleet had defeated the smaller nation's navy without sustaining further losses and had sunk 3 of its battleships. Today was not April Fool's Day. However, as more information surfaced, people fell silent. The victories were indeed accurate and even more shocking. It was said that the local fleet had been relentlessly pursuing. And had it not been for torpedo boats arriving from Sardinia launching a surprise attack, all 4 battleships would have likely been lost. Subsequently, the government of a certain country publicly protested, indicating that the Eastern Empire ignored international norms by supplying weapons to the warring nations. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. It's been a long time since anyone mentioned the Eastern Empire. Ever since that emperor from the Eastern Empire dealt with the lighthouse, it seemed he had been focusing on self-cultivation, much to the dismay of many journalists who relied on him for their livelihoods. Now, hearing that name again brought tears to everyone's eyes. Those who only talk big without action are nothing but cowards. Look at the Eastern Empire, making a move with 3 battleships. What about North Africa? They haven't even sunk a single patrol boat. What a difference. The government of that certain country might be trying to prove to everyone that it wasn't them who lost to a certain weak nation, but rather the Eastern Empire. A series of evidence was presented, suggesting that if the claims made by that country were not false, the Eastern Empire indeed violated the rules this time. Countless journalists flocked to the Eastern Prime Minister's office, demanding an explanation, almost shouting for them to continue their actions without stopping. In response to the accusations from various nations, the newly appointed foreign minister of the Eastern Empire held a press conference. In front of reporters from around the world, he vehemently refuted the claims made by that certain country, which were akin to a sore loser refusing to admit defeat. He stated that the 2 battleships acquired by the weak nation were indeed of Eastern origin, but they were not sold by the Eastern Empire. If anyone doubted this, they could watch the video. As the representative from a certain ally appeared at the press conference, questions arose in the minds of all the nations present. Is this how you're playing it? Do you think we're fools? Indeed, these weren't warships sold by the Eastern Empire, but by their ally. A month prior, the Eastern Empire had sold these main vessels to their ally to help bolster their navy. To this end, the Eastern Empire had generously engaged in global training exercises with their allies' navy to increase their combat experience. However, it was unexpected that their allies succumbed to temptation and sold these warships to the weak nation. Although the Eastern Empire had kindly reminded their ally that the weak nation was at war with that certain country, their ally, being naive and fearless, insisted on selling them. The Eastern Empire never interferes in the internal affairs of third countries. In response to the baseless accusations from the government of that certain country, the Eastern Empire solemnly declared that the sale of battleships was purely fictitious. They urged all nations not to believe or spread rumors. As the righteous voice of the Eastern foreign minister rang out, everyone thought of one word: shameless. Everyone knew that the Eastern Empire was indeed the source, but there was no evidence to prove it. Their ally had purchased the warships a month ago, and these vessels had made rounds in their ally's territory. No one could find fault with that. The sale was conducted by their ally. What does it have to do with the Eastern Empire? If that's the case, then none of the 5 major powers would escape criticism, as they are all often blamed since the world's major weaponry originates from them. As for the claim that the warships were operated by the Eastern Navy, what evidence do you have? Did you capture it on film, or did someone witness it? Without evidence, making bold claims is absurd. Those participating in this war are zealots from the weak nation. There is no possibility of betrayal, and even if there were, no one would believe it anyway. As for Italy settling scores with certain entities, that's fine, as the eastern region isn't stopping you. However, the premise is that your fleet must pass through certain straits and then enter the southern seas controlled by the eastern region, all under the full observation of their navy, sailing 20,000 kilometers to strike at a vassal state of the eastern region. If a typhoon or something similar occurs along the way, and everything sinks, no one would know. Watching the envoy from that certain entity with a defiant posture, looking up at a 45-degree angle, it was as if he was saying, "Yes. I sold it. If you have the guts, come and fight me. Anyone who doesn't is my grandson." The Italian government nearly spat out blood from anger. They had never seen such shamelessness. For Italy, bad news kept coming. They were still reeling from the loss of 3 battleships when trouble struck in Tripoli. Over 20,000 Italian soldiers, after much effort under naval bombardment, managed to capture Tripoli. But when they finished resting and prepared to sweep through the Libyan province, harsh realities emerged. As mentioned before, although the Libyan province was a colony under the nominal control of another state, it had effectively gained independence decades ago, with that state merely a figurehead. Modern Libya is not like the useless neighbors in Morocco. It is a feudal military state. The weapons previously smuggled by that state were still quite useful. In this region, many countries had colonies, and to reduce resistance in these colonies, they tacitly decreased arms sales. In their eyes, this place was merely a source of raw materials and free labor, never considering helping these people build a nation. Once these individuals had weapons, they could at least stand a fair fight against the colonial forces. The army commander, Carlo Caneva, had just ordered the troops to continue suppressing these individuals. Yet, in less than 3 days, Italian soldiers suffered losses of over 1,000 men. This was not a battle with colonial soldiers. Were they facing disguised soldiers from another entity? Italy had only 20,000 troops, and suddenly losing 1,000 men made the remaining soldiers reluctant to leave Tripoli. To them, the vast primitive forest outside seemed like the mouth of an abyss. Once they entered, they would never come out. In desperation, Caneva had no choice but to call for reinforcements from the homeland. Chapter 356, a small counterattack from Italy in the city of Malema, Italy. Prime Minister Giovanni Giolitti was facing protests from the public. The naval battle in the Tyrrhenian Sea had caused Italy's image as a naval power to collapse overnight. Although they were at a numerical disadvantage, the public did not care. A loss is a loss. Being defeated by a state that had always been bullied raised questions. Did it mean Italy was now worse off than that state? Faced with public skepticism and the deteriorating situation in Tripoli, Italy finally began to respond vigorously, showcasing the resilience of the European spirit. First, the main naval fleet mobilized. Led by the new battleship Dante, the Italian Navy launched a surprise attack on the Dardanelles Strait. Although they could not break through due to coastal artillery, they still carried out 2 hours of bombardment. The extensive destruction of defensive facilities raises the question of who prevented the local forces from purchasing large-caliber coastal artillery. A 2-hour bombardment resulted in thousands of casualties among the local forces and severely impacted their morale. To prevent any further disruptions from the local navy, the naval forces of another country have been placed on high alert, stationed around the clock. Should the local navy dare to mobilize, it would lead to significant conflict. Faced with a modern battleship and 7 older ones, the local forces are hesitant to venture out. More importantly, after completing naval combat, a key figure has already concluded their global training and returned home. Currently, only the Minister of Internal Affairs remains in the local region. The leader of another country is aware of how their navy achieved previous victories, attributing much to the support received from the naval forces of a distant region. With the departure of the support, any attempt to engage directly would likely result in a loss of standing. Previously, they might have taken advantage of the other side's ignorance to launch surprise attacks, but now the situation has changed with constant vigilance on the other side. Fortunately, the other side is also cautious of the local forces' past performance and, due to the narrow straits, is reluctant to advance further. As a result, both navies find themselves in a stalemate. In response to the uncontrollable situation in a neighboring region, the other country has decided to escalate its involvement, announcing the deployment of a significant ground force to establish complete control. Subsequently, they have also utilized their air force, employing both airships and aircraft to conduct bombings outside a key city. The coordination between the aircraft and airships has proven to be quite effective. Faced with such weaponry, not only is the key city at risk, but the local forces struggle to resist as well. With the momentum in their favor, the other country has made significant advances, solidifying defenses in the key city and occupying other important coastal cities. The local forces have been pushed back to the southwest. Within just a month, the victorious local forces seem to be in a precarious position. The other country, living up to its reputation for resilience, has begun to exert full force. Acknowledging the unfavorable situation, the local leader realizes that engaging with the other country is unwise. However, conceding is not an option they are willing to entertain. In light of the aerial threats posed by the other country, the local leader has hired civilian pilots from the distant region to assist in the conflict. Each pilot receives a daily wage equivalent to a substantial sum. More than 100 civilian aviation enthusiasts from that region have accepted the offer, flying locally produced aircraft to North Africa. Meanwhile, the local forces are also active. utilizing their knowledge of the desert terrain to transport a significant quantity of rifles through alternative routes to support their efforts. In the local region, a youth organization has mobilized radical supporters to infiltrate the key city and undermine the other country's military presence. Following a suggestion from a key figure, a contingent of hired African soldiers has also joined the fight on the local side. The troop strength of the other country in the key city has reached a substantial number, yet they still have not fully secured the area. The conflict between the two nations has officially escalated to a critical stage, drawing in the attention of powerful nations worldwide. A week ago, the navy and airships of a certain country finally captured the important city of Tripoli. Giovanni, well done. Do you know? You have now become a celebrity in Benghazi. At a military position 10 kilometers southwest of Benghazi port, several officers were gathered around a young man. A few days earlier, faced with continuous harassment from local guerrillas and resistance forces, the country decided to deploy the Air Force to bomb the area. This Giovanni, with his unconventional approach, brought army shells onto the aircraft and threw them directly after pulling the fuse. Unexpectedly, he accidentally killed the local guerrilla commander, allowing the forces to annihilate a guerrilla group of over 500 people in one go. It's nothing much, but unfortunately, our aircraft still lacks power. Otherwise, if we had naval shells, the impact would have been even greater. Matteo, do you have any good news recently? It's the same as before, but in the past week. The local forces have managed to acquire a lot of machine guns. One of our aircraft was shot down, and another was damaged. Our planes have insufficient power, comparable to those from several years ago, with a maximum altitude of only 1 kilometer. Sometimes, when reducing altitude for reconnaissance, they are easily targeted by machine guns. Our Navy has finally shown some shame, recently blocking the enemy's exit, and I heard they sank an enemy cruiser a couple of days ago. Even if they are buying warships from another region, they are still being suppressed by our Navy. It's a pity about our 3 battleships. Those scoundrels from that region even found an excuse to say they didn't sell them. As Giovanni listened to everyone's accounts, he understood the current situation. Ever since a month ago, when his seaplane encountered an unknown aircraft, he had nightmares every night about the enemy's hateful face. Just thinking about how he had to land on the sea in humiliation made him wish he could eliminate all those from that region. Have you heard? Due to the Navy losing 3 old battleships, they are now preparing to build 3 new ones. Giovanni, you were there at the time. Can our Navy really not handle the local forces? Everyone looked at Giovanni, hoping for a different answer. How could that be? Our Navy is the strongest in the Mediterranean. The last failure was simply due to the enemy's surprise and the advantage of their new battleships. The Navy has already accelerated the construction of the second Dante-class battleship, which will be ready for sea trials early next year. By then, with 2 new battleships, the local forces will be no match for us. I heard you encountered an aircraft from that region. How does it compare to our Caproni planes? Very strong. Giovanni said seriously to his colleagues. That aircraft is at least 15 times larger than mine, with more power and faster speed. Our Caproni has a hard time facing it alone. Everyone fell silent. It didn't feel good to be compared unfavorably to that region. Do you think, when they sold warships, did they also sell those planes? How is that possible, Matteo? If those locals had planes, would we still be leisurely flying our airship to bomb them? Besides, we're not too far from the capital here. No plane can reach us. All right, let us go. Our airship is about to set off again. And this time we'll give those locals a good pounding. Chapter 357, Air Raid on Benghazi. Additional update after reaching 1050 comments. Basra Province, Eastern Region Base. Huang Lu is leading the civilian flying squad in their final preparations. The straight-line distance from here to North Africa exceeds 2,500 kilometers, and even the J-1 fighter jets from the Eastern region can't make it in one go, not even in 2. So they need a stopover, but fortunately, fuel and ammunition can be delivered by transport ships. All they need to do is fly empty. Xiao Lu, is all the supply ready? Don't worry, Captain. This time we'll make sure they know what an aircraft is, Lu Cheng said with a smile. During the last encounter at sea, he was flying a Z-1 reconnaissance aircraft without a machine gun, which allowed that plane to land on the water. This time, things will be different. There are 100 J-1 fighter jets transported from the homeland here. Compared to the reconnaissance type, this one is equipped with a 127mm heavy machine gun at the nose. The wingspan has been reduced, giving it better maneuverability in the sky, and the frame has been reinforced to handle frequent maneuvers. Additionally, the fuel tank has been enlarged by 1/3. I heard that the J-2 fighter is already in development back home, so this time will also serve as testers. Only through real air combat can we clearly identify what needs improvement on the aircraft. 150 pilots, over 500 logistics personnel, and a 500-strong Marine Corps. These individuals make up the aerial combat force from the Eastern region to support the locals. Once seated in the cockpit, everyone became excited. This is not training. This is real combat. Moreover, they are not allowed to carry any military identification. The Eastern region is presenting this as civilian enthusiasts. According to the General Staff simulations, it seems that for the next year, everyone will be accompanied by sand and sky. The Caproni aircraft from the locals is considered the most advanced in the entire region, with both reconnaissance and combat variants. Even with a considerable advantage, anything can happen in the sky. Over the past 6 months, they have undergone countless rigorous trainings, just waiting for a worthy opponent. 3 days later, when the fleet refuels one last time under the cover of local guerrillas, they head towards the port of Benghazi. According to intelligence, the locals will conduct a major bombing operation in the next few days, reportedly with over 30 aircraft arriving there, along with several massive airships. Since the eastern region first used airships for bombing, countries around the world have started to imitate. These massive machines, although slow, can carry tons of bombs effortlessly. Moreover, in North Africa, where weapons are scarce, even machine guns are few, allowing airships to operate without restraint. Today, the eastern region will show everyone that its navy can lead the world, and its air force can do the same. As Huang Lu put on his helmet and goggles, he gave a thumbs up to the ground crew beside him. The crew members vigorously turned the propeller, and soon the engine roared to life, emitting a plume of black smoke as the propeller began to spin. The sound of the engine echoed sharply in everyone's ears. Huang Lu released the brakes, pushed the throttle, and the massive aircraft started to slide across the dry ground, gaining speed. Feeling the lift from the wings, he grasped the control stick, and the plane began to ascend, charging towards the sky. Behind him, more than 30 J-1 fighter jets also took off, forming a formation heading towards a location 100 kilometers away. At that moment, the scene in that location was bustling. The coastal area of another city had already been captured, and the Navy's warships were unable to land. Therefore, supply ships were visible everywhere at the port. The invading forces in the region had exceeded 140,000 troops, with daily consumption figures reaching astronomical numbers. Not to mention the weapons. Nearby, several airships were undergoing final checks. Soldiers were loading large amounts of ammunition into the airships' baskets, preparing for bombing missions in the area 130 kilometers away. Particularly notable was a person named Enville, who was said to be the nephew-in-law of a current figure in Sudan, having rallied a significant number of rebels due to his connections. The defeated local forces were also recruiting tribal warriors everywhere and engaging in guerrilla warfare against the invaders. Giovanni and others were responsible for piloting the aircraft for guidance and reconnaissance. This time, they were determined to give those local soldiers a profound lesson. Everyone laughed, feeling that this land posed little threat. As long as they maintained an altitude of 1,000 meters, they would be fine. What is that? Matteo suddenly pointed to the sky nearby. Was it a bird? Everyone looked towards the western sky, where dark spots began to appear in the once clear blue. Giovanni watched as those spots grew larger, and a terrifying memory flashed in his mind. His expression froze, and he shouted loudly to his companions, "Run! Get out of here! Those are aircraft from the east." Everyone knew that the planes that had once attacked Giovanni had come from the east. But why would aircraft appear in a place so far from there? How had they flown here? Matteo shouted, "Damn the east! They really sold aircraft to those damn heretics. Hurry, get on the planes, we must stop them." Realizing the urgency, Giovanni ran towards the nearby aircraft, calling out to his companions. The approaching aircraft drew closer. And while at first, everyone thought they were birds, it quickly became clear to anyone with functioning eyesight that this was an unknown formation of planes. In this era, there were no air raid sirens, and aside from Giovanni, the port was blissfully unaware. In the sky, after an hour of flight, Huang Li's formation finally spotted the port below. Everyone paired up in groups of 2. The combat mission had been communicated to everyone before takeoff, and Huang Lu was simply giving a brief reminder. 30 aircraft began to form pairs and dive towards the ground. At first glance, Huang Lu spotted the enemy's planes on the ground, along with a massive airship. The airship was of little concern. It was bulky and served as a sitting target. But the planes should not be underestimated. The J-1 fighter's 127mm heavy machine gun opened fire on the stationary aircraft below. Instantly, countless wooden splinters flew up. Huang Lu noted that there were at least 30 planes here, likely the largest air force base of the enemy. With Huang Li's gunfire, the enemy airfield was struck. Although they had long noticed the planes overhead, only a few of the aircraft ready for action today had been filled with fuel. Giovanni had just started his plane when the enemy arrived. Seeing the annoying flag of the adversary at the tail of his aircraft ignited a surge of anger within him. Buzzing sounds filled the air as Giovanni and 3 other planes finally took off. However, when he saw the enemy aircraft swiftly approaching from behind, the sound of gunfire followed, and his plane plummeted to the ground like a fallen angel. As he descended, he once again saw the face of the eastern adversary that had haunted his nightmares, along with the burning airship and port. P.S. I'm impressed by you all, those who rate books. It's the 5-star thing, not the chapter comments. Nevertheless, the book reviews still increased by 100. This chapter update is a challenge to exhaust my drafts. Chapter 358. The Barba Railway. The war between the two nations captured the world's attention. It wasn't about the scale of the war, but rather the emergence of a game-changing weapon, aircraft. On November 7th, facing the enemy's airship bombardment, the defenders could only hire civilian pilots from the east. The first aerial battle in human history erupted in the port of Benghazi. Unsurprisingly, the outcome was predictable. Under the powerful assault of the J-1 fighter, the enemy airship squadron stationed in Benghazi was completely destroyed, along with over 20 planes reduced to debris. More importantly, around 100 enemy pilots and logistics personnel were killed or injured. It's worth noting that the entire enemy air force comprised only about 100 aircraft, with fewer than 200 pilots. In the following week, the enemy's aircraft repeatedly visited Benghazi, Tobruk, Derna, and other cities occupied by the enemy, making life difficult for the enemy troops there. Although they had some planes, they were no match for the defenders. Everyone knew the defenders were not equipped with many aircraft. It was obvious they were from the east. However, the east had stated that this was a civilian endeavor and should not be escalated to a national level. War is the best catalyst for technological advancement. In just 3 months, the enemy produced the Newport series of aircraft. Currently, only the east possessed coordinated firing technology, which synchronized the firing rhythm of the machine guns with the propeller speed through mechanical devices. The bullets are fired only through the gaps between the propeller blades, avoiding hitting the blades, thus achieving effective forward fire. The Italian forces can only mount machine guns on the wings at an inclined angle, directing the bullets forward while avoiding the areas swept by the propellers. After losing the cover of the sky and naval artillery, the Italian army's offensive in Libya was like sinking into a quagmire. The resistance led by Enver took the opportunity to counterattack, pushing the Italian forces back by 50 kilometers within a month, with over 5,000 casualties among the Italian troops. The initial rapid advances made by the Italians had led everyone in Tripoli to abandon resistance, as the gap was too significant. However, now it has become clear that as long as they stay out of the range of naval artillery, the Italian forces are not much stronger than themselves. The long silent resistance groups have emerged, not confronting the Italians directly, but instead launching attacks on their logistics and supply lines. Italian troops, often fewer than 100, would go out in the morning, only to disappear later. The local air force would often bundle grenades together and drop them on the areas where the Italians gathered. Regardless of the actual lethality, the resulting drop in morale has caused significant headaches for the Italian government. The war between the two countries that occurred in the second half of the 11th year of the reign created a worldwide sensation. Amid the stagnant progress of the Morocco crisis, aircraft have captured the attention of all nations, reigniting interest in aviation. For military planners preparing for war, aircraft have once again become a target to compete for. However, at this stage, everyone's technology is still limited to seaplanes, merely capable of flying. Thus, all eyes turn to the East continent. For Fang Mingzhou, the 11th year of the reign marked a watershed moment. After this year, the global situation would be beyond saving. In the Garden of the East continent, cabinet members, including Tang Xiaoyi, gathered once more. With the new year approaching, the cabinet naturally needed to report on the year's work, especially since this was the first year of the new cabinet. Overall, the East continent is developing according to its established goals, and the gap with the leading nations is narrowing. Your Majesty, according to our calculations, our country's industrial output is currently ranked 4th. The industrial scale is 5th, and the total economy has reached the 2nd largest in the world. Tang Xiaoyi felt a sense of relief, fearing that he might not perform well enough to disrupt the strong momentum of East continent's development. Based on our data from the first 3 quarters, this year the East continent's economic growth rate is around 15. Fang Mingzhou nodded. A world-leading land and population power is being guided onto the path of industrialization. The vitality unleashed is unstoppable. The East continent lacks none of the necessary elements for industrial growth. What remains is merely the process of expansion. With the economic report concluded, everyone knew that the real important matters were yet to come. The world had descended into chaos, yet only the East continent and the lighthouse nation were still steadily developing. However, no one knew how long this development could last. Even someone like Tang Xiaoyi could sense the looming shadow of war. If the East continent's current scale were to become involved in war, it would likely not bode well for their enemies. Over the past year, major countries around the world have sent ambassadors to the Eastern continent, subtly inquiring about its views on the current global situation. However, all of these inquiries have been skillfully deflected by Tang Xiaoyi. Even as the Prime Minister of the Eastern continent, Tang Xiaoyi cannot fully grasp His Majesty's thoughts, so he wishes to stay informed this time. Let's discuss the current situation, Fang Mingzhou said to everyone. Any decision must be made from the perspective of national interests. We cannot gamble with the trust of 50 million citizens. The humiliations of decades past must not occur on this land again. A cabinet that has not weathered storms is incomplete. They need to assess how to lead the Eastern continent forward based on the current circumstances. When it comes to the situation, it naturally falls to the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. Fang Wu had long known today's agenda and had prepared in advance. Our global training fleet has returned, and the sale of warships and cooperation has reached 25 million blue coins. Lord Yin is still in the domestic territory of the local power, currently discussing the construction rights of the Barbada Railway. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Fang Mingzhou nodded, and Zhang Shun picked up a baton to explain using a world map nearby. The Barbada Railway runs from Berlin, home to the Hans Cat, to the Pagoda Century Railway. This plan was proposed 20 years ago when the Hans Cat implemented an eastward policy, attempting to expand its influence globally. The railway starts from the Bosporus Strait and goes through Pagoda to the Bos Bay. If completed, the Hans Cat would be able to control the Near East region through this railway while exerting influence over our Far East. When this plan was proposed, the previous dynasty was still in existence, and the Hans Cat regarded our region as an important direction for future development. It could also impact the local power in areas like Gaojiashuo and Bos Bay. Most importantly, Zhang Shun emphatically pointed to a specific location on the map, the Hard Colony, a place that must be fiercely defended by the local power. Everyone was astonished by this railway. They hadn't expected the Hans Cat to be such a strategic mastermind. Then why doesn't the Hans Cat proceed with the construction of this railway? Tang Xiaoyi asked curiously. Such a vast project that could bring immense benefits to the nation should definitely be pursued by the Eastern continent. Because of the local power, Fang Mingzhou interjected with a smile. Unless the local leader can subdue the local power, the areas along this route are all core interests of the local power. Zhang Shun added with a smile, just the Suez Canal and the Hard Colony alone, the local power would not allow it. If this railway were to be completed, the global interests of the local power would be challenged. Therefore, they are willing to go to war to warn the Hans Cat and the countries along the route to prevent the construction of this railway. Will the local power agree with us? If the Hans Cat can't accomplish it, no one believes the Eastern continent can do it now. After all, the Hans Cat still has a white face. Chapter 359, Surrounding Way to Rescue Zhao. The Barbada Railway can be said to be a product of a specific era. With the rise of the Industrial Revolution, railways represented the foundation of a land power, comparable to maritime power. Wherever railways were constructed, the economic and political development of that area began to accelerate. This railway, historically, was only completed just before the start of S2. The earlier segment had been finished over a decade ago, starting from a certain location, passing through a region, and then reaching another significant city. However, the subsequent construction came to a halt. The General Staff hoped that the local authorities would grant us the rights to build this segment of the railway. Currently, a large portion of the railway through a specific region has been completed, and if war breaks out, it would only require those involved to connect the railway in the Middle East. A railway spanning 2 continents would then be completed. As long as food and weapon supplies are sufficient, our forces could drag the entire continent down with them. Communication has come through that an agreement has been preliminarily reached. This railway holds little significance for the local authorities, as they lack the capability to construct it. Instead of letting it sit idle, it would be better to exchange it for some benefits. There is hope for continued support in providing weapons for North Africa. Observing the crowd, a representative continued in a solemn tone. Currently, the military operations in a certain region are facing significant challenges. The forces there have deployed over 130,000 soldiers. But they have only managed to occupy coastal areas. Once they venture inland, they suffer heavy losses. This is not solely due to the local authorities' efforts, but also because of external pressures. The guerrilla tactics previously faced in another context have proved even more effective against the less capable forces currently engaged. In just 2 months, losses have approached 10,000. If this continues, it is certain that the forces will return defeated. Historically, there have been close calls, and currently, the region is not lacking in personnel or weaponry. Your Majesty, the intelligence you requested has yielded results, a nearby official remarked, piquing the curiosity of those present. As intelligence drawing your Majesty's attention is rare. According to our information from a certain area, there are indeed intentions to break through from there. It is often referred to as a powder keg, though few know its historical context. It can be traced back to a certain empire, which ultimately bore the consequences, as its heir paid a heavy price for this misadventure. 2 years ago, there were ambitions regarding territories in the region, specifically the aforementioned area. With support from a certain entity, they annexed neighboring regions, and another entity took the opportunity to gain independence from local control. The actions of these 2 nations disrupted the balance in the region. If the current forces cannot change the situation, this conflict may end in failure. Hence, there are attempts to divert attention from local interests in a specific region. While no actions have been taken yet, signs indicate a desire to rekindle hostilities there. Currently, there are connections to a historical dynasty, and relations with a nearby monarchy have been established through marriage. Last month, we discovered that there were secret envoys from a certain country in Montenegro. Do we have people in Montenegro? Fang Mingzhou asked curiously. Knowing that the Foreign Intelligence Agency was quite large, he didn't expect such a small corner of the Balkans to have such deep connections. Your Majesty, currently, major countries around the world have our people, Fang Lu said without hesitation. Even he was being conservative, as this kind of situation in the current era is a form of overwhelming advantage. The book on KGB and fake intelligence that he once gave to Fang Wu and Fang Lu was truly beyond what this era could bear. The leader of that country hoped Montenegro would declare war on the nearby nation first, promising to provide weapons and loans. Additionally, they intended to persuade Bulgaria, Greece, and Serbia to form an alliance and declare war together. Although previously, the Austro-Hungarians had taken advantage of the situation to seize a lot of territory from the nearby nation, it still held considerable land in Europe, such as Macedonia, Albania, and Thrace. These are all desirable places, and the 4 countries in the Balkans eyed these lands. But the nearby nation had been somewhat aggressive in recent years with support from the east. Thus, they hadn't taken any action. However, now that that country is taking action, these nations will undoubtedly be tempted to take advantage of the situation. More importantly, the nearby nation has few allies. Even the Austro-Hungarians and the local powers are looking to benefit and will likely stand by. Once these countries declare war on the nearby nation, it is evident that they will not be able to focus on the conflict with that country, and their colonies in Libya will lose supplies. This strategy of surrounding the enemy to relieve pressure is quite ruthless. Fang Wu's words made everyone aware of how unpopular the nearby nation is at the moment. One could say they have no allies except for the east. Fang Mingzhou was also contemplating whether or not to let the nearby nation lose the war against that country, or whether to let that country take advantage of the situation. With the 12th year of the current era approaching, it can be said that war could start at any moment. If the war between these 2 countries cannot be resolved in a short time, it is likely that that country will have no intention of helping its allies against the Entente. This country has not helped the allies fight any battles since the beginning of the conflict. Instead, they maintain neutrality. Later, they argued that their alliance was defensive. And since the allies initiated the war, it had nothing to do with defense. They refused to fulfill military obligations and then immediately joined the Entente. Such betrayal left Fang Mingzhou with no goodwill, no matter how much he weakened that country. It wouldn't affect the allies because they weren't truly on his side, and instead weakened the Entente. However, similarly, the nearby nation is merely acting out of necessity. Once the conflict escalates, they will likely soon seek refuge with local powers. After all the effort put into helping them, they may just walk away without a second thought. After much consideration, Fang Mingzhou decided to let it go. As long as the nearby nation can retain its territory in Asia, that's enough. Since they aren't exactly good people, the series of actions in later years also left Fang Mingzhou with no fondness for this country. He instructed Yan Fu to return to the east, and after obtaining the rights to build railways, he withdrew 20,000 rifles from the armory to hand over to the nearby nation. Apart from the pilots, all our personnel have been recalled, waiting for them to seek our assistance later. Having made up his mind, Fang Mingzhou decisively let go, deciding that he would not join the alliance, remembering that besides the Han's cat, there was another option in the eastern continent. Ultimately, the ability to make this nation comply lies in its own strength. This also means that the war between the local forces and Italy will be resolved by themselves. Your Majesty, various countries around the world, especially the Han's cat, have sent a delegation to our eastern continent. It seems the Han's cat is anxious. Chapter 360, 500 million loan currently. The main themes in Europa are the Morocco crisis and the Italy-Turkey war. Weyer probably suspects that he might stumble again in Morocco. At present, the John Bull has firmly stated that if the Han's cat does not withdraw its influence from Morocco, war will be imminent. Wang Jingting expressed his concerns. The delegations from the 3 countries are negotiating the final issues regarding Morocco, and an agreement is expected to be reached by the end of this year. Fang Wu also came forward and said, the Han's cat and Weyer should reach a compromise. Everyone frowned. Once Weyer compromises, John Bull's energy will likely be fully released, and the eastern continent may no longer act so recklessly against local forces. In fact, Weyer cannot be blamed. In addition to the military pressure from John Bull, the Gallic Rooster has played a significant role behind the scenes. Fang Wu said with a strange expression, the Gallic Rooster's banking consortium has started to take action. The Gallic Rooster's finance minister, along with those bankers, has invested a huge amount of funds to manipulate the stock market of the Han's cat, causing it to drop by 30 in a single day. Isn't this similar to how we deal with the lighthouse? Tang Xiaoyi suddenly said, but then realized that it might be inappropriate to say this in front of the emperor. No wonder the intelligence chief had a strange expression. It seems he thought of this as well. Fang Mingzhou smiled. The Gallic Rooster has just realized that their advantage is not military strength, but rather the vast flow of capital around the world. not to mention their own child. The bear, which country in Europa does not have the Gallic roosters lending investments? The title of the World Bank is not given for nothing. The decline of the Hans Cat stock market has caused panic among its citizens. Within a week, the National Bank of the Hans Cat lost 20 of its gold reserves. Hiss, that is at least over 1 or 200 tons of gold reserves. Finance Minister Zhou Shouqing exclaimed. The Hans Cat is an established industrial power. And during this gold standard era, their gold reserves should be at least 7 to 800 tons. Losing 20 all at once would be unbearable, even for the Eastern continent. With the dual pressure of military and economic factors, Weyer has no choice but to yield. As the Hans Cat is not yet prepared for war. Previously, the Hans Cat was only preparing to deal with the Gallic rooster, with the bear as a side target. But now, with John Bull stepping in and showing a willingness to fight, the Hans Cat's previous preparations seem insufficient. Your Majesty, everyone. Although the delegation from the Hans Cat is on the way, they have already sent us the details and matters regarding this visit. Foreign Minister Wang Zhengting took out several documents and handed them to everyone. 2 days ago, we received the details regarding the visit from the Hans Cat. So far, only the Prime Minister and I have reviewed it. We suspect that the Hans Cat may be preparing for military expansion. Fang Mingzhou picked up the documents and started looking through them. Indeed, the demands are quite extensive. Let's discuss this. Once the Hans Cat from Morocco returns empty-handed, the countdown to war may begin, and it will depend on who is better prepared. Everyone nodded, as the materials listed in the documents are primarily aimed at military purposes. Furthermore, the Hans Cat is also requesting a loan of 500 million blue coins. 500 million? They are quite bold to ask for that. Aren't they an industrial power? Are they out of funds? Zhang Shun exclaimed, noting that 500 million could easily fund at least 20 battleships, and currently, the British do not even have that many new battleships. It's not that they are completely out of money. The main issue is the Hans Cat's geographical position, which is not very favorable, surrounded by enemies on all sides, and Europe's industrialization has been ongoing for a century. Resources have been nearly exhausted, and to expand military capabilities, they require various raw materials. Our region, on the other hand, is one of the top resource-rich areas in the world, only comparable to the vast colonies of the British. Moreover, our relationship with the Hans Cat has historically been quite good. Your Majesty, I believe we can offer the loan. But we should add a clause that at least half of the funds must be used to purchase goods from our country. Tang Xiaoyi, who seems to have done some research, proposed a plan directly. This sounds like an export credit gentleman's agreement, or what could be referred to as a Lend-Lease Act, which only appeared during the S2 period, right? This idea is quite good. Zhang Shun chuckled and said, after all, our region is vast and rich in resources, lacking nothing. We have raw materials, technology, and goods. The Hans Cat will still need to purchase from us, even if they bring back a large amount of gold. This is essentially transferring money from one hand to the other, allowing us to sell goods and also issue loans, earning interest in the process. We have not previously engaged in external loans. This would be our first case. Finance Minister Zhou Shouqing reminded us that this carries a different significance, indicating that our region has begun to become a capital exporting country. After discussion, everyone agreed that the loan could be granted. Of course, with the stipulation that a certain percentage must be used to purchase goods from our region. Our region is no longer what it was a few years ago. With rapid economic growth, national revenue has also increased significantly. Just from several major heavy industries, annual tax contributions exceed 100 million. The Hans Cat may be testing the waters to see which side we stand on. Zhang Shun looked at Fang Mingzhou, almost wanting to ask, Your Majesty, which side are we on? There's no rush. Even if they go to war, the flames of conflict won't reach our region immediately. We have no life and death contradictions with either of the two major military blocs. War is not a joke, especially on this scale. The later we join, the faster our economy will develop. Everyone knows that our region is unlikely to join the alliance, as the colonial system of the British is in direct conflict with our tribute system. In recent years, the continuous tribute from several smaller neighboring countries has made the British and the Gallic rooster feel quite uneasy. Several small countries in the region have sent their children to the Eastern continent. Who knows when these individuals might return with the Eastern continent's army? If it weren't for the Eastern continent's silence and the ongoing tensions in the European region, these two nations might have been contemplating how to deal with the Eastern continent together. Thanks to the Hans Cat and Wei Air, the means of cover provided are worth at least 100 tons of gold. Currently, various industries under Hans Cat are lacking raw materials, and there is a conscious effort by the relevant parties to restrict and control the traffic through several major canals. If the Malayan Strait is blocked, one could detour via the Sunda Strait controlled by the Eastern continent, which would only add a day or two to the journey. However, the Suez Canal is really a no-go. Even if the Eastern continent passes through, they must notify the relevant parties in advance. The entire 190 kilometers of the Suez Canal is under surveillance once you step in. The banks are lined with coastal artillery and naval vessels. At least in an era without long-range bombers. Even if Feng Mingzhou were to bring the eastern continent's navy up, it might not be able to make headway. Skirting this route and going around the Cape of Good Hope would add at least 10,000 kilometers to the voyage. Hans Cat is preparing for war, and we must help them out. Chapter 261, Major Procurement, additional update after reaching 1150 comments. Year 11, Month 12, Day 13. The Moroccan crisis finally came to a second resolution through Hans Cat's compromise. Faced with the naval forces of the relevant parties, the land forces of the Gallic Rooster, and the encirclement from the Bear, even the proud Way Air had to lower its head. Its two allies, Austria-Hungary, chose not to participate, while Italy bizarrely opened the chapter of the Italo-Turkish War. In a 1v3 situation, Hans Cat had no chance of winning. On December 13th, after a month of negotiations, the Gallic Rooster and Hans Cat finally reached a consensus on the Moroccan issue. First, Hans Cat would no longer seek economic interests in Morocco and would not obstruct the Gallic Rooster's actions to assist Morocco in implementing reforms. What a joke. This clearly meant acquiescing to the Gallic Rooster's privileges in Morocco. Hans Cat's warships withdrew from the port of Agadir in Morocco. The Gallic Rooster also agreed to transfer part of its colonies in West Africa to Hans Cat as compensation. Does Hans Cat need colonies? Yes. But no matter how good these West African colonies are, they are of little use, surrounded as they are by the territories of the relevant parties. If anything goes wrong, they could be taken over at any moment. It can be said that Way Air gained nothing and merely exposed itself to be slapped. When this agreement was reported back home, the entire Hans Cat was in an uproar. They all viewed this as a significant failure of the government, completely forgetting that if it weren't for their desperate squeeze on gold, Way Air wouldn't have compromised so easily. But public opinion is tyrannical. Hans Cat's Minister of Colonies, von Lindquist, became the scapegoat and resigned, not obtaining Morocco, which has a mild climate, rich resources, and an important location, while getting the hot and barren Congo near the equator is of no use at all. Of course, this agreement was sent back to the land of the Gauls. And the same situation arose again. The people of Gaul felt deeply humiliated. How could they back down in the face of the artillery diplomacy from their adversaries? With support from other nations, how could their government dare to sell out their colonies? This was blatant treachery. Furious citizens took to the streets to express their strong condemnation of the current cabinet's actions of ceding land to appease their adversaries. Thus, in January of the 12th year, under the relentless criticism of public opinion, Prime Minister Joseph Kao and his cabinet members announced their collective resignation. A small nation like Morocco had ignited long-standing grievances between the two countries, leading to mutual animosity among their citizens, who referred to each other as devils. The newly formed interim cabinet's first action was to announce the signing of the Treaty of Fez with Morocco. This nation, once a sovereign state, suddenly became a colony of Gaul, joining Algeria and Tunisia as part of Gaul's North African colonies. Faced with such a situation, the fragile nerves of the ruler were thoroughly provoked. Not only did his two cousins refuse to help him, but they also stood behind his archrival, actively opposing him. If it weren't for the dignity of the royal family, he would have said, "I have no relatives like you." In response to domestic public opinion, he had to step forward and give a speech. The headline "The Adversaries Will Not Compromise" appeared in the Rhineland Daily, completely igniting the nation's hatred towards their rivals. Meanwhile, in the eastern region, Wang Jingtian was hosting a delegation from their adversaries. Compared to before, the newly arrived delegation received a series of demands from home. The ruler had made up his mind to teach a lesson to those countries that had made him a laughingstock. First was the loan issue. The eastern region agreed to a loan of 500 million blue currency, with interest calculated at the current mainstream rate of 4. Of this amount, 300 million was allocated for the procurement of basic materials, including but not limited to rubber, cotton fabric, and various metals like copper and aluminum. Additionally, large-scale purchases of medical, sanitary, and logistical supplies began. In no time, the Prime Minister's office sent countless procurement lists to various enterprises. The adversaries were in urgent need, demanding that transactions be completed within the year, which the regional leader also agreed to, understanding that manufacturing the raw materials into goods would take time. He further insisted that the Prime Minister's office and various departments prioritize the supply of these materials. At the same time, they mobilized national reserves, providing 500,000 tons of oil and ore. The adversaries also requested to purchase the complete set of 356 naval artillery technology developed by the eastern region. As for how they knew about the naval data, it was due to Sun Fu. After the Eastern Navy completed the construction of the first batch of Mountain-class battleships, their rivals also finished building the lead ship of the Orion-class battleships, showcasing their strength. This warship was dispatched to sail around the Mediterranean. When the massive 135-inch, or 343 millimeters, naval guns of the Orion-class battleship appeared in the newspapers, it caused a stir among all countries. There is no comparison between 305mm and 343mm. Just as one nation was feeling proud, the lead ship of the Mountain class, named Mountain, emerged in the southern seas for sea trials. When the Mountain class's enormous 356mm naval guns made headlines, the previously proud nation fell silent. If 305mm and 343mm are incomparable, can 343mm really be compared to 356mm? While navies around the world pursued tonnage, they also set a new goal: larger and thicker gun barrels. The key point is that in the shipbuilding plans of the Eastern region, 8 battleships known as the Mountain class are to be constructed. 8 ships. And no one is attacking this Eastern region. What is the need to build such large caliber battleships? Who are they planning to fight? The Navy's display of strength is well known, and the global naval arms race began with the new battleships from the Eastern region. Since it was initiated by the Eastern region, they are naturally telling all nations, "I started this, and I can control you." The newly completed Orion-class battleship quickly became a backdrop. The proud nation did not protest, mainly because protesting was futile. The Eastern region had little regard for them, especially since the two countries had previously engaged in naval battles. When the Eastern region sought territories in the southern seas, it had already clashed with the proud nation, winning 20 times. Thus, for many years, this nation avoided provoking issues in the Far East, its influence limited to certain regions. While the proud nation remained silent, another nation took an interest in the Eastern region's 356mm naval guns. Currently, the new battleships and battlecruisers of their navy have started to lag behind. With insufficient numbers, they turned to caliber to compensate. Originally, during the Morocco crisis, their navy had tasked a manufacturer to study the feasibility of a 350mm naval gun. High-ranking officials even proposed research plans for 380mm and 400mm naval guns. Unexpectedly, just as the research began, the Eastern region's navy unveiled its practical 356mm naval gun. Thus, they decided to continue the research, but also thought, 356mm is impressive, let us purchase them first. This posed a dilemma because the power of the 356mm naval gun would suffice for their needs. If sold to them, who knows whether, after completing their S1, the two nations would clash over world dominance? The next 380mm naval gun was only halfway through development. Naval guns are a reflection of a nation's industrial capability, and history shows that a nation nearly ran out of usable guns due to delays in development. To sell or not to sell? In Chapter 262, comprehensive price increase, with a comment count reaching 1250 for an update. Under the final decision of the relevant authority, it was decided to sell the 356mm naval guns. Of course, the price was hefty. After all, in the current world, the development cycle of any naval gun spans 5 to 10 years. The Eastern region is an exception, as it has the resources to expedite development. Otherwise, they could even produce a 406mm gun without affecting regular research. Just like the large-caliber naval guns proposed by Tirpitz of the Hans Cat, the minimum 380mm caliber must have taken 2 years of development to complete by S1. It's important to note that once war breaks out, all technology and resources will inevitably tilt towards the war effort. Even so, they took 5 years for this. So, does this mean that Hans Cat has decided to start building new battleships again? Fang Mingzhou's expression was strange. Could it be the Bavaria-class battleship? Indeed. Fang nodded and said, since the end of last year, Tirpitz has requested the development of a larger caliber battleship. We speculate that they want to build a bigger battleship. After the announcement of the 356mm naval gun of the Mountain class by the Naval Department, Tirpitz seems to have decided to purchase our naval guns as the main guns for the new round of battleships. The internal code name is Bavaria class. Fang Mingzhou is very familiar with this warship. Throughout history, countless battleship enthusiasts have been advocating for the service of the Bavaria-class battleship. Who cares about Jutland? The Hans Cat would be sailing its warships around Buckingham Palace. Unfortunately, when this class of battleship was being built, there were only 6 months left before the war broke out. Coupled with the failure of the Schlieffen Plan, Hans Cat was unable to break free from being caught in a two-front situation. Blockaded by the Royal Navy, the construction of this class of battleship was fraught with difficulties. It wasn't until the war was nearly over that it was officially commissioned, by which time Hans Cat was already on the decline. But now it's different. This class of battleship is being completed 2 years earlier than in history. Even if the war breaks out as expected, this class of battleship will likely be ready in time for that naval battle. They plan to build 4 ships, and according to our intelligence, this class of battleship is only about 15 units less powerful than our Mountain class. Fang Mingzhou had one more thing he didn't say. The Navy of Hans Cat has always adhered to the principle of prioritizing protection. And this class of battleship's armor has already thoroughly surpassed the current battleships of the Royal Navy. Moreover, with Hans Cat's unique watertight compartment design, Only the Queen Elizabeth class could possibly match it. Besides these materials and raw resources, Dongzhou also sold Hans Cat the technology for reloading torpedoes for submarines. The submarines sold to both countries back then did not have reloading capabilities. After firing torpedoes, they had to return to base for reloading, which affected efficiency. Now, they only need to send out a supply ship to support the logistics of dozens of submarines. Fang Mingzhou couldn't even imagine how thrilling the fate of those transport ships from the Royal Navy would be. When Tirpitz learned that Dongzhou agreed to provide the 356mm naval guns and loans, he didn't hesitate for a moment. He directly hoped that Dongzhou could provide all the armor and naval guns for 4 battleships. This means that Hans Cat has outsourced non-confidential components of the Bavaria class directly to Dongzhou. They only need to construct the hull and internal power equipment, while the firepower and armor will be handled by Dongzhou. This unique idea was soon approved by Wei Air. If the Bavaria class can undergo sea trials before the war breaks out, it will be quite a spectacle. Will the Royal Navy still be able to blockade Hans Cat? However, when thinking about the early battleship constructions by the Gallic Rooster and the John Bull, Fang Mingzhou felt relieved. While the navy of the Second Empire was strengthened, the Gallic Rooster and John Bull also simultaneously bolstered their navies, which essentially meant that everyone had not really gained an advantage. Additionally, to irritate the Gallic Rooster, the Second Empire approved the sale of over 200,000 square kilometers of land recently acquired from the Gallic Rooster to the Eastern Continent, priced at 5 million blue coins. This also meant that the land purchased from a previous entity by the Eastern Continent merged with the newly acquired territory, bringing the total colonial area to about 500,000 square kilometers, comparable to the basin area of a later region. This was considered a substantial colonial possession, especially since it was located on the side facing the Great Ocean, even though it was far from the Eastern Continent's mainland. In May of the 12th year of the reign, with the signing of the procurement agreement by the Eastern Continent's Prime Minister's office and the envoy from Hans Cat, it marked the first large-scale capital export by the Eastern Continent. Before the Eastern Continent could celebrate, John Bull and the Gallic Rooster submitted a procurement request exceeding $1 billion to a neighboring entity across the sea. Besides these nations, other countries such as the Bear, Austro-Hungary, the Turkey, and even Italy began to increase their defense budgets, resulting in a global procurement of materials. Hans Cat was generous, and after the completion of a loan worth 500 million blue coins, Austro-Hungary and Turkey quickly showed interest, while Italy, which harbored a grudge against the Eastern Continent, was eager to act. If not for the Eastern Continent, the Turkey would have already been defeated. In May of the 12th year of the reign, after fulfilling Hans Cat's order, Tang Xiaoyi announced that, effective immediately, all war-related raw materials and supplies produced in the Eastern Continent would see a price increase of 10. Furthermore, the Eastern Continent began to intensify its crackdown on smuggling, with the Coast Guard under the Prime Minister's office being fully mobilized, especially in the Southeast Asia region. Any organization or individual attempting to sell war materials without the Prime Minister's consent would face severe penalties, ranging from confiscation of property and forced labor to the death penalty. It is worth noting that the Eastern Continent currently controls not only its own territory, but also Southeast Asia, as well as various territories, and has significant control over mineral resources. Unbeknownst to many, the Eastern Continent had gradually come to control nearly a quarter of the world's raw materials and minerals. With the Eastern Continent's actions, a global surge in raw material prices began. This price increase tactic by the Eastern Continent was seen as opportunistic by all resource-importing nations. The Eastern Continent's royal family controlled 80 of the world's sugar, 70 of rubber, and 30 of tobacco, not to mention oil, which, while not currently critical, would soon become very important. The neighboring entity across the sea, currently the world's leading industrial manufacturing nation and one of the top 3 resource-exporting countries, silently gave a nod of approval to the Eastern Continent and similarly raised prices by 10. These two rival nations, despite their enmity, found a tacit understanding to capitalize on the backdrop of military preparations across various European nations, seizing the opportunity to reap benefits. Subsequently, these agricultural and resource-exporting countries expressed, albeit hesitantly, that it was not their intention to raise prices. Rather, if they did not, they would face significant losses. The nations of John Bull and Gaul are relatively better off, as they possess vast colonies. At worst, they could squeeze more resources from their colonies. The recent loan of 5 billion from Hans has temporarily alleviated the shortage of raw materials. However, the situation is not as fortunate for the Austro-Hungarians, the Russians, and the Italians. These countries have virtually no colonies, especially Italy, which is currently engaged in war. To win the war, they are spending money rapidly. And this price increase has left King Emmanuel III feeling worse than ever. The phrase "damn East Continent" is something all politicians around the world would love to utter. Chapter 363. The inept Italian army, a series of laughter erupted in the East Continent garden. Tang Xiaoyi, having just completed a significant business deal, was in high spirits. Although Hans's large procurement had concluded, the procurement teams from Austria-Hungary and Turkey were soon to arrive. Clearly, there was another substantial contract awaiting the East Continent. Even though Hans's money had been paid, the goods had yet to be shipped. In recent days, the Prime Minister's office has been busy reallocating resources, and the supplies stored in factories nationwide have been completely cleared out, with large ocean-going vessels fully loaded. A grand fleet set sail from the East Continent port, destined to pass through Malacca and Suva before finally reaching Hans. Fang Mingzhou understood that these countries had been conservative in their arms purchases. Whether it was Hans's procurement from the East Continent or John Bull and Gall's purchases from the lighthouse, it indicated one thing. They probably anticipated the outbreak of war, but did not expect it to happen anytime soon. The combined purchasing power of the two major military blocs was only around 2 billion blue currency, equivalent to 4 to 500 million in sterling. What could they achieve with that? It would be fortunate if they could sustain themselves for a year or two. Of course, their thinking wasn't entirely flawed. Neither military bloc expected the war to drag on for too long. In their view, 6 months would be considered quick, a year was standard. And 2 years was out of the question. Why stockpile so many resources? Once the war was over, they could force the opponent to pay reparations and cede territory. Just like when the East Continent won and the Russians had to cede land and pay indemnities. If Fang Mingzhou were to tell them that this conflict would last at least 4 years, and that the East Continent might require 2 of those 4-year terms, they would surely think he was insane. Do you think we're foolish? Just because you say it will last 4 years means it will? For years? How many lives would be lost? Are we supposed to just keep fighting endlessly? Your Majesty, after receiving our armored vehicles and naval artillery, they have approved the construction of 4 Bavaria-class battleships in their parliament. Fang Wu provided accurate intelligence this time. The standard displacement is 28,000 tons and fully loaded. It reaches 32,000 tons. Currently, it is equipped with 4 twin-mounted 356mm naval guns, along with 16 150mm secondary guns and 10 88mm guns for defense against light vessels. Additionally, 3 600mm underwater torpedo launchers are installed at the bow and sides. The armor is produced by us, primarily using a specific type of steel, with a thickness of 350mm at the front, 250mm on the sides, and 100mm on the top. The sloped armor between the turret's front and top is 200mm thick, while the rear armor is 290mm thick. The design speed is 21 knots. The full load of this class is only 35,000 tons. And of course, the hardness of the armor cannot compare with that of another nation. Everyone nodded. The battleship of this class is already very well designed. Moreover, it is estimated that by the time this class of battleship is commissioned, there will be no resources left to build subsequent battleships. Additionally, the Navy has submitted a construction plan for a battlecruiser. Although it has been approved by the Parliament, it has been requested to start construction next year under the code name of a specific class, with a quantity of 3 ships. There is not much information on this class, only that it is intended to counter a certain class of battlecruisers. It seems that the situation has indeed frustrated certain leaders, as historically they tolerated certain grievances, but now due to the presence of another region, their strength has significantly increased while their rivals have weakened. As the saying goes, enduring for a moment only leads to greater frustration, and taking a step back seems like a loss. They are now directly targeting the core naval forces of their rival. Whether it is one class or the other, these are the main battleships that were just approved before a certain milestone. Now, by the time that milestone begins, construction may already be well underway. Moreover, the General Staff has also approved a plan to expand the army. The number of troops will increase from the previous 650,000 by an additional 130,000. Furthermore, there is a strong push to develop artillery technology. The aftermath of previous tensions has emerged, which initially involved certain nations. However, a rival insisted on intervening, which indeed pushed back some leaders, but also changed the global situation. A decision has been made to engage in a glorious war. What about other nations? 3 months ago, a rival nation had already approved the construction of 4 battleships of a specific class, with a full load displacement of around 30,000 tons. Another nation is also unwilling to back down, to combat the perceived threat. It has announced an extension of military service from 2 years to 3 years and has lowered the enlistment age from 21 to 20, increasing its standing army by 20. Another nation is also using loans from the previous nation to expand its standing army from 138 million, with a goal to increase to 195 million within 5 years. It can be said that no country is idle, as they all understand that war is imminent. There is another piece of news worth noting. A serious discussion reveals that 2 industrialists from rival nations are mediating, hoping to initiate negotiations between their governments regarding naval issues, and both governments have responded. Do they know each other's demands? While it is understood that conflict is likely, the outcome remains uncertain, as the negotiations are being conducted in secret. Even Fong Wu doesn't know, and probably not many people from both sides know either. They can only delay the war. It cannot be ended unless one side concedes defeat. What about our pilots in North Africa? Although it is publicly stated that they are civilian pilots, anyone with discernment knows that these individuals are from the military of the eastern region. Currently, the war between the two sides has reached a stalemate. The Italian forces have already dispatched over 150,000 soldiers to Tripoli. They control the sea and have a dominant position on land, having invented armored vehicles. Many are skeptical if the information about the armored troops from the eastern region has leaked. From what we know, it is indeed the Italians who came up with this themselves. Fong Wu smiled wryly, saying that while these people are not good at fighting, they are quite clever. However, once they enter the inland areas, they will face large-scale attacks from the cavalry forces. Currently, there are about 150,000 regular troops from the Turkish forces in Libya, along with around 35,000 tribal soldiers and over 10,000 guerrillas supported by us. With a disparity of 130,000 to 650,000, and still achieving this deadlock. It should be noted that most of Italy's enemies are indigenous. The large Italian army is now confined to a few limited bases, and these base control areas often do not extend beyond the coverage of naval artillery. A burst of laughter arose among the crowd. So, does that mean they won't fight once they leave the Navy's artillery range? They have tacitly allowed those soldiers to take a detour through their territory to support the North African battlefield. Our Air Force has shot down over 100 Italian aircraft in the past 6 months. Currently, our Air Force has the advantage, while the Italian Navy holds superiority. And both armies are at a standstill. The Italian forces are confined to coastal areas, while the Turkish forces are powerless to launch a counterattack inland. When the Turkish forces unite with local armed groups to launch attacks, they will find that their combat capability is insufficient to deal with sizable Italian forces. Likewise, the counterattacks from the Italians cannot eliminate the living forces of the resistors. However, a subsequent remark from Fong Lu made everyone ponder. The powder keg in the Balkans has been ignited for the second time. Chapter 364 The second ignition of the powder keg. The second ignition of the Balkans took everyone by surprise. If the first powder keg was ignited due to Austria-Hungary's desire for Turkish territory, facilitating Bulgaria's independence, then the second was initiated by the Italians, who contacted Montenegro to dig at the Turkish's foundations once again. These former subjects of the Turks, Montenegro, Serbia, and Bulgaria, were tempted by the immense benefits offered by Italy. They declared war on the Turks one after another. In June of the 12th year of the reign, Montenegro first gathered forces, totaling around 180,000. Subsequently, Serbia and Bulgaria each sent 150,000 and 230,000 troops, respectively, bringing the total military strength of the four countries to approximately 710,000. The Turks can currently mobilize only 320,000 soldiers. Although the Turkish army has 500,000 soldiers nationwide, the large territory of Turkey requires stationed forces in various regions, thus dispersing their strength. Subsequently, these four nations, with the support of major powers in the region, began their offensive against a certain country. They quickly captured a significant island and swept through several islands in the adjacent sea, gaining control over most of a neighboring region and a key strategic location. Another two nations occupied parts of nearby territories. The largest contingent came from one nation, which fought fiercely, as it had just gained independence and needed to establish stability. In a very short time, they broke through two defensive lines of the targeted nation. Ahead lay a famous city, and if it were captured, the situation would become dire. This city was not only the capital, but also historically significant, symbolizing the glory of an ancient civilization. Losing this city would undermine the legitimacy of the current rulers, who inherited its political legacy as conquerors. Furthermore, this area served as the nerve center of governance, military command, and judicial institutions. The current leader controlled vast territories through these systems. The economic lifeline of this nation, a trade crossroads connecting two continents, had also been crucial for centuries, generating substantial revenue from tolls on trade routes. Finally, its military strategic position had repelled numerous invasions in the past. Clearly, the neighboring nation aimed for this location, and if it succeeded, it would herald a new era. The feats that had eluded many in past conflicts would be claimed by this nation, allowing it to assert its claim to a historical legacy. In response to the offensive from the four nations, the targeted nation had to reduce its aid to another region and refocus its efforts domestically. The situation was becoming untenable. One official side, noting that the country's fortunes were intertwined with religion, Communications had been received from the leader, seeking mediation. Was the targeted nation truly unable to hold out? Another official expressed doubts, recalling previous analyses that indicated the vulnerability of the targeted nation to various pressures. However, the region's interest required a different approach, support rather than confrontation. At that moment, it was clear that the targeted nation, once so powerful, was now in decline. An official was tasked with contacting allies to convey a message. Excessive pressure would push the targeted nation towards an alliance that could encircle their coalition. It was vital not to create a new enemy for the sake of short-term gains. The foreign minister nodded, acknowledging the impracticality of the current actions. While allies were needed to counter threats, it seemed misguided to provoke the targeted nation during a critical time. The message to the leader was clear: sometimes sacrifices must be made for greater gains. Even if parts of North Africa were ceded to the neighboring nation, could they truly hold on to it? Temporary patience is necessary for survival. Otherwise, if the nation collapses, everything will be lost. Italy has only been unified